All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined here by the wonderful Myriad and the wonderful Whamen to do a little bit of a pre-game before we get to our game. So, welcome back, Myriad.
Pleasure to be here, as always.
Now, you have been playing in these qualifiers as well. How's it feeling? How's it going? Where are you right now?
Well, what I really like is that with the level of competition, obviously there's a lot of money on the line, big price pool, and it being a land and everything. There's serious names competing, right? Besides just the players that have been invited. So it feels up to something like EGC standards, right, in terms of the competition and the stakes especially. So it's been exhilarating and nerve-wracking to take part.
The one thing that I've noticed, because we already had people who were qualified from the get-go, I know you've been one of those people who gets the short straw and gets matched against Marine Lord or Beastie in the first round every time. So how's it not playing against them in the first round?
It does help a little bit, right? Because obviously, depending on seeding, you can get put against someone who is so beyond favored that there's a little mountain to climb in terms of beating them, which is tough. It's inspiring to some extent, getting the chance to play against them, learning a lot from the games. But at the same time, sometimes you just want a little bit of an ego boost in, taking down someone who's slightly easier or at least even in skill level before making it further in the brackets before having to face someone who, will cut you down to size, so to say.
Oh, definitely. And we'll talk about a little about the future drafts that I would like to see in these games too. But let's hop into our first pre-game on Cover Sun between CSO and Ilyona. Now, guys, this game has been played. We're using this as a little warm-up, but let's hop on in. And guys, it is time for first game.
Here we go into game number 4 between CSO and Ilyona. We're just using this as a little introduction here for us, just to get us warmed up as we prepare for the day ahead of us. We can see Ilyona is playing as the Blue Jushi's Legacy in the north side of EGC Kawasan that we are playing today. His opponent, Team Elephants CSO, in the color orange, playing what many deem as a civ that is nigh unstoppable on this map. Myself included among them, and that is Knights Templar. Kawasan, of course, one of the hybrid maps in Masters of Steel. Quite a fun hybrid map, making a return here for us in the current season. It's been a little while since we've had it in here, but once again, it is back in action and showcased to the masses. And Jushi versus Templars on Kawasan, Jushi is one of those civs where they have a decent chance against the powerhouse that is Knights Templar in this case. We've seen Anatan, for example, one of his best civs, I would say. I'm sure he'd agree. Use it to great effect. But I would say that Templar is still a very, very tough nut to crack here due to that economy. Most notably, the wood. 20% of it being dropped off as food makes the transitions, especially with fishing ships, incredibly smooth for them and allows them to just propel forward in production much more than any of the other top tier water civs would have been able to in the past. Picks like HRE, China, Jushi, back in the day, Rus as well. Templars just blow them all out of the water, I would say.
Now, with Knights Templar, I see the early game start, and I think a lot of people would be able to relate to this, us running out of food pretty early on. But we saw that there were only 3 villages on food early on because of the wood, of course. So I do see how that early game can definitely affect what your investment would be like. Now, we do see Zushi not going for water, and I think this has been quite commonplace because Zushi has been very greedy. Oh my goodness, is this the relic blocking the meditation garden? Oh my goodness.
Look at that. Yeah, I mean, that would be the most juiciest of spots to place that meditation gardens, which is one of the reasons Jushi is so favored here. You can get a tremendous amount of food income from the meditation gardens. They're upwards of 150 in most cases per minute, which is a bit reminiscent of release Jushi, which is when that was quite the talking point for sure. But that relic is going to force Ilyona to put it slightly less efficiently than he would like. However, there's still a lot of berries all close together, nice and tight, and you can see, although he has to shift it a little bit, he's not going to miss out on too much. This will still be very, very close, if not more than 150 food per minute. And he's going to get a bit of wood as well for his buck.
Now, getting a nice little juicy spot like this, I think, has been very hard for players because of the boys being pulled. And guys, we have the boys. They're coming in hot. And this has been constant a theme. I think a lot of players have been denying it this way. So definitely not being ignored at all. Villagers are fighting back here. Scouts got their blades out too. And it does look like CSO will actually force him to back off for now. But reinforcements have arrived.
More boys are being pulled from Eliona at this point. I gotta say, this is a little bit unprecedented. I feel like Templars certainly has the ability with their economy early on to open a barracks after their dock to prevent this happening a bit efficiently. But instead, it seems like, the civilians themselves are joining in the conflict in this game quite happily so, as another villager gets pulled by CSO to upwards the count from 4 to 5 and win out in this battle. But then Eliona also pulls a 5th villager. So when will this stop?
Now, once the economy is completely idle, but the difference is, for Eliona, he gets to go onto any wood line, or not Eliona, sorry, CSO. CSO gets to go to any wood line after this without sacrificing so much of the villagers' work time. And I think this will definitely make a difference for him, because these villagers, they just waste their time running around. Now, they do get a little low, and this will mean that it's going to be a little bit harder, but it will go up. And Eliona getting a very juicy spot here for himself.
Juicy indeed. The income from the gardens will be incredibly nice for him in this situation. However, the idle time, without a doubt, really, really hurts, especially considering that CSO is already on 6 fishing ships on that pond and also has access to the secondary pond with 2 fishing ships as well. So this entire time, the fishing ships have been working, giving CSO a great amount of food behind this. So the delay, I say, really cost Eliona more than CSO in this case, because the more those fishing ships work without being interrupted and Eliona's timing being shut down a little bit slightly, the better it is for him.
Definitely, with that amount of idle time you get on the economy, you're just delaying their age up, and in turn, you get the water for a little bit longer. Now, he does get a junk out, but this will mean that the ships will go back into safety. We see Kingdom of France coming up now, and this is gonna be nice as a choice of age up, especially with that mobility you get from it. But at the same time, he's got double dock. He's going to be able to deny this pretty quickly. And looking at the income, CSO he's got enough wood to take this on. The moment he ages up now, we'll see what ship he decides to go for. He does go for a galley, but it does look to be on the other pond instead, just to ensure that he doesn't get dock dropped or any shenanigans like that.
CSO is trying to go for a secondary dock here on this pond, but the boar does get pulled by the ship from Eliona, so that will deny the dock to the point where the boar itself is joining in on munching away at the wood that's been building up on that dock. And not getting this dock up definitely hurts a little bit here for CSO. He doesn't mind too much, as he already has ample control over the left pond at this point. However, if he's able to get that second dock up and really start contesting this side here, Eliona can be in a lot of trouble already.
Now, this is already a lot of investment for him as well, because now he's on normal dock prices, right? It does look like this is going to be a really big explosion, but the fishing ship is just not strong enough to repair this poor guy. And it does look like the water will belong to Eliona, at least on this side.
Eliona macroing quite well here to get out that tri-ship combo nice and early. The galley in combination with the springboard ship and the demolition ship leads to a quick takedown on CSO's initial springboard ship. And with that dock being denied yet again by Eliona, it does seem like we will have a split pond scenario here. It doesn't seem like CSO... Actually, no, as I say that, another investment to additional springboard ships is made now. He does have some fishing ships still alive on this pond. Actually, no, they have been taken down. He did ungather them from the dock in order to try to repair the ship, but pays dearly in turn as they do end up falling. Again, another demo is out here by Eliona, takes down the secondary springboard ship, but the dock does go up. So, with these 2 docks up here and the superior economy that CSO still has access to, he could look to start contesting this really seriously.
Now, with just having 2 docks, you're going to be able to outproduce, but he does need to be careful. The thing is, Aliona's in a pretty unique position here. He can either try to get CSO to overinvest and try to, get his economy going, but it looks like he wants to stay on the water. With the amount of boys that we see over here onto the wood, he has reallocated some of them to the gold now. Oh no, maybe he read my mind here, but it does look like he will have enough pressure on the water, and we'll see if that's going to turn into a castle. Now, Myriad, is that usually what happens? If you see Zushi's legacy getting this much on gold, the question is just where... Oh, no, never mind. He's getting a stable.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised here by Aliona's decisions. I gotta say, I mean, having the 3 spears out, I'm not too exactly sure what purpose they will serve. It might be in anticipation of Chevalier Confrère coming out here from CSO. However, the lack of investment on water from Aliona is really, really concerning in this case. The shift to gold might indicate an attempt to play into a castle timing here, but if Aliona concedes the secondary pond, he'll be down 2 ponds and the income will just absolutely run away out of control in CSO's favor, by which stage I think this, frankly, even if Aliona does get castlage beforehand, the food deficit will be way too much to overcome.
Now, I thought castle, but now with the stable, he's making the horseman as well. And you see, he doesn't have a lot of food to go off of. He doesn't have any massive food income coming his way. The food under the TC are about to run out too. So how do you keep producing? And I keep pointing out to this thing, 140 food per minute is great. Meditation Garden is just feeding the army. But now the question is, you want to invest into land units. How are you going to keep doing that with nothing else left? We see the villagers need to go over there on the berries, and they are going to have a good time on there, but it's also very limited. Well, CSO, he is just able to sit back and let the fish do the talking.
Aliona's attention is definitely divided here. He seems to be struggling to decide whether, to what extent to balance out an army on land as opposed to water. And really, I would say he needs to commit hardcore to one at this point, as his economy just can't really handle efficient investment into both. And we see the result of that, as Aliona does have a tri-ship combination on the second pond, on his pond that he's contesting now. So he could look to take a fight. He does have 2 demolition ships available, so he can definitely fight here. He did force an investment from CSO on land, enough so to that maybe he can actually reassert control here. However, there are still 2 docks up for CSO here. Decent trade coming in. They're taking down the Springald ship and the galley. Another Springald ship still is alive here for CSO. Demo and another galley in production for him, as well as archers and the Chevalier Confrère. And I mean, with Aliona, it does seem to be a reinvestment onto water here, but still making land units. Thankfully, the Meditation Gardens enables it somewhat, but I'd be tempted to even put down a 3rd dock if I was Aliona here, not only for the extra production, but the healing as well, but good trade comes in there. The last of the Springald ships is taken down from CSO, and it looks like Aliona will get his pond at the end of the day.
And he needs this, like you said. He's got his 3 docks in at the ready, trying to outproduce, but at the same time, he knows about the food situation. He's going to be stuck in sending the land units onto the docks. See, this is now just going to ensure it's going to be safe. But at the same time, he has a lot of resources invested on this water. And now CSO doesn't even care about the water anymore. He's like, I got you to invest. I'm fine with this. And CSO is actually looking to push out quite a bit now. So we'll see. It doesn't look like Aliona will be able to contest this. He doesn't have the numbers for this, especially with these guys just being basically knights. They're not going to go down to a bunch of horsemen running amok.
Aliona's situation, I think, is deceptively dire in this situation, really. Not only is he behind in terms of the fishing tempo with the fishing ships, starting his own now after securing the pond, where CSO this entire time has been fishing uninterrupted on the left pond, but now also has a sizable army, which is way, way stronger than Aliona's army at this point, whilst also having the stronger economy. Normally in a game, you're either behind in army or economy, but if you're ever behind in both, that's normally definitely a losing situation. situation, we see Double Pilgrim already out for CSO, walking towards the closer of the two sacred sites at this point, so keeping it nice and safe on the pond that he has control. He could potentially greed for the one in the north, but the issue with that is that the fishing ships from Eliona will start sniping out the Pilgrims, and although they will start running upon contact, I don't think they can quite outrun some Springwood ships' damage, that's for sure. Eliona is aging up with the Shaolin Monastery now, and that will help get him some armored units, some luxury units in this case to help defend, but CSO not far behind, only 40 seconds to go for the Republic of Genoa, and Eliona really has his work cut out for him here if he wants to survive.
It does look like Aliona is staying back for a second here. He's like, I need to get these units upgraded before I try anything, and that's exactly what he does. But with the Republic of Genoa coming in pretty quickly, and that's the wonders of upgrading from the TC, right? These things get in pretty fast. Now, he's in a very good spot. CSO is just ahead in villages, which you don't usually see as Templars, and getting uncontested gold, even while your opponent has horsemen on the field, is pretty amazing for him. Now, it does look like the Meditation Gardens has been destroyed, and that is going to be a massive chunk of his income going down. The horsemen now out here for blood, and they will connect onto the archers. Let's see if they get enough kills.
Yeah, Spearman and Horseman composition from Eliona can be quite effective against a Knight Archer composition, as we see coming out here from CSL's Knights Templar. However, the mass is not in his favor at all. The upgrade, even without the upgrades, CSO is able to take this fight quite comfortably in this situation. And you can see the economy difference starting to really manifest at this point in time. Upgrades are coming in for CSO now. The archery, the veterancy for the archers is out only just over a minute by this point. And slowly and surely, Eliona's food will start running out because the fishing ships, he's still adding them as we speak at this point in time. And although that will provide respite for a little while, he will also need to train Shaolin monks in order to start gathering relics to get some sort of economic bonus from aging up in this situation. But yeah, I can see the desperate fight coming in here. Leona has no choice but to fight here, even though he doesn't really want to. His mass just isn't ready yet, and although it's looking decent somewhat for him here, we have to remember that this is on his side of the map, the closest to his reinforcements. So if these fights do not go in his way, then these forces from from CSO, will end up in his base instead.
And the problem is, this is a very limited army. We see the tower on the food at the moment as well, so this is going to mean that the deer are also going to be pushed off in a few moments. But for now, there's just a little bit of meat left on those bones. So with these lancers being as pricey as they are, he's going to struggle replenishing these. Now CSO, if you look at food income per minute, he's also not in that good of a position. But he's getting Templar Brothers, and those require a little bit more gold than food. Now, what makes the Templar Brothers so special, Myriad?
Templar Brothers are a really, really good cavalry unit coming in the castle age. Once you get up to a decent number of them and you are able to get the upgrade, which I do forget the name of now, we can check that in just a second. However, the more of them you have together, when they charge in unison, the charge damage grows exponentially the more of them you have. So although the Jushi Lancers with the Dali horses upgrade will be able to attack faster than these Templar Brothers, and they are cheaper and also produce faster. Yeah, once the charge upgrade comes in, the tides will be swung, and you can see the desperation. Yeah, he knows. Once you're forced to move out onto these center berries and are unable to assert control over it, then the game becomes virtually impossible, and GG is called. CSO does take the series 3-1 and moves forward in the Masters of Steel Qualifier 2.
Yeah, now CSO's game, I think a lot of people would say is expected. CSO is probably one of the more hyped people when we think about who's going to qualify. CSO's name is up there because after the last EGC tournament, I think a lot more people have gotten a lot of respect for him. So what is your stance on CSO? Do you think that this is constant performance that we're seeing out of him? A slow increase? Or once off, or what do you think? Let me just leave it in your court.
CS is a little bit of a wild card at this point in time, I would say. He has been sort of under the radar somewhat in the last months. You know, he has been inactive for a while as well, only coming back actively in our last tournament for EGC. But, you know, being part of Team Elephant, of course, he has some support in order to play the game. His teammate Louis, of course, I would bet is probably a fantastic practice partner to have when it comes to preparing for these tournaments, and that will really, really help propel him forward. And we saw that manifesting in the Elite Classic 3, of course, with some with what is. Well, I think people would not have predicted CSO's results to be so good. Not only taking out people like Lucifron in the group stages of the tournament in order to eliminate him entirely, but on top of it, taking out 3DB, I believe, in the quarterfinals in a very, very close match. I don't think many people had that on their bingo cards, Marika.
Not at all. And let's quickly just look at the brackets for a second, though, because I just want to show you guys exactly what's in store for us. And with CSO causing upsets along his route, not this one specifically, but in his previous ones, I think that CSO and Lucifron is definitely a matchup that people are asking, well, who takes it? Because Lucifron used to be, I would say, top 3, but he disappeared for a while. He went, I think, and got a real job, as my parents would call it, in IT. And Lucifron coming back now, making sure that he makes an impression. I think for Lucifron, this is probably a pretty important one as well, because we would want him to qualify. He's European, he's right here. It feels like he's been part of the scene for so long. So I don't think it would be an upset if CSO beats him, but you would definitely not see this a few years ago if you think about Lucifron's performance. So CSO has the ability to take down anyone, even someone like Anatand if he makes it to the next round. So it does leave a lot of question marks in this case. So Myriad, I asked the same thing yesterday, and I will ask you today, who is going to make it in this weekend's qualifier?
I think if you're a betting woman or a betting man watching this tournament, there's a few names that stick out quite notably, right? Which we have seen going very, very deep in last week's qualifier number 1 as well. I think most people would have Anatand and Whamenqt as going forward in this qualifier. There are 2 spots up for grabs this week, with the last one being for next week's qualifier number 3. So just judging by, ATR seeding, we can see in the quarterfinals, Anatand at the top of the bracket and Wham at the top of the lower half of the bracket. These people do seem the most favored. However, there are people that can certainly cause upsets. As you mentioned yourself, CSO is quite difficult to predict some of his performances. He does struggle a little bit with consistency. However, that may change in this tournament. We'll have to see. And of course, he has quite a bit of work ahead of him in needing to take down Lucifron, which will be our first match of the day here that we'll be getting into shortly. Lucifron, of course, a feared veteran in RTS in general, not just in AoE 4. Coming back from a little bit of a hiatus, I spoke to him. I remember 2 months ago, and he's definitely looking forward to at least commit quite seriously to these next few tournaments. As to whether he will stay with us after that remains to be seen, but Lucifron is committed to doing his best here, so this will not be an easy road for CSO, that's for sure.
No, I can imagine Lucifron has a lot of power to prove here. I think Lucifron, with his commitment to the next few tournaments, I'm really excited to see it, because with names like Lucifron and Vortex, they're close to home, right? Now, that means that us Europeans are a little bit biased, and we do root for our homeboys. I say Europeans like I'm not South African, but I'm almost European, guys. 9 more months and I will have a European passport, and then I can make all the European references I want. But Lucifron is a name that when I see it, I'm like, okay, this guy is going to be at a live event. But that's an instant expectation that you have from that. So he's been around since the StarCraft days. And I think with his draft he got, I don't know if CSO is going to be in some trouble. So, Myriad, are you seeing these? And how do we feel about Lucifron's draft? Because he got China Zushi. Yikes.
Yeah, getting both China and Jushi in your draft must feel pretty cozy here for Lucifron. And it's not like he had to trade out other, stronger civs for being able to grab up Byzantines as well as Delhi, Malians. two other really, really strong civs as well. I bet that Mongols can be a little bit more inconsistent, whereas CSO does have some pretty good picks himself, of course. I mean, he does manage to get himself the Rus, which was interestingly not picked up early here by Lucifer, which I must say is quite surprising to me. Theoretically, he could have actually taken something like China and Rus with his very first two picks, but instead opting for Byzantine second, which is quite interesting to me. Maybe slightly appealing to the map somewhat here, although there's great maps for Rus. As I say that, really every map is great for Rus except water maps. If we're completely honest with ourselves here, on top of it, he has Japanese, and first big Japanese here by CSO doesn't surprise me. He's become a little bit of a is becoming his trademark by this point. CSO playing an extremely scary Japanese, without a doubt, showcasing a unique style in the last tournament with the Temple of Equality and the Buddhist monks, really showcasing their strength there. On top of it, House of Lancaster, always a very reliable, solid pick here, as well as something that has been historically favored by CSO as well, the Knight Civs, taking them away from Lucifer, who even today is regarded by many to be just the best Knight player that you can have. JD and French are on CSO side now. An early Abbasid pick as well for him, which is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I can definitely tell with the drafts, we can already see the play style that I expect from both of them. CSO getting all the Knight Civs, which I say all of the, yes, all of the Knight Civs. And I feel that that is going to speak to what he's been showing us recently. He's been showing us a lot of aggressive plays, but he also knows how to learn and sit down just like Louis and put a wall up and make sure he starves you out of your base while putting up pressure. His micro has been glorious. He's been able to do this quite well, but keeping in mind, this is a ping situation as well. We know that a lot of players struggle when they're playing from Asia and another player from Europe. It doesn't hit the same when you charge in with those knights. But yeah, I think we're ready to hop into the first game. So Myriad, let's go on in.
And here we go with our very first match of today. We are in qualifier number 2 of the Masters of Steel tournament here. We are witnessing Lucifron returning in the color green as the Chinese, playing on Dry Arabia, up against the Rising Star CSO in the color teal, playing his signature civ, the Japanese here. Now in the head-to-head between these two, we can see that Lucifron and CSO have only ever played 2 competitive series to date. The first one being in 2024, where Lucifron managed to take him out 3-1 in the Master of Realms EGC tournament. However, more recently, in the Elite Classic 3, quite famously by now, CSO did eliminate Lucifron in a tight 3-2 series in the Elite Classic 3, which definitely is seen as an upset by many people, despite Lucifron's hiatus. But difficult little start here for CSO as the Japanese, going up against what many deem to be a powerhouse civilization, myself included, in the form of the Chinese, which outside of the most expected HRE and Rus, is arguably the third most reliable and solid civilization in the game. Just an incredible economy fueled by a sharp, rapid pro scouts timing into some of the best defensive bonuses in the game. And, you know, it's not like other civs in the game where once the deer is out, the jig is up and it becomes really difficult. Not for China. It's so smooth to start going into those granaries, and with something like the Astronomical Clock Tower and Nesta Bees, it makes defensive gameplay almost a breeze against a lot of civilizations. However, Japanese for CSO, Japanese especially, is quickly accelerating on the rise in terms of strength, and we see it prioritized more and more by the top players in drafts. Mainly because, you know, of course, there's the deer pushing to keep in mind, which CSO is going to show us here very aptly shortly, with the first spear already out on the field. Second one will follow shortly, I'm sure. Although, as I say that, there's actually remacro to Feudal Age instead. But Japanese, I think thanks to the deer, as well as the Kura Storehouse, I would say they don't even actually need the deer under the TC to be potent. The Kura Storehouse, Moreka, 12 free farms boosted by the Daimyo, that is also sure to tide over a smooth food transition.
Yeah, this is a very strange position for me to sit at as well, because I've been watching so many games these last few days, and a single spear coming out was not on my bingo card. I was like, oh, well, we're getting 3 spears, most likely he's going to start pushing the deer. But Luciferon already was considering how many he needs to kill for that spearman to not be worth it. Now, honestly, CSO is spicy, and he's already pushed the deer so that they disappear off the minimap. And as someone who's not a pro player, this could frustrate me quite a bit, trying to see what happened to my deer and where did they all go to. And I think in a position like this, where we're now getting the deer being killed on the map, we used to be able to see, oh, my opponent is on deer in the fog of war, but now all of a sudden, the deer is most likely going to be dead. So with professional scouts most likely going to come out the one way, he's already going to be able to see exactly what the other side tries to do. We see Imperial Academy coming up and our first Imperial official being built instantly. Now, with, like you said, with the Kura storehouse, you do have that safe food for yourself, but I would like to see if Japan is going to be a little bit more aggressive going out for food, considering they probably want to deny China from getting all these pro scouts for free. And responding to pro scouts, I guess we've been seeing a lot of horsemen here, but we'll see what CSO starts to cook. He's been very comfortable in stables, so we'll see if that's the same plan here. But with his macro already, it looks like he just wants to go castle.
Yeah, it's a slow age up here for CSO, right? Typically something like 2 or 3 on the age up is pretty indicative of a fast castle age, because although you do get the free farms from the Kura storehouse, if you do get it up earlier, it will give you the farms slightly earlier, of course. It's not really that significant of a bonus early on. I mean, as Japanese, you're pseudo berry sieve with that Tawara upgrade, which is now coming in for CSO for that faster gathering rate on the berries. But you also, of course, have the sheep and the initial instantaneous farm that you get access to from the Kura. So it's not you're not too concerned about getting those farms as fast as possible. They will accrue over time anyway. But of course, having less villagers working on the Kura farms does mean that you have more villagers working during that time, which can lead to a better castle age timing, which is going to be on the cards here for CSO. Surprisingly, there's not going to be much contention put onto the deer by him, so Luciferon, in theory, will have free reign to pick up all of the deer on the map here on regions, which there are more of them on a regular map, if you're able to access more of them. In terms of more, what I mean is there's not more than on a normal, but more of them are contestable typically. On something like Dry Arabia, you do have your initial 2 berries, your initial 2 deer that each side has, which normally is hard to contest, no matter how good your civ is at pro scouting. But here in Morocco, we can see on the left side of the map, there are 4 small deer packs, 3 on each, and those are up for grabs for anyone. So if ignored, they're very easy to pick up here for Luciferon, which can lead to a pretty notable surplus in great food.
Now the problem is, when you're Japanese, you love aging up, right? Getting into castle is a very healthy spot to be in, because with those mounted samurais, you have that mobility, and you're not going to mind TC diving, especially when you have that reflective shield, or deflective shield in this case. And with Luciferon going for pro scouts, he is letting CSO dictate that pace of the game. He's getting some spearmen, so it is going to deal with mounted samurai if he so chooses to go for those. Because we've also seen a lot of people going for onamushas instead. Because of their high mobility, they have been quite potent. Now, as China, you're not going to need to leave your base for quite a while. But Luciferon, he's not getting any gold now. So this means that when those units do arrive, he is going to struggle getting out onto the resources and getting what he needs. Luckily for him, he's China, so every production building and every building in his base will help him get to that gold number. But with the amount of spearmen he has, he's definitely aware of the risk that he has now taken. Getting a lot of food, but this could be very, very pricey.
Could be very pricey indeed. I mean, you know, one good thing here for CSO with not contesting Pro Scout is this really, really fast castle timing. As we see at 7:15, the floating gate is dropped and rushed up with 9 villages at this point in time. So those mounted samurai, like you said, are going to hit the field most likely very, very quick. So CSO, recognizing the threat of that, still even now, spears are in production. Lucifer himself must be a little bit surprised by the lack of contention here by CSO in the feudal age. We see that he did prep that horseman already in anticipation of potentially a Yumi play here by CSO, which has seen a great amount of success recently as well. And as you mentioned, he pulled off of the gold completely, not only because access to boosted taxes from the Imperial Academy will give him a great amount of gold income anyway, but partly because of that expectation in necessity to make units to defend his scouts as they do gather up the day. He is now moving back onto the gold with 2 villagers, so will trend towards his own castle age as well. There's a decent amount of spearmen here. They will be able to defend quite well, and it is going to be the stable as the production building of choice here for CSO. So Mounted Samurai are going to start roaming the field quite threateningly, and Lucifron actually even going for CSO's day here. And if he manages to get these, that's a very scary amount of food for China to have.
China is already scary without getting unlimited deer in the first 15 minutes. So this is going to be a tough one if Lucifron can hold out. And when I say that, hold out, it just means those Mounted Samurais, they have been known to love diving under a TC. The thing is, though, with Lucifron's ability to get that gold, he's not going to have villagers in danger for too long. We do see him investing quite a bit into the scouts because he knows that this might be limited. Now, the Mounted Samurai is here to protect the relics. He wants to ensure that he picks up as many as possible because he knows that Lucifron is snacking behind this. Now, he also got himself a bannerman, so this is going to be quite nice in terms of making these horses just that much better. But they are still stuck in the base, and honestly, that is probably best case scenario for Lucifron. He wanted to keep those horses in the base because he doesn't want them to get here. The moment they do, this is where things get a lot harder. So honestly, I feel like CSO had a timing that he could have maybe done some damage, but he's been needed to keep these guys at base. So we'll see if Lucifron can actually capitalize on this significantly, but honestly, it looks like he will.
Yes, I do think that CSO did misread the situation a little bit here. I mean, China is just able to produce so many of these spearmen with access to that day, as well as the supervision from the Imperial official. And CSO, the issue here is that because you've given over all this free day, Lucifer is perfectly content to just keep producing spearmen. We see the count already up to 18. There's essentially no angles here for CSO to play whatsoever. And of course, China has access to that Barbican whenever they desire for that Song Dynasty. Not only will it provide extra production rate for the villagers, also a great amount of vision alongside the Imperial Palace, which he has now completed and himself gotten to the castle age as well. But on top of it, it's a great defensive building as well, not only as a garrison spot for the villagers that may be in danger, but also with the hand cannon slits that China has access to on their TC, the towers, as well as the Barbican. They are excellent against armored units like these Mounted Samurai. However, CSO has a different plan, which is that honor obligation switch that he did quite expertly up against B, but it gets spotted early by the Horseman, Marika.
Yeah, seeing this just ensures that Lucifron will get ready for it. Because with Honor Geisha, you do need to be ready. And you do need to make units to actually handle them. Because you just running your spears into them will not leave you with the greatest of times. So getting that switch and that information is going to help him significantly. Another one, look at that poor boy. He's a little bit damaged, but he does have the ability to make it home. Now, CSO is trying to be active, and he does keep a lot of what Lucifron's army is quite busy. So the horsemen, though, they will be able to run around, have a good time, but these guys are going to pick them off pretty quickly if they're out of position. On Geisha, though, these guys are moving straight to the base, and it looks like that Barbican is in a very compromising spot, but the spearmen were not completely ready, so a villager does go down. The first villager kill of the day.
Nice little bait there by CSO, drawing away the majority of the spearmen with that Uma Bannerman in order to expose the villagers building the Barbican of the Sun. Does net himself one villager kill, however, that's only a drop in the pond of necessary damage that's needed here for CSO, because the amount of day under that mill safely tucked at the back of Lucifron's base is going to take so long to run out, and it's already manifested. Such a scary army count here for Lucifron. Now, Lucifron does seem a bit reticent to really commit to a secondary reliable unit in his composition. We see, of course, the spearmen that we mentioned earlier, as well as just a few horsemen here to gain some traction on the map by denying the relics as well as keeping CSO on his toes. But the real question is what he will deem as the secondary unit of choice here. Typically, Zuganu is a great option now that he has access to it with the Song Dynasty unlocked by the Barbican. They will do fantastic work up against the Honor Bugeisha as long as they don't get surrounded. But, of course, they will not do that well up against the Mounted Samurai, so this composition demands a bit more of a nuanced combination of units here from Lucifron, which he will look to go into shortly, I'm sure, as the mass is starting to build quite noticeably here for CSO. Of course, as we mentioned, there's still plenty of food for him. He has access to the sheep as well as the Kura storehouse and is now making a play onto the right side of the map, berries as well. Regions, of course, this is what the map is known for. The resources are split, very sectioned on the map. We have the day on the left, the gold and stone in the center, as well as the berries on the right, and that berries there, the 7 actually berry packs there for CSO. For a pseudo berry sieve like the Japanese with the extra gathering rate, this is a jackpot in terms of food and could even out the tide in terms of the day that Lucifron has access to.
Now, my big question is, I was going to say to you, Myriad, what is he going to do about these notifications? And you talked about the Jugunu, but he was listening. He's like, okay, yeah, I do need these bad boys. So getting a bunch of Jugunu is definitely going to help him, but it does feel like there's also a timing here for CSO, that he might be able to take a pretty good fight. But Lucifron, he looks like the kind of guy who can bait out someone that when he's not ready to take this on yet. And CSO does not spot the monk. The sneaky Lucifron monk will make it out alive. Now, with these horsemen, he's going to be able to find some damage. Let me put that on our picture-in-picture so we can track what these bad boys are going to be doing and get back here to the front of the base. Because, honestly, these units here, they could be doing a lot of damage as well.
Exactly, and with these Zuganu down the field for Lucifron, the defense is going to be made much easier. As we see here, the picture-in-picture, Lucifron raiding with the horsemen at the same time, getting a little bit of reinforcement pickoffs here from CSL, taking out some of the Honor Bugeishas, which of course are very scary on mass against horsemen. However, in isolation, they can be easy pickings for them. As Lucifron runs around the map with the mass. Palace Guard is going to be the next unit of choice here for Lucifron, which will serve as a great bulky frontline up against those Honor Bugeisha. And I feel like as long as Lucifron continues producing Palace Guards or Knights, armored units, of course, do very, very well up against the Honor Bugeisha because they attack very quickly and from a good range for a melee unit, but their damage is not that high in turn, mainly relying on their attack speed to output damage. And of course, while also producing a Zuganu, the defense should be pretty straightforward here, and it will become a question of how exactly do these players follow up going into this mid-game.
Now, we can see that CSO wanted to get some work done into this mid-game as well, and he did. He has his Honor Bugeisha here just to ensure that he gets the food up too, but I want to point out to you guys, these boys are getting a little low on meat, and there is no sign of Lucifron wanting to slow down with that production for Horseman in queue. There's a lot of wood, so he's ready to start the farm transition, but it will slow down this mass that he's worked on. You can now see he is going to lose a lot of villagers here because there is no reaction. There's too many alarms going off, and that is the beauty of playing against someone like CSO. You can see there are blue dots all around the map, and Lucifron needs to focus on every single side, so with every ping going off, there's no wonder that we have a slaughterhouse over here.
Yeah, that's a big raid there by CSO. Lucifron a bit too distracted at that point in time. Quite surprising for a player with his APM at this point in time, but it just goes to show when so many things are happening on the map, you can't, even at the highest level, keep up with everything. It's just not really humanly possible. So cracks will begin to show as showcased here by CSO, taking out now up to 7 villages on his side. And although Lucifron is still ahead, courtesy of that Song Dynasty and the Imperial officials, that gap is starting to close, and the more this goes on, the more CSO chips away. Eventually, the mass will be so severely in his favor that Lucifron won't be able to do too much to contest it, and this is particularly scary here for Lucifron. Here, they are very slow and effective up against the Honor Bugeisha, but in an open field like this, it can be very, very scary, as Lucifron finds himself maybe slightly extended here. There are still Honor Bugeisha towards the left side as well as they close in, kiting in towards the mass of Zugenu here. Spears as well, locking onto the Mounted Samurai to deny them. It does seem like Lucifron will be able to kite back just in time, but the surround from Bugeisha does come through, and they're right through onto the Zugenu. So many of them falling down to the swirling Naginata from the Honor Bugeisha, and now retreating desperately Lucifron as more and more Honor Bugeisha are swarming in towards his base, and you can see the military mass. Suddenly Lucifron finding himself in a lot of danger.
Yeah, this looks like a very tough spot for Lucifron to crawl out of, because just like we mentioned earlier, I was mentioning that earlier, but look at these beautiful samurai still raiding. He wants to get that farm transition going, but these types of raids from CSO, and that's what I said, you give this man a horse and he's gonna make the game a good one. These guys are just sliding in and out, and it just doesn't feel like Lucifron can keep up, because that is again a very mobile mass that you're trying to play against. And the Barbican of the Sun now protecting those initial berries. He's going to be struggling with them on the next one, because the Barbican is not going to be able to keep them all alive. And even though Lucifron is in a pretty good spot with regards to villager numbers, his mass is going to slow down completely now. We can now switch over back here to food per minute as well. We can see those numbers very, very different.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit scary at this point in time, especially with this farm transition that is now starting for Lucifron. And this is what you could call the weak point of China. Once that day is out, despite Lucifron getting so much, once it is finished and this farm transition has to start, although it's decently smooth for China, it's much easier for something like Japanese. And with the map control that CSO now finds himself having, access to those berries, he can just keep pumping and pumping. 57 on the Bugeisha, 16 mounted samurais and more in queue. Now samurai starting to come out to pad that front line even further here for CSO. Lucifron with his army mass taking that bad fight earlier, just baited so expertly by CSO to overextend. Really in trouble now as he's just locked tight in his base, not even really able to stand by that Barbican. A CSO raiding, finding another great raid earlier there with the Mounted Samurai up to 16 worker kills now. You wouldn't even think that Lucifron has Song, because he's only 3 or 4 ahead. Those could, you'd be perfectly justified in thinking that those are the Imperial officials, but no. CSO has just killed that many already, and this mass, Marek, is looking so scary from CSO.
There's absolutely nothing in Lucifron's army that is going to allow him to deal with these, because as we can see, 7 spearmen is no match for 20 mounted samurais and 60 Bugeishas, of course, but these things could even be negligible. With 20 mounted samurais, you are already going to struggle. We can see the Jugenus trying to fire, but barely doing any damage to these, because they do have their upgrades. +2 range defense is going to make sure that these guys barely take damage. We see them at the back. They do semi-get cleaned up, but this looks like a stomp. Lucifron is now completely under siege, completely overwhelmed. But honestly, at the end of this, it does feel like Lucifron will take this and say, okay, I got rid of Japan. I'm not going to see this on any water maps, right? So
yes, it's a heavy price to pay, I think, for sure here for Lucifron. He does get rid of what is CSO's potentially best save by now, as he has proven time and time again. But giving up China for it, it's a tough pill to swallow, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly the thing that I was thinking about, is you got rid of Japan, yes, but you just gave up China. So in a situation where you get rid of Japan, but you lose a different civilization that is not China, I don't think a lot of people would be too discouraged by that. But Lucifron is what I would say tilt-proof as far as pro players go. I have seen this man come back from the depths of despair. So guys, let's go into the lobby and see exactly what is next. So, Ayyubids versus Abbasid. Are we just getting sister civilizations in front of us today?
It looks to be the case here, as Ayyubids and Abbasid are the choices here on Kawasan today. Looking at the draft, it makes sense somewhat, right? I mean, for CSO especially, there's not really many other potent choices here for him. Something like OTD can do okay, I think, but they struggle a little bit with tempo, I would say. French and JD have seen a bit of a surgence on water maps especially, but when, when it comes down to testing the strength of naval economies in direct water fighting, as can be the case on Kawasan, they can often fall a little bit short. As for Lucifron, of course, he does have that Jushi option available, but there is some nuance to playing it on a map like Chaos. We have seen players like Anatad, Scatterbrain, and of course, Eliona attempt to do in the last series as well. It's not very easy to play, even if you do get that center meditation gardens. On top of that, we have that access to, of course, Mongol as well. Can be a very potent pick here, but not against something like Abbasid, which CSO has access to, as well as Delhi historically has been a pretty capable civilization here on Kawasan as well. But instead, he's going to opt for the Ayubid, and Ayubid against Abbasid. This is not a very common matchup anymore here on Kawasan, so I'm quite curious to see how it will go. It should be quite similar to how you'd expect something like Jushi and China to go. Just like Jushi is a sort of more aggressive, slightly tempo-orientated version of China, so is Ayubid to the old school Abbasid.
Yeah, and we're gonna see what the situation looks like on the map, because guys, we're gonna go on in. So, guys, let's see what the game holds, Myriad. Thrall.
We are in game number 2 here, in the Masters of Steel qualifier number 2. We're witnessing once again Lucifron in the color green playing the Ayubids on Kawasan, facing Team Elephants CSO. In the red Abbasid, sister civilizations, as you mentioned yourself, Whamen, meeting here in conflict on Kawasan. And I'm particularly interested to see the openings here for either place. Typically Ayubid, quite similarly to something like Jushi, it's not uncommon for them to skip a dock entirely in the initial dark phase, instead opting for something like an advancement wing, potentially for a fast age up, or as we have seen recently, hinted at and showcased by the Canadian brothers especially, potentially an industry wing as well for that boost in wood as well as building speed that the Ayubids can get thanks to the industry wing. However, Lucifron opening somewhat standard here. We do see a dock drop for him. Sometimes Abbasid can also go Dark Age docking entirely in favor for that military wing in order to, historically we have seen fast ram plays as well as harassment plays on the gold, followed by galley timings, or Dow timings in this case, in order to deny the opponent's fishing. But it's a bit of a different dynamic in this situation here. And it does seem like Abbasid is actually Lucifron's favorite pick on this map. It must be something that he's quite comfortable with. Probably from the earlier days. He might not have gotten as much time to practice recently to try out something new. But it might also be something that he just deems really, really strong. I have no doubt that he's been practicing with his good brother, of course, Vortex, in preparation for this. There's going to be two fishing ships so far for him here. Oh, actually, no, excuse me. It's actually Lucifron on the Ayubids and CSO on the Abbasid. Oh, what a silly mistake. Let's just pretend that never happened, eh? As Lucifron is, yeah. So Lucifron actually does opt the dock here, and it's CSO as the Abbasid opting for the military wing edge up. A bit of a reversal we'd expect from these civs.
Now, when I see a military wing coming on out from Abbasid, I think standard water aggression, because it just feels like that early pressure they get from their units just puts them so far ahead in terms of shutting you down. Now, with them getting that first dock, or all of their docks for cheaper, it does make it a lot more viable. And what I like here is Lucifron knows this. He knows that, hey, the military wing is very, very possible. And getting that second dock is going to mean the difference between losing your water and actually standing a chance at keeping this very much alive. Now, he does go for industry. And we have seen that Ayubids goes for economic in the early game instead of industry. What do you think is the difference between these two in the playstyle that follows?
Well, it's always great having access to 3 extra villages from an age up, thanks to the growthing, right? That's never a bad choice. However, the additional bonus that you get from the growth being that berry gather rate, although it can have use on this map later in that mid-game, especially when it comes to contending the center. Early on, the 3 villages take a while to pay off, especially with how timing and tempo orientated a map is like this in terms of fishing ship, as well as those initial early units from the military wing for CSO's Abbasids. There's really a lot more to be gained from the industry on this map specifically. You get a good chunk of wood coming in from the industry wing, which can really help offset any of that timing deficit that you may find yourself at against an early age up, as we see CSO going for here on the Abbasids. Whereas on top of it now, after the recent change, you get an additional building speed as well on your buildings as Iobids, which, you know, is something that's normally reserved to China and Jushi, but now Lucifron as the Iobids also has access to. So if you go for any counter docking or a bit of quick docking as necessary to defend on a pond, that becomes much, much easier.
And with this military wing, he actually does not go for any ram plays. He goes straight for the economy. And this is something, again, we don't often see that much because, you know, you're used to getting all of these attacks on your water, but not used to that land aggression. And it shows because Lucifron has not noticed yet. CSO has kept him busy on water, and it means that he does not even realize that there is a raid happening on the map. He does realize now, and 2 villages will go down. Nonetheless, a massive, massive loss for him, but he does retain the water for now.
Yes, once again, Lucifron finding himself at a slight bit of an attention deficit here in this game, being forced to fight on water and so focused on that micromanagement that he does not notice dropping 2 villagers to what is essentially just 1 archer initially there on his gold. A big and painful loss so early on here for Lucifron, one that is definitely bound to sting a little bit. We'll have to see how it affects him going forward here. It does seem like the initial trade, I believe, did favor him on water there in the south pond at least, but this northern pond is also up for contention now. Yeah, so it does seem like Lucifron essentially this pond on lockdown with his initial trades, which is very good for him. But he does manage to get a dock up on that northern pond as well. Now has his Dao out, and CSO is forced to respond. He does have a fishing ship here, quite greedy of him so early, thinking he'd have a free pond here, but is late to spot that dock from Lucifron with his military unit. So a big win there for Lucifron, and he's actually in a completely even spot here to contest this northern pond whilst having full access to the southern one.
Now we can see that Lucifron is aware of how important this water is, so just getting another dock up here will be massive for him, and the demo ship makes a beautiful connection. 26 HP left on this bad boy, but he should be able to make it home safely to the dock to ensure that he gets healed back up. The villager now trying to build as quickly as possible, and Lucifron already losing 3 villagers, does not want to lose another one, but the dock does go up, so the villager also staying alive.
Yes, Lucifron does manage to get that dock up, which is a big win here on this pond, and he did get that demo connection on the Springle ship, which is nice. However, he was not able to just shoot it enough times with the Dao in order to finish it off, so finding himself slightly behind here on this northern pond. Of course, it's not too bad for him. He does still have tempo thanks to the food on that southern pond, where he is now starting to add more fishing ships, I'm sure. However, actually, most of the wood is instead spent on the northern pond, so Lucifron is determined to get 2 ponds at this point in time. We see only 1 fishing ship in queue, now a second one being added as well. But Dao and Springle ship in production here for Lucifron, and if Lucifron is able to prevent that second dock from going up there for CSO, he should be in a decent spot in that northern pond, as long as he doesn't take too much damage from this tri-ship combination here from CSO. Dao, Springle ship, and Demolition ship is up for CSO. So, and our secondary Springle ship up for him as well. So Lucifron has to be very careful here to not get denied if he wants to keep contesting this. The Demolition ship is coming in. The Dao is trying desperately to, but it not quite hit, and it does fall. Springle ship, Demolition ship now has free reign to go directly towards the Springle ship, which does go down. And Lucifron again loses both ships on this northern pond. He does have the Demolition ship ready. Will it be enough to make a connection? I don't believe so, as the Springle ships can turn around. He detonates it early actually, but still way out of range. Enough to clip the Springle ship and take it down.
Now, it does look like Lucifron takes this as a, okay, I'll give you the water, it's fine, let me just ensure I get my economy going on this side. The thing is now, he is up against a ram. And yes, this ram, it's annoying, but luckily it's slow on the other side of the map, so he's going to need a while to get here too. Lucifer making sure that he keeps the water by adding 2 more docks, so even if the ram does cause some problems, he's not going to cause enough to take down everything. But we have to ask ourselves, what is next? And with Lucifer having 18 on wood, I'm asking myself, is this also to considering food? Is this considering production buildings? And it looks to be getting an outpost here is definitely going to help him get to that castle age that I think is going to be crucial to actually establish themselves. Because now we've gotten to a point in the game where we're not really sure what's next. And Desert Raiders apparently is the answer. But he could pump out quite a lot with what he's got here on the water. And the food... under the TC, not in the greatest spot, but he hasn't even touched his berries. So having a few leftover sheep does definitely help in that regard.
Lucifron decided to forgo any kind of further investment on that northern pond after those initial unfortunate trades. So he's going to be somewhat content here, just getting the fishing ships he needs on that first pond. As you mentioned, adding further docks, not only to offset any kind of ram further follow-up here from CSO, as I think the ram is now moving that southern pond. On top of it, the gathering on the fishing ships from the deep sea fish will be a bit more efficient as well, with less distance to sail across for them. And with this tower and so many villages on gold here for Lucifron, it's going to be a castle age follow-up after those initial Desert Raider investments here for Lucifron. And I'm wondering, especially what we're going to see in the castle age here from Lucifron, because I do remember a game between him and Anatan in this very exact same matchup here, in qualifier number 1, where Lucifron did get knocked out by Anatan, where he was as the Abbasids against Anatan's Ayyubids and really fell prey to the mass cavalry Desert Raider Camel Lancer composition from Ayyubids. So I wonder if he's looking to sort of take a page from Anatan's book in that regard, which does seem to be the case with this early Desert Raider investment here and now macroing towards that castle age. But CSO does actually beat him to the punch regarding that, with these Desert Raiders being quite expensive, but slowing Lucifron down somewhat here, as the Culture Wing is on the way for CSO.
Now the Culture Wing, luckily for Lucifron, takes always more than a minute and a half to get here, and him getting advancement as well, he's going to be able to match that pretty quickly. And this is quite critical, because if your opponent is going to be in castle and already making those units that you're going to struggle handling, it definitely puts them on equal footing. And we see the idea of Camel Lancers coming in, but we know that Abbasid doesn't mind playing against Camel Lancers with what they've got in store. I was about to go in on that, but then I see he's added another archery range. He's like, no, I actually have a different idea. We are not going to be going any other direction. Oh, never mind. The stable added to. He's getting a diverse set of units coming on in. Now, Culture Wing is going to hit a little bit earlier, and we'll see what he does with this, but it opens up so many opportunities here, right? He's got no blacksmith upgrades yet, but getting into that advancement way, or getting into preservation of knowledge, is definitely going to help him stay ahead with even less resources.
It definitely will help, especially in combination with the earlier castle timing here for CSO. And as you correctly mentioned, Marika, typically, I mean, Ayyubid is really known for their Camel Cavalry play. The Desert Raider in combination with Camel Lancers can work wonders for them in a lot of matchup, and it's a very difficult composition to deal with for a lot of civilizations. However, Abbasid is really well equipped to deal with them, as their camels are in fact superior in almost every way. The Camel Riders deal really well with the Camel Lancers, and of course the Camel Archers are going to do great work up against the Desert Raiders as well as a counter unit. So if it comes to camel on camel action, Lucifron might find himself in a pretty difficult spot here, especially having what essentially being forced somewhat, I think, to go for the advancement wing here, seeing that CSO is aging already. And although it does get you that earlier age up, the trouble is, of course, that if you do get the earlier age up, but at what cost? And the cost really is the fact that you get no other bonus whatsoever from age up.
Investing a little bit of less resources definitely feels nice, and getting there as quickly as your opponent, but it does start to stack up when you think about all the other bonuses that you forwent, I guess? forego in that scenario. Now, with the amount of horsemen here, it doesn't feel like Lucifron is going to be aware of this camel rider switch that is coming in, but it's to be expected, right? So the Lancers will get their charge off. They will how can we say this one? Well, they'll give them some unease, ensuring that these boys hit a lot softer than the others. But they've got reinforcements on the way, and the Camel Rider is here to support his friends and fight back against them too. We see the Veteran Horseman upgrade coming in now as well. So, with the amount of Camel Lancers, you still have to be careful, but it's going to start getting a lot less scary for him. Now the question is just, who gets to take all the relics? Because Lucifron is already one ahead.
Lucifron should have some advantage here in terms of relics. The Dervish is of course way faster than a regular monk, also able to heal themselves passively at a slow rate while on the move without even needing to stop. CSO did have that first age up, of course, so it's not too bad for him regarding that, but it does seem to be quite the mixed composition coming in from CSO, just like you mentioned, Mareka. Camel Riders, definitely a prudent choice here from him, will do great up against both the Desert Raiders and the Camel Lancers, and also Archers as well as Crossbowmen being added for him. And now we see Lucifron moves in onto the wood line to deal damage. However, there is a wraparound coming in from pinches. Yeah, the Camel Lancers are pinched here by CSO from the back. Most of them do end up falling, and the Horsemen very well move onto the Desert Raiders, dealing bonus damage to them as they do count for range units with great damage. And that was such an unfortunate trade there for Lucifron.
Now Lucifron sacrificed a lot of resources here to take that fight, and honestly it did look like it was going to go pretty well for him, but it turned around quickly as the Camel Rider numbers just got more and more impressive. Now we do see another relic being picked up from Lucifron, and there's a few more that should be up for grabs for him if he does make his way through here. But I feel like CSO definitely solidified himself a nice area with those walls. Very aggressive walls, as far as I've seen CSO wall, ensuring that he does get a little bit more of the map. And you can see it's like a natural split between these two now. And Lucifron trying to do what CSO did to him. Raid in more than one place and try to split up that army. Now, I don't know with the numbers if this is going to be as successful, and CSO smells it as well.
Yeah, raiding is definitely what Lucifron needs here in this case, is the Iobids, although very capable of civilization and a lot, they do simply just get somewhat outscaled by the Abbasid in a regular macro game. Abbasid just has so many more economic bonuses going for them. They also just have, frankly, just a superior head-on army as well when the numbers get higher and higher. But the Iobids do have that additional mobility. Their camel units are more affordable than the Abbasids and are more adept at raiding as well, especially thanks to the Camel Lancers' long distance charge as well as his increased vision to other compared to other units in the game. So Lucifron is definitely playing correctly to his civilization strengths here, but the question is whether he can get enough damage to offset the scaling that CSO is putting up now, as we see behind this CSO feeling comfortable enough to even add a second town center as well to start further boosting his economy even further. And the more this goes, the better it will go for him. A lot of gold in the bank for him as well, so he's going to start just churning out upgrades left, right and center, greater preservation of knowledge as well. And Lucifron, it is going to be a switch into archers, as he's going to commit now a Camel Lancer archer composition. Archers don't do too badly up against Camel Riders, but they're not exactly the best unit against them. That would be Spears, of course, but Spears, you know, against the Abbasid, when they have access to composite bows, it would be a tough choice. So Lucifron's going to play very classic Iobids here, and we'll see how well it works out for him. If he can get the raids going and really dish out some damage here on CSO, it could prove to be a very effective choice, but the numbers from CSO are also building steadily, and his composition is also looking very capable.
Now this is a pretty scary army, doesn't matter which side you look at it, but I feel like the crossbow composition here is going to be crucial for CSO. As long as he can just micro those a tiny bit, he should be able to take this pretty easily, but he needs to be careful not to let these guys get caught out alone. The archers doing a little bit of damage to these riders, takes one down. they are still going to need to be very careful. We have a Lancer in the mix as well here, and between all of this, it just feels like CSO's army is going to be able to trade a little bit better because of the natural counters that they've set aside. But Lucifron is trying to raid at the same time, get a little bit of damage on his enemy, just like CSO did to him earlier. But the Archer's trying to get a few cheap shots, but they have to be careful because if the Lancer connects like that, it is going to be critical.
The good news here for Lucifron is that he does have an upgrade disadvantage, which will only be further exacerbated by Undermesh level 2 coming in for him shortly in just under 10 seconds at this point in time, as well as a keep drop attempt on the center of the map. If he can secure himself all these berries in the center, he's definitely going to be in a pretty good position as CSO forgoes some map control for that additional scaling from the town center. Now, just like you mentioned, CSO's composition should theoretically be superior here. As we mentioned, the Camel Riders do win out 1 against 1 up against those Camel Lancers from Lucifron. The Archer backline from Lucifron will do pretty decently up against the Camel Riders. However, crossbows will further aid the Camel Riders melting that front line from Lucifron faster. But Lucifron has different plans. As siege is on the way and with the keep, you can use that as a safe backdrop to retreat and just siege from a relatively safe distance, poking in and out with these fights. And Lucifron understands, actually. He knows this timing. He has both of his ranged upgrades. His army is kind of now as strong as it would be in comparison, at least for a little while. And he's going to look to go for a timing. Try to see if CSO was going onto those berries there just to the south of the pond, but he gets pushed away now by Lucifron. And with the Manjanique on the field, he could look to put even more pressure as a second one is now being built in the field by him as well.
CSO getting that second TC to the front definitely helped get him at least on level with Lucifron. We see that Lucifron and CSO being dead set in villages right now. This is not a TC that is paying off as much as you'd want it to, because now with Manjaniques, it gets sieged down pretty quickly, and Lucifron has the same idea with these camels, trying to get the arrows to, or everyone to fire at them, but turning into mangonels, ensuring that they get a pretty good shot off. We'll see they get another amazing shot off on the crossbowmen, and that is disgusting if you think about the damage here. We see the army value falling now for CSO, but this is not over. This is definitely still very, very winnable for CSO. You see that micro coming through, but the problem is Lucifron's mangonels are untouched, and he's target firing everything that can actually shut him down.
The Mangonels are definitely doing great work here, working on CSO's crossbow backline, doing a lot of damage. However, the numbers are dwindling pretty quickly here for Lucifron. As we mentioned, his frontline is failing so quickly, courtesy of those crossbows, as well as the Camel Riders, and even the Lancers are stronger in a direct melee fight than the Camel Lancers, as long as there's no charging. So the Camel Lancers, although a great raiding unit, they definitely suffer in direct engagements like this compared to regular knights, and it does seem to be a bit of a stalemate at the end of the day here, at the end of this fight here for them, which, I mean, isn't too bad for Lucifron, because he does have that keep that he can fall back on, so it's not like he's gonna get pushed up back against his base anytime soon here, at least until CSO starts getting some trebuchets out on the field. But the bank for CSO is quite impressive by this point in time. So much gold and wood in the bank for him. He's able to remass quite quickly, as well as maybe potentially play for his own siege with so many resources in the bank if he chooses. And we see armored hulls coming in for him as well, so he's going to actually contend this side with the fishing, with the military. Could, as at least that northern berry patch is in range of the ship, so that's kind of off limits there for Lucifron somewhat. And Lucifron, yeah, I think this is the right choice. He's going to look to try to take down this fishing entirely, which is definitely what you want to do once you get mid-map here on Kawasan, because if your opponent can't stop you, why not deny most of his food economy?
The thing is, he's preparing for this. CSO is getting a keep in his base. He's starting to get the farms. We see a trebuchet too. Starting to think about that slow siege that we see from people. But now investing those little bit of resources into something like a trebuchet is going to force Lucifron to make something a little bit more effective in terms of dealing with an army. We do see behind this economy wing being chosen. So now CSO is going to be joining the ranks of Imperial. And this is going to be hard for CSO to hold, at least for a little while. if Lucifron decides to keep spending all of his resources. And honestly, with the numbers that we're seeing here, it does look to be the case. He is just spending every bit he's got.
Exactly. The economic wing on the way for CSO is going to be quite significant for him here. I must say, it is a little bit greedy for him here, especially with another push coming in from Lucifron at this point in time. 2 additional management field. We could potentially see the incendiary borders being brought out for him as well to aid in the siege. There is a keep up for CSO, which is definitely going to aid the defense. 2 trebuchets as well, so he was looking to try to siege down that keep, which definitely an ambitious choice considering he also wanted to age up at the same time. It's a bit of a interesting commitment trying to go for both here, but instead he backs up a bit and just plays for that age up. And when these upgrades do come through for him, it would be really, really nice. But the army deficit is building quite considerably, so even though he might get the elite upgrades, he's lacking the gold for both of them at this point in time. The army is definitely in favor of Lucifron, so it might be to an extent that even though CSO does get his elite upgrades, he might not have the numbers for it to matter.
The problem is him getting elite upgrades is going to matter. The problem is he doesn't have the gold for it. He's going to get 1 elite upgrade, and the rest of it is going to take a little bit longer. He does have enough on gold over here, and if we switch over to the income per minute, we can see he's going to be able to queue this up pretty quickly, but there's still that timing now for Lucifron. And Lucifron actually decides to not over-make. He's going to go Imperial himself. Now this is happening all while the water is cooking. He's putting a little bit of pressure down. He's trying to get these camels to do some work as well. Manganiques walking around. They need to be careful because if these get picked off, or if a Mangonel gets a deadly shot off, this could turn the tides pretty quickly because these are very squishy units. He targets the farms because he knows those were not cheap, because this was way before the Eco Wing came in.
Yeah, definitely not cheap, especially here on the front line. They are next to the keep, so that, you know, initially that safe, but no long. Doesn't really take his foot off the pedal, even going so far as to dive the keep here quite aggressively, which I must say is a little bit excessively bold. I mean, sure, CSO does have that Imperial Age in, so he must feel a bit of pressure, but the Manganiques, they get completely abandoned, Moreka, as they fall instantaneously to the cavalry from CSO and the Lancer upgrade. Elite Lancers now on the field here for CSO, and the crossbow numbers aren't quite up to par here for Lucifron. We see 23 Lancers on the field and 9 more in queue. That is solely the only unit CSO is making at this point in time. He has become somewhat known for his cavalry. Take the title of Night King here from Lucifron in game number. As he pushes ever forward, the keep will slow him down somewhat, but with how tanky and capable these Lancers are, I'm not sure it's enough to stop him.
Yeah, these Lancers are running right past the keep, and yes, some of them will fall, but this is a mass archer ball, and it's not a ball that any elite unit is afraid of. We do see that a keep got denied there on the top gold, and some villagers did go down, a lot of villager kills overall. But this feels pretty scary because now, remember those trebuchets we looked at a little bit earlier? They are actually mattering. And it felt like Lucifron was going to go Imperial, and he just took a fight as he had that idea. And the problem is now that indecisiveness that he had for a moment, I think just threw the game completely. Now, we do see the ships getting shut down, but honestly, CSO probably doesn't mind.
It doesn't really mind because the reality is CSO at this point can just keep massing and churning troops in towards Lucifron's base, who now has his back against the wall. And like you said, he was looking for that Imperial timing behind this to match CSO's, but the fight went way, way worse than he had anticipated. Even the keep is now under threat. Triple trebuchet working down. The villagers desperately looking to repair, but it's too little, too late for Lucifron in game number 2. The keep will undoubtedly fall in under a minute at this rate, and the last keep coming. Even Horseman Switch now coming through for CSO upon seeing the reinvestment into crossbows here for Lucifron. And once the elite tech for the Horseman array, which I'm not sure is in just yet, we'll have to check. Biology now on the way for him as well. That should kind of be the nail in the coffin, and is really struggling.
Lucifron definitely knows that he may have overcommitted a little bit at the front and pulls back, trying to get the units together, and not like the rest of us gold people who just rally our army into our opponent's base. He did try and make a little bit of a play here for the water too, and he does shut it down, but Lucifron realizes this is not going to be the game that he takes down CSO. Calls it.
Calls it indeed, as game number 2 does go in the favor for CSO. Yet again in this series, 2-0 up leading. CSO is up against Lucifron, who many players might have pinned as the favored one in this matchup, despite his hiatus. But CSO, once again, looking to take out another veteran in his pro career at this stage. He took out Lucifron 3-2 stage of the Elite Classic 3 last time, and is now going to look to take him out in Qualifier 2 of Masters of Steel. As Lucifron, 2 games down, none to his name, he needs to make quite a grand comeback in this series if he is to proceed.
Oh, for sure. And this is not going to be an easy one at that either. Now, guys, before we continue, I'm aware that we had a little... Oh, wait, I realize every single time I use the stinger, I realize there's a little delay. So we're going to quickly reconnect on Discord because I can hear that Discord server has decided to cut out voices, to cut out streams properly. So Myriad, I need us to drop out of Discord. Everyone who is in this Discord channel, I need you to quit right now, and then we'll hop right back in a moment. So we just can reset the server. So see you in a second, Myriad. Okay. And now should work. To see if the beautiful Myriad voice is coming in strong. And let me just quickly share my screen with him, and I hear all the noises. That means our boys are back, guys, and they should be hearing it all. Let's test. Twitch chat, if you guys are hearing anything that you shouldn't be hearing, aka a lag or anything like that, please let me know so we can fix it. Now, we do have our next map already, though. We have Byzantines versus JD. Where do we land, Mr. Myriad?
Interesting matchup on an interesting map, right? I see Byzantines being quite favored on this map somewhat, which I must say confuses me a little bit, because the map is so open and so difficult to defend, which is tough for a civilization like the Byzantines. There can be a chance that you have some back safe berries behind your base, but really with the small woodlines against a civilization, against an overly aggressive civilization like JD, can often be even more so than French in a lot of cases. That can still be so scary here for Lucifron. On top of it, there's so many deer as well on the map, which are Byzantines can't really hope to ever fully contest up against those royal French knights that are going to be coming out from JD. So most of the day is likely going to go right under CSO's safe defendable TC in this game. And I mean, if Byzantines is able to tide over, into a good effective olive grove transition and getting up those either javelin or longbow numbers, the limitane as well as crossbows, they can find themselves in a pretty good spot, but surviving is going to be difficult on this kind of a map.
Now, that was something I was a little concerned with as well, because I feel like on a civilization like JD or French, you definitely have the tools to shut down Byzantines trying to be greedy, right? So this map does allow for that, and we've seen what CSO can do on knights. And I feel that Lucifron is going to need to play very safe, and at the same time, CSO loves a person who plays safe, because that just means he gets to dictate the pace of the game. But guys, we are about to head in. We are 5 seconds out, so let's hop on in. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going live with Game 3, and...
here we go. Jumping into game number 3 in Masters of Steel Qualifier number 2. Lucifron once again in the color green, playing as the Byzantines here on Bold Lands. Up against Team Elephant's CSO in the color red, playing Jeanne d'Arc. As mentioned, we are on Bold Lands here. Quite an open map with a lot of deer up for grabs, which certainly favors a civilization that does tend to go for those pro scouts like Jeanne d'Arc tends to do. Byzantines, the other side of the coin to some extent, very defensive, very macro-orientated civilization, can be very strong in defensive circumstances. They have many defensive bonuses enabling that, as well as a powerhouse economy once those systems do come online. However, defending on a map like this is going to prove very, very difficult here for Lucifron. So if he can tide over the initial aggression, as well as potentially a Bloodlines timing from CSO, he could be in a pretty good position after that, but I think it will be very difficult to do so. So he definitely is not going to be easy to make the comeback necessary in this series, for sure.
Now, both of these players definitely not someone or people who would be discouraged by early gameplay though, but CSO has opted for some spearmen, and JD with a spearman opening is a fun twist I did not imagine unless we're seeing a tower rush from JD as well. And honestly, I don't subscribe to that kind of gameplay. That sounds on par with English villager rush on how dirty it is, but it definitely works on a map, especially when your goals are so far forward. So Myriad, how can Lucifron respond to this? Is this just something where you poo your villagers, you get them on the gold, get as much gold as you need for your upgrades, and then push it back after? Or what would you say?
This is something that's becoming a bit of a trend up against Byzantines, I have to say, and I think rightfully so from Moses, because Byzantines has developed a bit of a reputation as a rolling ball of a civ that's kind of going somewhat going up a cliff, and then once it reaches the peak, it just rolls down at a tremendous pace. The economy is very, very slow to get going, but once it gets going, it's incredibly potent. So if you're able to put a stopper to that wind-up in the Dark Age, perhaps with some spear aggression, as we see here from CSO, as well as even maybe a tower on the berries that has become very, very popular as well, it can really, really be a thorn in the Byzantine side, because although you might still be able to go onto separate berries, the gather rate is so much slower, not only because of the distance you have to go to get there, but of course the olive oil will come in much, much slower than it would from the boosted berries under the Grand Winery. So getting those mercs out for the defense will be even harder. So Lucifron does seem to have managed to get enough gold per his spear upgrade, I believe. Yeah, just enough for the spear upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. However, in terms of whether he can get any more, it's going to be quite difficult here, because the truth is that, without undermesh and without additional units besides those limitane, as well as maybe textiles, which he will not have access to, torching down this tower is going to be pretty difficult. So it'll be there to stay for a little while, and that will always be a thorn as long as it's up in Lucifron's economy.
And you can see he's pulled the villagers back onto gold. This is purely because he actually needs 35 to get that spearman upgrade. And like you said, getting textiles in this matchup is probably one of the most important things. And honestly, Myriad, I'm so glad we got to see a tower rush, because otherwise I would just have sounded like I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I'm glad we get some standardized tower rushing from CSO himself. Now, we'll see if JD has something to say about this once those first knights get chosen, but he's still a far way off. And now the gold was available for just a bit longer. He instantly goes for textiles, though. Not getting that spearman upgrade.
Yeah, it's quite interesting there from Lucifron. He forgoes the spear upgrade entirely and instead opts for that textiles instead. So he's going to look to make a quick torch on the star, which could be a very prudent choice, because once Feudal Age is in for CSO, if there has been some stone gathering for CSO, then he can upgrade that tower, make it even harder for Lucifron to take down. However, Akrito is caught, which is a double-edged sword in this case, because it will make the villages much, much tankier here for Lucifron, but it does mean that the damage dealt to the tower is going to be far, far lower. And you can see Lucifron, I think, struggling here a little bit. One villager is, just barely survives there. So beautiful timing there by Lucifron to pull it. And actually, he's going to completely save all of his villagers and take down the tower prematurely here. So beautifully played and timed by Lucifron.
Lucifron also investing in that mercenary house as the first building, just telling us he is going for the berries, and it doesn't matter what you have to say about it. He wants food, and he wants it now. So this is an interesting choice here, because getting your mercenary house in the scenario just means you need to have oil to produce anything. And he doesn't have oil, he doesn't have wood to get another one, so that is why we're seeing him pull them all the way over here. So now he's got a lot in the berries, he's going to try and get as much as possible, but JD is ready. She's edged up as well, and we'll see what he decides to go with. Archer JD, as Byzantines, this gives me nightmares.
Archer JD can be very annoying to deal with. It only takes JD 2 regular arrow shots from her bow, as well as a divine arrow to snipe out a villager, which, you gotta be really, really quick on your feet ahead of time to notice that, which can be quite difficult. But it is a trade-off here for CSO, right? Without melee JD, dealing with the Limitane especially is going to be much more difficult. Without access to the Beyblade maneuver, of course, that JD has access to, which, can do great work up against those Limitanes. They are more impervious to arrow fire thanks to the shield wall than regular spearmen once it does get activated. So it will make micro somewhat a bit easier for CSO, as, JD will be an archer and you can just control her together with the archers as opposed to if she was melee. Alongside the knights, which, she would slow down the knights if they're in the same control group, for example, so makes the burden of micro slightly harder. But, he would trade off the strength in that fight as a result. As we see, Night Charge comes in on the berries. JD doing a bit of work already here. CSO playing extremely aggressive in this game number 3 here, looking to put as much pressure on Lucifron as possible. Not even opting for the boars in order to get additional experience. And this could be a good choice here, because if he does go very aggressive on Lucifron, it might be enough to get him to slip up a little bit and make some mistakes, which, as we know, at this level, every little advantage counts. So as the mistakes start piling up, Lucifron taking more and more damage, CSO will only get further and further ahead, so Lucifron has to really be on the ball when it comes to this defense. And going for the Javelins will definitely aid him in that regard, as the Javelins, of course, will do great up against the Archer play from CSO, and on top of it, the Javelins, of course, will also do great damage up against the ranged JD as well.
Now, that textile's actually paid off significantly, because we can see these knights, they actually need to focus a little bit harder to get the villagers to go down. JD was not able to snipe out anyone, but you see, he noticed, I need a little bit of gold for that Limitane upgrade. So for now, these guys are still in Dark Age, while the rest of the game is in Feudal. But we'll see if CSO is actually going to be able to find some damage before that upgrade comes on in. It looks like he is pulling back for now. JD going to be heading another way. And the knights trying to find a little spot to raid in. Now, keeping in mind, there's only 2 knights on the board right now. And a lot of scouts, so we know exactly what is happening behind all of this. A lot of food, which I mean, he's probably very happy about. But villagers again under siege and none going down. 0 villager kills so far.
Yes, Lucifron's micro on this defensive has been stellar so far, doing such a great job of preventing this knight from dealing any damage. So far, obviously it's impressive, but it's not too difficult as of yet in terms of the grand scale of the game, because there has only been that one knight harassing yet. The worst is still yet to come here for Lucifron, because as that deer starts rolling in for CSO and the knight numbers will climb up further and further, it'll become much harder to defend his wood line, the stone, the gold, the berries. There's so many angles of attack here for CSO, so it's going to get very tricky here for Lucifron shortly, as well as the small wood lines making it even harder. And Lucifron, recognizing that, quite prudently drops a tower in order to make it much easier to defend those berries. Not only will it provide vision, but also garrison slot in a pinch for those villagers. And Lucifron, he might have to start looking at potentially walls early on as well for this defense, but they are so expensive on this map, Mareka, because, I mean, you have such small wood lines that, putting up walls costs so much and only slows you down further. But however, once Lucifron does get in that second batch of javelins, that will really help him out, because then he can start one-shotting those archers.
Now, these guys are going to be quite spicy against archers, but the problem is they are so difficult to replace. And what I'm seeing from this whole build of Lucifron, is he's making as many limited A as he can, but at the same time he's thinking about castle. I would say this is a responsible castle because he's making units as much as he can afford. But at the same time, like you mentioned, the woodlines. These bad boys are going to have to move forward. And when you have arranged a JD, she loves a good forward placement of a woodline. Now, the spearmen are in position to spot out these villages, and they are very low. These guys were part of the big fight early on. And then, just as he's raiding at the front, he's raiding at the back as well. And that is exactly what CSO likes to do. He's going to split your army in half, and he's going to force you to respond.
That's what's so difficult about Byzantines in this position, right? And CSO has shown himself to be an exemplary knight control player in his many series so far in Pro Age of Empires 4. So splitting Luciferon's attention, just like you mentioned, Mareka, on different sides, CSO is striking from different angles to distract Luciferon's army. And the difficulty comes as the numbers get bigger and bigger here for CSO. If your army is split as Luciferon, you might find yourself responding inadequately to one side of the map where, you know, one of your defensive armies might end up getting cleaned up as a result, where overall your mass then suffers heavily. And this can be a real danger and sticking point here for Luciferon. Second mercenary batch of javelins is on the way now, so that will be a big help for him here. But the count of knights is also building steadily here for CSO. Archers as well behind this. CSO also getting his economic upgrades in behind this as well. Meanwhile, Luciferon only focusing on his military upgrades for now, knowing that his economy is going to be helped somewhat by the assistance here in terms of strength. So it's not like he's going to be missing out too much without his eco upgrades. And not missing out on the blacksmith upgrades is very important for him as well when it comes to those fights. But the longer this goes, it gets quite a bit more difficult for him up until that mid-game.
The problem is he's also pushed off of this gold just by the sheer pressure of that looming army around him. We see the knights also looking for a little gap. The spearmen have confirmed that this is a pretty safe area for us to stand in, but the berries have been tapped out close to the base, and now the further berry bushes are going to be the target, but also the target of the knights. So again, a very difficult position for Byzantines to be in because you haven't been able to do that farm transition. He doesn't have a singular farm, which means this is just going to be so hard for him to keep pumping out these javelin throwers. He's got 2 sets of them, but are 2 sets going to be enough to hold this army off, especially when you start to go into these big numbers of archers? Oh, but
yes.
Look at this. Myriad, do you see what I'm seeing?
This is the danger, right? This is the problem with just having free access to what is essentially all the deer on the map, even more than Luciferon had access to in that first game. There's just so many deer here on Boldlands. I think the only map with more deer in the entirety of AoE 4 is Carmel, if I'm not mistaken. So all this superior food, whereas Luciferon is forced to gather those slow raid berries in order to have access to his javelins, means that behind this, CSO can just sneak an age up like this. And with that upgrade timing, whilst still having matching army numbers, is going to make this hold incredibly difficult for Luciferon.
Yeah, this army running towards you would scare anyone, but he doesn't know yet that this is about to be a Royal Institute knight army, and when you have 12 knights, that's a pretty solid amount to get upgraded. He's already banked the gold as well. We see that Royal Institute finishing up now, and that's gonna mean the raid is coming in. Royal Bloodlines instantly being clicked up, the knights also getting upgraded, but this is where Luciferon most likely wants to take a fight before any of these upgrades get to rear their head. Because right now, he's running out of berries, and this is the last bit of food that he has. Aside from these farms, he's just recently added. There's no gold that he has access to right now, but he says, I'ma grab it while I can.
Yes, Luciferon finding himself in a bit of a panic here, not only needing to make more units to survive this castle age timing here from CSO, but also wanting and needing really to get his own age up going behind this, but it's so far away, Whamen. I mean, not only does he have to build the Golden Horn Tower, but then even with Dialecticus to speed up his upgrades, is going to be hard pressed to get them in time. Numbers are looking pretty decent for him. 12 javelins, another batch on the way, and 42 Limitane is a pretty thick front line for CSO to get through, even with 26 veteran archers. But I mean, Yeah, Lucifron, as you mentioned, he needs to move out to try to get some semblance of a decent fight going here. But I fear the worst, that it might just be too late.
And with all these villagers constantly migrating to different spots, he's getting a lot of idle time on that eco, so it's just not as simple as, oh, let me move my villagers around and try to get different resources. The problem is as well, he's going to get enough gold for the age up. But what after that? We can see the army is closing in, and we are barely at 600 gold right now. He's gotten the villagers over here on the berries, but they're about to be greeted by some very nasty Limousinais. And there's going to be a fight.
Yeah, fight does come in here as the archers start teeing off towards those Limousinais. Javelin's doing good damage already, even just in the feudal age here. Lucifron is forcing a fight here while still aging up, so there's always this danger that you find yourself in this situation playing Age of Empires 4 at this level, where you have to keep making feudal units to survive in this situation, but at the same time, eventually you have to age up, or the tech disadvantage will get too severe. As we see Seattle splitting off some knights to start raiding towards that south side, as he does spot the villagers on the berries gathering there for Lucifron. Meanwhile, at the front, he's still taking careful fights here, not overcommitting too much with the knights. The archer count is kept somewhat in check by CSO here, but the Limousinais are falling rapidly. You can see the destroy value, and yeah, Lucifron knows GG is scored. CSO takes the series, eliminating Lucifron in Qualifier 2, 3-0.
And this is massive, not just because he took down Lucifron, but he took down Lucifron before he could reach that double elimination stage. Honestly, clean performance here by CSO, truly showing us why Louis and him are practice partners. The Elephant Boys just reigning supreme so far. So, guys, we are done with this short series. They made it very quick, I must say. These two did not leave us waiting too long. So, for now, we're gonna be right back. I'm gonna go fix the static on my microphone. I think I put it into a USB slot that is not too friendly. But Myriad, thank you so much for carrying our fights as well. We'll be back here in a few moments just to get the next game sorted as well. And then we'll take a look at the bracket. So, see you guys in a quick moment. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see me looking in many directions because Whamen is on the production board as well. So if you do see me looking into the abyss, I did not lose focus. I just looking at screens. So we have our next match in front of us. And honestly, when I was coordinating with KP on which games to cover, I was telling him that I would like to do the Wham Numedan match. Because I did not expect Scatterbrain to take down Numedan, because I've been watching Beastie play against Numedan off of stream, and Numedan is scary. But maybe the tournament jitters got him down a little bit, and Scatterbrain was just too good. So you actually mentioned to me that Scatterbrain has been good. Can you tell me a little bit about that? What is contributing to the rise of the Scatterbrain?
I think, Scatterbrained is undoubtedly has improved immensely over the last year, especially, I would say. I think early on especially, I'm not sure how much that is still the case, but Scatterbrain being from Belarus, of course, just like Anatand as well. I do know that Anatand, especially last year, took him under his wing somewhat, and I think has really, really helped him improve quite a bit. And you can see that being manifested here. I'm pretty sure that's still somewhat the case. They must still talk about the game a fair bit, as I see a lot of Anatand in Scatterbrained. Not only in terms of the way he plays as a playstyle, but also strategies as well. A lot of the same kind of builds as well I see are coming out for him. Stuff like Jushi on water. I've seen Scatterbrained attempt against me recently in KPMM, but also other things like I said, Lancaster strategy revolving around White Tower and those guard. So clearly there's a lot of overlap there, and Scatterbrain has improved a lot as a result of not only his own hard work, of course, but with the help of Anatand as well. And he has had some great results. I do think he struggles a little bit still with consistency, which I do think is quite normal at this level, at this sort of semi-pro level, just below that sort of top 8 in that top 16, top 20 threshold that I myself am in, and played like Scatterbrain, obviously several other names there as well. I think the main issue for a lot of us at this type of bracket is that consistency, having that unanimous understanding and comfort in these tournament settings to keep delivering the results that sort of we know we're capable of and that we can often do in places like the ladder and practice. But tournaments are very different, and well done to Scatterbrain for having won over in Numedan in what I know that was a very close set, 3-2. So that must have been a nail biter. I'll definitely look at it after today without a doubt. And he proved himself and is now has an even bigger hurdle to cross in the form of one of the Canadian powerhouses. Wham!
Well, honestly, if you watch that series, just get your steering wheel out because you're going to be steering. It was a wild one. We were watching it and experiencing it firsthand, and things just went a little crazy. But Scatterbrained, he looks scary on water, unsurprisingly. And I feel like this is exactly what you want to see from up-and-coming people, to see them force players to play water, where they're actually outshining a lot of these top people. So Scatterbrain, hoping to see him around a lot more. But guys, we actually have Rus JD waiting for us. So, Myriad, let's take it away and hop on in.
We have just witnessed Borderland in our earlier set with CSO showing a dominant performance up against Lucifron, but now we see it again with two different players in play this time round as we load into Borderlands, the Masters of Steel qualifier number 2. Wham! In the color Rus. In the color red. There you go. It's just checking if people are paying attention.
Yes, yes, of course.
That's all I'm doing. Naturally, let's see if people notice that. But it is Wham in the color red playing the Rus, spawning in the eastern side of the map, and his opponent, the up-and-comer Scatterbrain in the color yellow, piloting Jeanne d'Arc just like CSO did in their last series. And I have to say, Rus getting through, it's quite something. I have to take a quick look at the draft again because we just missed it there briefly. I assume maybe a KT took a ban priority potentially for Scatterbrain, understanding their strength on water. And I do gotta say, I do feel like Katie is probably more of a, what would people think, almost a free win on water than maybe even Roos is on land, but that's definitely up for debate. So difficult opening game here for Scatterbrain, but I gotta say, his JD is not to be underestimated.
And honestly, with the amount of sheep that Wham's got, he is in a very comfortable position. So we'll see if that JD prowess is going to be enough. Because if you are JD and you... Oh, I just realized. Oh, wait, yes, Scatterbrain. Wait. Why does it feel like... Oh, my goodness. No, never mind. My brain lost track of the scouts. Guys, rewind. First we have the color Roos, and now we have the scout switch. They do get to meet. We'll see how the boys pass by one another, showing a little bit of what they have, not being afraid to hide the beautiful loot that he is taking home. But Scatterbrain, a little bit of a disadvantage here, because JD is not a civ that goes for their second scout, or gets into any good position like that. And now, he's going to be a starved JD. Now, my question is, does JD still have that ability to actually deny pro scouts? Or do you think he's in real trouble purely based off of the sheep?
This is already a horrible start here for Scatterbrain. Like, you can't sugarcoat this. I mean, only 4 sheep so far up against this Roos, and this is just the kind of risk you run into. This is one of almost countless reasons why Roos is often one of the close to 100% ban rate civs alongside HRE there in these games. This early sheep tempo, it can be difficult enough if you get slightly unlucky with the standard 1-1 scout split for most civilizations, but with Roos they can go up to 2, often 3 scouts as well. It can get even tougher for them, and the worst thing that can happen up against Roos is if they spot your scout early on, because then they can just adapt their path with their second and third scouts in such a way as to just completely block you off from the rest of the map, and the result of which you can see here, the sheep split. I mean, I do want to see it, but I feel like, we might need a horror tag on the stream or something when we see the numbers.
Now, with horror tags or not, Scatterbrain is not feeling like it, actually. Myriad, he says, I'm just gonna do what Roos doesn't want me to do and make the deer inaccessible. And I feel like the move he's made here is actually quite surprising, but at the same time, it's probably the best move for him. Roos doesn't have that early aggression, any units that they can pump out. While JD, on the other hand, she is going to be bringing the fight to you. So I feel like this is probably the best move for him in terms of actually getting the food that he needs to get a few knights on the board, without him potentially having to invest in pro scouting.
Exactly, like this is definitely a prudent choice from Scatterbrain. We might potentially still see pro scouts from him. It's something we just have to gauge. Just because, like, sure, if he does get this deer pack here initially, which is the level of unit commitment from Roos up against JD and French is not usually very high, because JD and French are typically favored in that feudal age, just having the superior knights, thanks to, of course, the additional damage after charge that French royal knights have access to, as well as the later on chivalric healing unlocked by the upgrade. Of course, it makes it so that Roos typically wants to go castle as soon as possible up against them, where their strength really starts to come through with their superior economy in that mid game. But Scatterbrain, moving out onto this day is going to at least deny most likely that deer pack almost fully from Wham initially, at least. He might even look to drop a tower soon enough, potentially. But, despite my my doom-giving words earlier for Scatterbrain, definitely do not count him out just yet. I don't know if you recall, we have seen a very similar matchup, I believe in Qualifier 1 last week. It was indeed, which we cast. I think it was alongside SAS, if I'm not mistaken. We saw Papipo's French up against Anatan's Roos on Relic River, where Papipo actually lost his scout very early on in the game, giving over a large amount of sheep over to Wham. I think he had even less sheep than Scatterbrain had in this game, but still, he made it work. Now, it's worth noting that there were a lot less deer on that map than here. However, if that game goes to show, it is very much possible to do a lot of damage if you are aggressive with JD, or French for that matter, in this matchup.
And he gets a first villager kill already. The scout, he's not going to be enough to defend against the knight, but this is now a knight that cannot be used for quite some time. And I know a lot of pros are saying it's not worth losing a knight for that first villager. And yes, he didn't lose it. Where do you land on this, Myriad? Do you think it's worth it to sacrifice that first knight for a villager?
I think it depends somewhat on the state of the matchup. If it's a matchup where there's going to be a lot of fighting in the feudal age, then I definitely don't think it's worth it. Now, I still think it's not worth it, even if, you know, something like Rus here, where they're likely going to go castle age very quickly. You'd still rather get 2 villages for a night, and some players even then question whether that's actually worth it. But it's not as bad as if this was against something like Delhi, for instance, right? Where having that initial mass when it comes to containing the sacred sites can really make the difference between, you know, what is a triple cap and a no cap for Delhi. So, you know, saving the knight just in time, Scatterbrain, definitely happy with that little trade. The knight might be out of commission from any kind of dive play for a while, but you know, he definitely has enough health to still stop any kind of scout shenanigans on one of those deer packs. Now Scatterbrain recognizes that and smartly starts patrolling this center large deer pack here.
What I absolutely love is the fact that he went no pro scout into high traders. So him getting those 3 deer at the start and getting a lot of sheep, he's still pretty happy with the loot, and he thinks that this is going to be enough to start that shenanigans of what we've seen with horse archers. Now, double archery range coming through, and I'm honestly a little scared here for Scatterbrain, because I don't think Scatterbrain is emotionally prepped for handling an 8-minute castle age Rus.
Yes, this is always a threat possibility with Rus in this instance when they just have so much access to food, even without pro scouts. I mean, Wham, you know, this is just a beautiful adaptation here by Wham, right? You know, I mean, I already have so much food that I just don't actually need to get pro scouts yet. So there's just a lot more value to be gained here from just getting that castle age ASAP, getting those horse archers out, pushing those knights away, and just abusing the fact that Scatterbrain has virtually no food to his name outside of that deer pack and, you know, his initial berries, which I think he might already be thinking of starting to go on as those deer do start running out. And, you know, Wham can just very easily go into pro scouts soon after this once he starts gaining some map control. And yeah, just like you mentioned, it's gonna get really, really scary for Scatterbrain here very fast in this game. And Scatterbrain's actually reinvesting into knights here, which is an option JD and French do have here. You can look to play a heavy knight mass initially up against those horse archers, just to prevent any kind of early base exit from the horse archers, because the charge does come in. The horse archers do have to be very careful against the knights, because when that charges come in, you can't afford to kite up against that. You have to wait for the charge to go on cooldown, and then you can start shooting and kiting with the horse archers. Otherwise, you eat that charge in the face, and you can see it does a lot of damage.
And these knights are feeling quite confident, but just getting an upgrade for your tower makes this a very hard position for him to be in. JD is taking quite a bit of damage from these horse archers too, and that mobility denial has been pretty wild. We see Chivalry also coming out, so it feels like he is going to stay here for a little bit longer. We do have knights here on the deer to just ensure they don't get eaten for free. But these knights should be able to keep this pressure up, especially of what the state that we're looking at right now. The JD will not go down yet, but she does go on 0 HP, and a scout will be the guy taking her down after all. Is he?
Oh yeah, the healing coming in clutch just there at the end, and the wolf just helps out. Of course, Rus quite friendly historically with the wildlife on the map, as once again the little wolf whisperer that is that scout calls upon the aid in order to help finish off the scout JD, but it's not like it was necessary. The scout was gonna finish her off with one more tap of his little plastic sword with the amount of damage that they tend to do typically. But we see the horse arch numbers are building rapidly here for Wham, right? And Scatterbrain, again, in a similar spot to how Lucifer found himself in the last game on this map in our last series. there's this trouble of you kind of have to keep making units to control this horse archer mass or risk giving away the entirety of the map control to your opponent. But doing so only delays your age up further to a point where eventually the tech disadvantage is really going to hurt, and you can see the damage coming through even without Steel Arrow. Although nice wraparound here by Scatterbrain, gets some nice charges in on the horse archers, trims the mass just a little bit, low HP bars on those horse archers, and this is something he desperately needs, but a lot more of this is what he needs, frankly, because, you know, the mass will just keep building here for Wham more and more. They're cheaper than the knights, they produce faster than the knights, I think, even with the extra production speed from the School of Cavalry. So Wham not minding too much. And you saw earlier, Scatterbrain does have Undermesh on his knights. Wham does not have Steel Arrow on his horse archers yet, but still, like, this match of horse archers can at this point two-shot a knight.
Now he's trying to keep these very active and trying to find the villagers so he actually gets some damage done. But the problem is just that mobility is showing. He does get a perfect collide here, and a few of the boys will go down. And again, beautiful, beautiful play, just thinning the numbers, as you said, but they can catch up and they can snipe down. And this is so expensive. So JD does manage to pick one of them off as well, but she's going to need a lot more XP to take down. The thing is now, if you look at the split, it looks like Scatterbrain is thinking about castle, but... Oh, I say that and then queues up a bunch more. Never mind, guys, I cursed it again. But the gold is about to run out, and he is already thinking about the next one. Our problem is, this is again an exposed gold. The moment we start going out on the map, these horse archers are going to make it very difficult. But now Scatterbrain has a pretty scary army, and these guys is going to they're going to force Wham to stay in his base, even if just for a little bit longer.
See a little Wololo attempt here as the knight does spot the relic, and the knight's going to be a little bit annoying on that warrior monk, but Wham is going to be able to respond in turn with the horse archers. One knight does get abandoned here, unfortunate little loss there for Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain does move most of his nice mass to deny this relic, but in turn, as a result of that, the trade-off is that now Wham is able to cross that mid-map threshold, and with this crossing, start putting pressure on Scatterbrain's economy in turn, as the tower is up on the deer, just over there, so the villagers will seek shelter and be safe at this point in time. But Scatterbrain, it does seem like he's still just content staying in feudal age. More and more knights in queue. We see 100 food in the bank, so clearly no intention for castle age just yet, although part of it is, of course, the food situation that is very, very present here for Scatterbrain. The food problem, I would call it for sure in this case. Now we see Wham researching pro scouts as the day do start slowly running out. Scatterbrain does move with villages here to the north side. The good thing with these outposts is, of course, the horse archers will not do much up against any kind of buildings, so that will work in Scatterbrain's favor. However, you know, when Wham starts, or if he does choose to add some knights of his own in order to further serve as a little front line for his horse archers, as well as start torching buildings, it'll get even tougher for Scatterbrain.
As you can see, Scatterbrain is spread all around the map. He's scattered around the map. With being out here on the gold, those horse archers could also do so much damage, but the knights do get a good collapse, and a few of them do go down. JD getting quite a bit of experience. We can see she's not all there yet, but she is definitely enjoying these trades. The problem is, these boys are thinning out, and they are not getting replaced as quickly as I would have expected. We do see +2 arrows coming in now, so this is going to mean that these guys do pack a lot more of a punch, but every single time he stops microing them, it's massive for Scatterbrain.
Yeah, you have to be very, very careful here as well. It's a bit of a tricky position because, you know, you're playing a powerhouse civilization. This matchup is undoubtedly pretty good for Roos. It's not horrible for JD or French for that matter, but I mean, like most matchups in the game, it's pretty damn good for Roos, right? And, you know, that sort of confidence can often lead to overconfidence in the situations where you move out too early with your horse archers, you don't expect the opponent to reinvest into knights. And we saw that manifested being here. Scatterbrain taking some pretty good initial trades here, right? Some great charges on those horse archers, thinning the mass. I mean, if left uninterrupted, this horse archer mass would have easily breached the 40 mark by now, at which point, I mean, what can you really do at that stage? But instead, I mean, the numbers aren't looking too bad, and if you look at army value, Scatterbrained is firmly in the lead.
The problem is if you are JD, or if you're playing against JD, and the Night Mass, they're expensive, but if you don't shut them down, this makes Castle Age so much harder for you to handle. And we're getting kind of close to that. We do see the food now stocking up here from Scatterbrain's side, and he will be able to go Castle. But my question is he going to be able to sustain Castle? Because yes, he's getting the food over here. Yes, a few will get picked off. But this is now getting to that point where if you lose these knights, they're gone for good. Oh, never mind. Wham lets them live. Tell your friends the tale, he says. But now, Royal Institute coming through, and 20 knights. That's going to make this a lot harder. He's only going to have the gold to get 2 upgrades or so, but he gets a beautiful engagement yet again.
Another huge charge on that mass of horse archers walking in, well, trotting, so to say, in the center of the map there for Wham. Nicely done once again by Scatterbrain. And like you mentioned, Castle Age is in now for him straight away. Veterancy gets queued up as well as Undermesh, so definitely correct priorities here for Scatterbrain. It would be great to get the Bloodlines as well, but it's so expensive. So I think these 2 upgrades in combination are definitely better than just getting Bloodlines here for Scatterbrain. And you're gonna have to buy this time here for a little while till this comes through, and you can see that Castle Age did cost Scatterbrain a fair bit of map control. Meanwhile, Wham is just vacuuming up the day at this point of the map, the day that he has access to at least, while Scatterbrain did a pretty decent job at the same time in securing some of the day for himself as well. And once Royal Bloodlines is in, once Wedge Rivets is in, then these knights will definitely do a much better job in contesting these horse archers, but the ever-present issue is still there, that without the charge, these knights can't do anything against the horse archers.
Yeah, these horse archers are so mobile, and they're actually getting a little frontline right now. We do see finally getting Boyar's Fortitude. That's going to mean that all of these cavalry units are going to be extra bit tanky. A little pseudo-royal bloodlines, but it doesn't really match up to those French knights. We know what a French knight can do. We've seen those charges, and we've also seen them in this game on the horse archers. So these guys being very squishy. The knight's going to provide a very nice front line to absorb those charges, but the numbers are still not looking that great right now. The problem is for Wham as well. He is going to eventually run out of food. Yes, he does still have some berries left, but that's not the prime resource that you're looking for. We do see Royal Bloodlines very close now, and Scatterbrained is waiting for it.
Eventually, Wham will run out of food indeed, but the bigger issue is undoubtedly Scatterbrain's food at this point in time. And Bloodlines, as you mentioned, is coming in, which will be a great piece of respite here for Scatterbrain, but at the same time, now Boyar's Fortitude is in for Wham, which, although not quite as impressive as Bloodlines, is not really that far off. And with this army mass here for Wham, we can see the army value has swung completely in his favor at this point in time. With these knights, although still weaker than the French knights, they still just serve as a padded front line for those horse archers to really start dishing out tremendous damage up against these knights. And Scatterbrain is just sticking to his guns, continuously playing knights, which isn't optimal up against this competition against Wham, but the issue is the map, right? On a map like this, it's so open. Although you would love to play defensive and go into those Arbalétriers, as well as horsemen, or maybe Jean's rider's companions here, the issue is just the mobility. The lack of mobility is so hard to offset against this Rus mass, and if you give it up, then you give up over most of the map, and if you give up most of the map, then, I mean, in a lot of cases, that's giving up the game.
Now, the knights do get a pretty good connection here, and JD is level 3, so this army is going to start getting a little bit scarier. Now, what I love to see is we're actually getting to see some of her riders, and the fight is looking pretty decent with the horse archers kiting from the back and just using the walls to their advantage. JD is doing her best at doing some range attacks and picking off these units, but the horse archers are going to be able to attack from behind the wall here, and the knights are not going to be able to do anything about it. The front line really absorbing quite a bit of damage here. Wham is still a little bit in the lead with the army, but again, it's all about that food. What are we going to struggle with in the next while? Because now Wham is still on 1,400 food per minute, while Scatterbrained, it has nosedived.
Yeah, so we see, I mean, the triple the food income here for Wham, it's a dire spot to be in for Scatterbrain, and, you know, it's just the kind of thing you would expect in this matchup. And what's even worse here for Scatterbrain is that, yes, he has the bloodlines, yes, he has a pretty scary Night Mass, but there's no guild hall. There's no reliable scaling factor here for him. He doesn't have JD's he doesn't have French's passive villager additional production speed here for him. So, you know, JD is the more aggressive counterpart for French, which he has done a great job with the aggression. We can see that the destroyed value is still pretty firmly in his favor, but for how long, really, against a civilization like Rus? We see Wham. Scatterbrain has been building knights since the start of this game, essentially, and Wham only recently switched into them, but already he's more than half of the way there to matching the mass. And Wham, also behind this, getting eco upgrades as well, more springboard emplacements also on his fortresses, and after securing this wall, he's not too worried about any further run-bys, and now the berries are under threat here for Scatterbrain as well, and Wham, the lead is only building further and further.
Now, my question is just, is Scatterbrain actually going to just double down and keep this pressure going? Or is he actually going to try and make something a little bit more economic out of this? Now, with the amount of villages I see on gold, with the amount of knights he keeps having in production, I feel like he's just trying to go face. In Hearthstone, there was this build, and people would always say, what are you going to do? You're going to go face. And that's what Scatterbrain's doing. He's not thinking about an eco build. He's like, I'm just going to go and kill. Now, Wham did destroy that tower, but he's decided to opt to go and shut down what's happening here. And look at the beautiful use of these walls. There's a reason I called them Wham walls, and it's because he knows how to build them, he knows how to use them. They're his, and he's the master.
The master of Wham walling indeed, and you correctly said, Marika, that this is kind of a Hail Mary here by Scatterbrain, but it's really what he needs. He can't keep playing the scaling game up against Wham's Rus here. Not without Guild Hall, not without a second TC, not without a more reliable, solid composition behind this. So he needs to get in here, deal as much damage as he possibly can, which is going to be the case here. Charge comes in from the back of Wham's base. Scatterbrain goes directly in, right as JD calls in the riders once again, but he is cornered. Marika, there's nothing behind this for Scatterbrain except more knights in queue, which have to cross the entirety of the map here to reinforce, and you can see just the overwhelming mass here for Wham, completely cleaning up the fight. Frankly, didn't even look close. A lot of knights did go down for Wham, courtesy of those super-powered bloodline knights here for Scatterbrain, but the economy difference is absolutely astounding here in favor of Wham. The income is just huge for him, food especially, and the army numbers tell no lies. This is essentially finished.
I am so inspired by watching this. I just want to go make horse archers on ladder now. Thank you, Wham, for the walls, for the beautiful play, switching between them, and showing us that JD can be bested, especially on a map like this that's very, very open. Now, the sacred sites are on the side of Scatterbrain, but these are going to be decapped in no time. The problem is this army has no answer right now, and Scatterbrain says the answer is more knights. He keeps going for them. JD is back. She wants to get that last bit of experience to summon even more riders. But this is going to be a tough one. We'll see what he tries to do with this next fight. It could potentially be the last one.
And you have to admire Scatterbrain's persistence here, right? I mean, he started the game off on such a back foot with that unfortunate sheep split for him, but despite that, he still did his best and actually really put up a fight in this game, which I absolutely tremendously respect here. You know, he really made Wham, I think, sweat just a little bit in that initial castle phase with the night raids, with the charges on the horse archers. So I don't think he's too displeased with himself in this game so far. He put up a great fight despite the tremendous disadvantage he found himself under, not only because of the sheep split, but because of the matchup as well. So he's definitely looking strong in this series so far, but the numbers tell no lies in this game. I mean, the mass from Wham is severely overwhelming at this point in time. The economy is just bloated for him, as you'd expect from a civilization like the Rus. Wham at this point is just gonna buy this time, slowly eke out better and better trades. Doesn't necessarily have to take any risks whatsoever. The full pressure is on Scatterbrain to make something happen, which he did try earlier, But yeah, it just did not work out. Well, frankly, he had no other choice, and he did his best with what he had access to. But now Wham is just reigning supreme in this game. He's running all around the map, idling villages, forcing Scatterbrain to dance to his tune as more and more army is added here for Wham. More knights for Scatterbrain as well. The consecration from JD is really working a number in Scatterbrain's favor here. We can see, despite the dire straits of the economy, Scatterbrain is still able to get out a pretty good and respectable number of knights. But for how long?
The problem is they're trying to collapse on these low HP horse archers, but there are healthy ones between them, and JD will most likely hit her level 4 in a few moments. But she will be all alone as the knights just come in pouring one by one and get picked off one by one. These horse archers, even though not the direct counter, definitely makes it look like they are. She does hit the age up, but he lets her die. Most likely gonna either call it or buy her back. Never mind. He says, I've had enough. I don't have anything to support my woman with. And he will go into the next one. But like you said, this was phenomenal by Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain really showing us that he knows how to be aggressive, he can play from behind, and he can make things happen. I honestly think that Wham will respect Scatterbrain and what he potentially can do against a player like this. So Wham needs to be careful, but he definitely looked good in that game as well.
Exactly right, exactly right. I mean, Scatterbrain put up a great fight in this early game, despite all odds being stacked up against them. And, it just goes to show that he still has that competitive spirit and doesn't get disheartened by, all the odds being in his favor, which does command a tremendous amount of respect, in my opinion. And it just makes me even further excited to see what he's going to bring to the table in the next game here. It's always difficult being the underdog in a series like this, not only because of the mental aspect that that your opponent is not only considered better, but potentially likely just is more consistently better as well. I mean, Wham, of course, is a seasoned veteran by this point from the very start of the game. But on top of it, of course, it's difficult being, a guest in the draft. I mean, the host, who obviously was Wham, being the highest seed, means that he will always get that first pick, and often that first pick always goes towards that top civ that is most strong, depending on the patch we are in, which outside of HRE or KT on water in this case, it is going to be Rus, which Wham takes and uses it to just deliver a swift and pretty decisive game number 1 here on Boldlands.
He showed us he's coming in fighting. And I think a lot of people are a little worried for Wham to qualify here. Not because of Wham falling down the ranks, but because of the people really working their way up. I think a lot of the people, if I'm sure in Twitch chat, will agree that there are some really worthy contenders. Today is not going to be an easy one. I just quickly want to show the bracket so people can see what we're actually up against here. So Wham Scatterbrained, that's fine, right? We have Wham Scatterbrained right now. From the bottom side, it'll be either Cat or Sassy against Starflock. But all the names we see at the top, Anatan and CSO, both of these players pretty big ones to also potentially qualify. So it's not straightforward for Wham. There's only 3 spots left. And they're going to go to the 3 best, because that's how we set up these qualifiers, to make sure that people have to consistently play good to make it through, 1 week at a time. So 2 of these players making it through, and next week, the last one, we'll see who that is. But Wham has his work cut out for him. Even players like Lucifron, we can't count them out yet, because even though Lucifron may have not made it this week, we'll see what he practices over the next one. So let's quickly go back to the draft and see what that looks like. So, wait, no, never mind. I pressed the wrong button. Here we are. So, Abysses versus Aubits. I think we might see a pattern here.
Does seem to be a little bit of a pattern developing, right? This is a matchup that I think we're seeing for the 3rd time, at least on stream, if I'm not mistaken, in the qualifiers so far. We've seen it in the previous series, of course, between CSO and Lucifron, where CSO did come out on top victorious with the Abbasids up against Lucifron's Iobids. But now Scatterbrain is going to pilot the Iobids, and Wham is going to take control of Abbasids here on Kawasan. And frankly, I still don't know who I favor in this matchup here. I mean, it should. It's tough to say. It's tough to say because it's so similar to China's Jushi in a lot of ways that, you know, Iobids like Jushi has that tempo, has that early economic explosion that Abbasid takes a little while to get going, similar to how China does. But the longer it goes, I think the more difficult it gets for Iobids, similar to how it gets for Jushi in that matchup. So I think it's going to be a question here of, can Scatterbrain find that damage that Lucifer unfortunately was not able to in the last series in order to put Wham on the back foot here? Or will Wham, you know, survive the tides of war initially that are not in his favor and just come out on top in the scaling game? But really, a lot of it is determined by that early game, isn't it?
Because we've been seeing some beautiful barracks openings. We've been seeing no dock. We've been seeing double dock. I feel like with these two civilizations, you have all those choices. Most likely not a barracks, but with these two, you do get that military wing that puts out a lot of pressure early on. We'll see if this plays out similarly to the one we saw just before. So guys, let's hop on in to game number 2 on... Wait. Now I have to remember what the map is called. On Kawasan. So, on Kawasan, we'll see how these two are going to battle it out. Let's hop on in.
Here we are on Kawasan in the Masters of Steel qualifier number 2, and we are witnessing game number 2 between Wham in the color blue piloting the Abbasids up against his opponent, 3D's Scatterbrain in the color yellow, playing as the Iobids here, and we see a little bit of a different spawn compared to the CSO Lucifron series just before this one. And this is something that can happen on Kawasan, which, you know, we'll have to see to what extent people enjoy this and to what extent they don't, because this is more reminiscent of your typical spawn on most Age of Empires 4 maps, right? We have a mirrored diagonal spawn where one opponent is slightly leant towards one corner of the map, whereas on the other side, the opponent is towards the other corner, directly mirrored in that regard. However, sometimes, as we saw in the last series, they can spawn directly in the center between the two pawns. And this is something quite specific to Kawasan and just a few other maps in Age of Empires 4 that we see. Obviously, this split here results in making it pretty clear which pond either player should, at least in theory, prioritize, right? Obviously, both players essentially have their own close pond that they will most likely go on. The other one is going to be a little bit harder to contest for either one due to the longer crossing distance at play here. See a little scout split here, so far favoring Wham a fair bit in terms of sheep, although sheep will not be too significant initially in this matchup until that mid-game. But quite interestingly, already we have... actually, no, there's no deviation. It seems to be exactly the same kind of start as we had in CSO up against Lucifron with the Iobids, going for that initial dock and just a few fishing ships, whereas the Abbasids instead opt directly for that A-jump.
And now we'll see if that's going to be a military wing as well. But honestly, if it's not military wing, the only other wing that I would go for is the chicken wing. Because honestly, military wing just gives you so much control of this map. Especially, and you can see he's already rallied it here. This man knows. He's like, I'm going to go cook that dock. So I think for once, we might see the military wing not end up in a gold harassment, but rather in a dock one. So Abbasid definitely is going to have that advantage in getting that pretty early on.
Ouch is the only word that comes to mind in this case, as Wham taking after his brother Puppy Paw in from our qualifier number 1, and also somewhat prematurely losing his scout here, giving over a tremendous amount of sheep here. We see a little bit of micro coming out, just trying to split them up as much as possible in sort of a last-ditch attempt of copium to try to save at least some sheep, but the reality is that Scatterbrain is wasting no time in gathering these up and hoovering them back as fast as possible. Now, obviously, this isn't as impactful as in the Puppet Paw Anatan series because this is Kawasan. These are both berry civilizations. But as we get into the mid-game, this could potentially play a part.
Definitely when you start getting camel lances costing 1 million resources a pot, and he gets culture wing advancement. This is going to mean it's going to match the age up, and he's actually going to be able to make a ship to deal with units who try to overextend, but at the same time, he's still going to need to find a way to kill that ram. So this is not getting him out of the danger zone just yet, even with all of the sheep. No danger zone can be disregarded for this man, especially if you are going up against the strongest of the... Wait, where are my units, boys? Did I...
Popcap.
Popcat, thank you, Myriad. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we have Myriad on here, to guide the rest of us into reality. Thank you, Myriad. Look at that house. Beautiful.
Nicely rushed up here by Wham. Yeah, that can always happen. This happens with Growth Wing as well from the Iobids, right? To just maybe just forget that house and suddenly you're wondering, where are my villages? Where are my units? I paid money for this. Give me. But they do come out in turn, right? So that's fine. Now, as we mentioned, the sheep is not going to be too impactful, at least initially here for Wham, or well, the lack thereof in terms of sheep, shall we say. But the lack of information, I think, is going to be a much bigger sting for Wham in this case. It does have that military wing amass, of course, the two spearmen and the archers, so essentially they can do a little bit of scouting for him, but if Scatterbrain does decide to add any kind of production buildings here to contest these initial units from Wham, that might take him more by surprise than he would like. As we see, a dock attempt here by Wham is going to get nicely denied by Scatterbrain, courtesy of that advancement wing. He trades off the wood that Lucifron went for in that initial series to get that faster age up, and it does pay fruit. It completely denying any kind of dock attempt on this pond at least. However, Wham is already on that northern pond.
Now, with the gold harassment that I jinxed earlier, guys, that was brought to you by the Whamenqt. She will now concede and say that the gold harassment was, in the end, the answer. Now, doing this is just delaying your opponent from, you know, sitting back, relaxing, getting their upgrades, getting all the ships they want. But Scatterbrain, he's not going for archers like we saw in our previous games. He's going for himself a little bit of a horseplay here, and getting a camel in the mix as well. Now, honestly, I think this is going to be wonderful for him, because what Wham is doing is he's responding blindly. Because like you said, he doesn't know what's going on just yet. He's made a scout as well. So he's going for horsemen because he knows that usually the answer is at least 3 archers. And with 1 horseman, you counter all of that. So now Scatterbrain is going to use that mobility and already get ahead of the problem he's about to face.
Yes, it's quite useful getting that stable up. Not only can you remake the scout, of course, but Horseman can pay a lot of dividends in this kind of a matchup here. Just the early control, the harassment can be useful, as we see. Just a little bit of a premature engagement maybe here by Scatterbrain with his own horseman onto the military wing units. It does seem that he trades out 1 horseman for 1 of the archers, which is not exactly a trade you're happy with in this situation. Maybe a little bit of a greed there by Scatterbrain to try to gain some value, but not, of course, it's not too impactful at this point in time. But these little advantages do add up throughout the course of the game, so Scatterbrain does have to be careful. As you mentioned, Marika, it is going to be a camel follow-up here for him. The first Desert Raider hits the field, second one already out as well. A third one now in queue for him, which will be a great answer up against these horsemen here from Wham, but archer range follow-up would make sense here from Wham, and tower as well on the gold, just to secure it, provide some vision as well as shelter for those villagers. Notably here for Scatterbrain, there's a deviation from the previous series. He did opt for that feudal age advancement wing, so when it does come to those castle ages, he will have a choice, slightly more limited choice in terms of that he will not be able to rush it as Lucifron did, but at least he will gain some value either in the form, or most likely in the form of growth wing for the 7 villagers, the additional food on the berries, or double down on these Desert Raiders and get 3 for free every 2 minutes.
I was actually going to say, I feel like Scatterbrained, even though most people would go for the growth wing, Scatterbrain's the kind of guy who wants to go face, if we recall correctly. This man, he goes face no matter what, so I would not be surprised if we see some extra camels popping out. But definitely growth wing being the more standard choice in this matchup. Considering neither of these players are trying too hard to dock one another, it does seem like we're going to go straight into castle. Let's quickly look at the villager split. We do still have a lot of commitment onto the wood, which signifies that people are keeping their options open or also just getting their production buildings ready. So now the camels are doing some work. The tower is in a good position, but without an upgrade, it doesn't provide the level of protection it needs to. On the other side, though, that tower is not done yet.
Yeah, the tower is not done yet, as it is scouted here by Wham with the horsemen. They're going to put up a little bit of harassment here. At least one villager is definitely going to go down, the one building the tower. It is in turn responded by with a rush up from Scatterbrain here. The tower will go up. One villager is traded out, so a little bit of damage found there by Wham. And meanwhile, once again, similarly, surprisingly even, the Abbasids are the ones who are first on their way to the castle age, most likely in this game here, as Wham is very, very close to being able to click that button. Most likely it is going to be culturing once again. The tempo from Preservation of Knowledge is often too good to pass up in this situation, whereas, you know, with access to the fishing, Economic Wing loses some value. You're not as likely to go early into those cheaper farms or TCs for that matter on this kind of a map, whereas the value from culturing cannot be understated in this kind of a situation. Desert Raiders are going to park themselves on the north side of the gold. The arrow slits is in on the tower, but it only really covers the southern side, so with plenty enough villagers on gold, some of them will be in range of those Desert Raiders. But yeah, culturing is on the way now for Wham, as Scatterbrain not too far behind with his own age up, and it is double stable already being prepped for him.
Double stable, getting you ready to pump out those camel lances. That is going to make this a very tough game for anyone to handle. Military Wing, he chooses, and guys, Scatterbrain, he's the kind of guy who keeps the meta on its toes, and apparently also making some pretty impressive walls alongside that. He says, I do not need 7 villagers, I need more camels.
More camels is going to be the choice here for Scatterbrain, as you predicted, Whamen. Kind of something some players might expect, as we mentioned, taking a little bit from Anatan. Scatterbrained is his fellow Belarusian brother, in the sense as Anatan was one of the first notable pioneers when it comes to that Desert Raider focused playstyle for the Iobids. It can definitely be a very oppressive unit in those Castle Age early skirmishes, especially. The ability to switch between melee and ranged cannot be understated in order to help turn the fights in their favor. However, we did mention Abbasid has some very, very good answers up against the Desert Raiders. Not only do they have some of the best archers in the game, courtesy of those composite bows, giving them an additional 30% attack speed, but on top of it, their own camel archers will make swift and excellent work of the Desert Raiders in turn if Wham does decide to opt for them. And this is going to be double stable from him as well, taking him up to 3 stables at this point in time. Most likely going to be camel riders again.
Now, I'm excited to see some camel on camel action, because I think this is also going to come down to micro and knowing when to commit and when to pull out. Now, Wham, he's a little bit more conservative in this case. I think he pulls out a little bit, oh gosh, I'm hearing myself, a little bit more conservatively in the way that he knows when he is about to lose a fight. Scatterbrained, I thought, chalked this up to a lack of experience in a way, because he is someone who will commit to something even when he's not 100% he's going to win that. He might feel confident, but Wham's experience could be very scary.
Indeed it could be. I mean, we are talking about a veteran of AoE4 who has played this map very often as well, and is quite familiar with these kind of situations and most likely knows how to respond to these Desert Raiders. But we see 9 Camel Lancers in queue for Scatterbrain, so it's going to be relying on the Desert Raiders coming freely from that House of Wisdom. Every 2 minutes, 3 Desert Raiders. That's a lot of res per minute in terms of math for him. and the Camel Lancers will be a pretty suitable frontline for him in this case. But very similarly to last game, the composition is looking quite similar. We see again Camel Riders and crossbows being prioritized by Wham on the Abbasids with a Lancer support as well. Exactly what CSO opted for very successfully in the previous game. We'll have to see how similarly it goes in this case, but it is in fact Scatterbrain who has the slightly more map control in this case as opposed to how Lucifron did in the previous series, courtesy of the additional units from that reinforcement wing. Mass war here by Wham, kind of what you'd expect from Wham. It is something that he is very much known for by this point in time.
Now we're going to see that double prong attack coming through, and this is where Scatterbrained is a happy camper. The man is going to be attacking from the top with a very damaged horseman and getting the boys ready at the bottom while scooping up these relics, or singular relic for now, but he has been getting the boys up there to protect everything else as well. Wham, though, he's looking for some damage too. We can see both of these players getting their walls up. A very important part of this, but Scatterbrains just boxes in Wham a little bit more. And let's go see if these boys are actually going to find some damage. But for now, they're just trotting along, trying to find the next move. Now, Wham having 4 villages here is already signifying how important he realizes this is. You're not going to let these walls come up calmly. You're going to need to get them up quickly because there are a lot of units on the loose. Now, Horseman here at the back, not ready to dive on in, and probably for the best, because now if you engage here, your opponent knows and he can respond without him being overwhelmed. But if you attack from the front, that ping can very easily be masked, as we've seen even with these high-ranked players up against one another.
Quite interestingly, here for Scatterbrain, the food bank is very, very impressive for him. Wham is not far behind. Briefly, I thought he might even be thinking about an Imperial Age behind this, but clearly he's not quite prepared just for the level of food income that he has. Understandably so, because it is a lot, thanks to those berries and the fishing especially. So instead, it is a heavy recommitment into units here from him. And you can see the dividends that the reinforcement wing is paying off here. The army mass is definitely in favor here for Scatterbrain. In terms of raw population count, it is favored. It is neck and neck in terms of military population. However, the value, these expensive cavalry units here for Scatterbrain are not to be underestimated. Now, Wham, I think, is making very prudent choices here. The Camel Riders, in combination with spears and crossbows, I think this is a composition that should be, in theory, favored up against Scatterbrain's composition, but we'll see whether the value is enough to offset this. So Blacksmith upgrade is now being prioritized by both players. Wham a little bit ahead in that regard, and 3 free Camel Lancers do get picked up. Scatterbrain's slow to notice, and that's just 3 very expensive units going essentially for free over to Wham.
And we can see the army value instantly jumping down significantly, and that just shows the difference in this. Trade wing is clicked up. Bizarre! How bizarre! How bizarre!
Wow.
He is going to be bringing us into the most chaotic cover-sun we've seen in a while. And Myriad, I have a question here, and I think Twitch chat also wants to know, what are the optimal amounts of fishing ships that you should go for on this map with 4 deep sea spots?
It depends a little bit on the fishing upgrades, but ideally 3 per deep sea fish on... it depends on the upgrades and the distance, but here I think you're pretty content with 3 per deep sea fish. You could add a few additional in order for the shoreline fish to get even more food, but now we see a little bit of premature engagement here by Scatterbrain. She does have to be very, very careful here because of the fact that he is aging up behind this. Don't want to make a similar mistake as CSO did in the last game. Of course, he did win that game in the end. However, it was a little bit of a messy fight initially there that he might not have wanted to take, and Scatterbrain does back off just in time there. You do have to find this balance of just committing somewhat to trick your opponent into thinking that you're still willing to fight, but at the same time biding time for your age up to come through. Mangonel now on the field for Wham's Abbasid is going to do great work in shutting down some fishing. We see already, I mean, the Mangonel does tremendous damage to those fishing ships, so Scatterbrain prudently putting them away just a little bit, and Wham is going to be triple counter docking here, which is Definitely a little bit scary here for Scatterbrain because Stone Gathering is underway for Wham, and the arrow slits are going to come in clutch for him in order to completely deny this fishing if Scatterbrain isn't ready. But that Bazaar is 10 seconds out, and depending on the tickets that Scatterbrain gets, Imperial Age Bazaar with enough gold access, which undoubtedly Scatterbrain has for now. We see 1400 gold per minute for him. Those units can be incredibly scary.
Now he does spot the shenanigans that Wham wants to pull, and we see the first thing that he queues up is the Quebec. He wants to shut this down before it even becomes a proper issue. And that is probably the answer he needs here. Now, it does give the fish a little bit of time to regen while the shorelines are being hugged at the moment, but he wants to get those upgrades. We see the camels getting their upgrades too, alongside the other camels, lancers, and what are they called again? Raiders. Lancers and raiders. I was about to call them riders. So these guys definitely going to make it a little bit harder for Wham to respond, because Wham has now clicked up Eco Wing. And if you're Wham, you don't want to fight this right now. You want to fight this in 3 minutes, when your upgrades have kicked in, when you've had enough resources to do so, and when you've taken a very strong control of the middle of the map. And that's exactly what he's doing. Now, Scatterbrained, he has something else in mind. He's got elite camels everywhere. And we'll see now what these beautiful Bedouin swordsmen are going to contribute to this mass heading towards Wham.
This is actually a really, really scary army mass coming in here from Scatterbrain. He has elite Desert Raiders. He has elite Camel Lancers. Quadruple Manjanique behind this for him, as well as 8 skirmishes and Bedouin swordsmen as well, courtesy of that Bazaar. Even infantry support, camel support, excuse me, coming in for his Iubids behind this as well, giving additional armor to his units in this situation. And the keep drop as well. This is a nice little timing found here by Scatterbrain to reassert map control away from Wham. In this case, the Quebec also denied the docks on his own pond, so fishing is reinstated once again. So food income once again will recover here for him. It has been slacking a little bit after it has been denied initially, and Scatterbrain kind of has to keep going here, I think, because if Wham does get his own upgrades, his army should, in theory, be favored somewhat in this situation, thanks to infantry being typically just stronger in a direct engagement than cavalry units like this. But I mean, with these Bazaar units, they are also very, very effective as infantry units, and this could be really scary here for Wham.
Now, these mangonels may have lost their heads, but they are still going to be able to do some damage. I mean, he needs to be careful. The camels, though, they are quite spicy, and the age up just came through, so the upgrades are going to take a while. We see the camels getting on top now, and it does look like they're going to pull out, ensuring they don't get impaled by all those spears. Beautiful focus fire here from Scatterbrain. We can see he's trying to do his best. He's trying to start a step, gets down a lot of units, but let's see if he overcommits here.
Very beautiful snipe there by Scatterbrain, wasting no time and finding a perfect timing to instantly take out the 2 mangonels that Wham has access to. And that's actually a pretty critical loss here for Wham, losing those 2 mangonels, because Quadruple Manjanique, like we mentioned, up here for Scatterbrain. This is a really scary army here for Wham now. We see, once again, there's more Bazaar units available for Scatterbrain, but he's not opting to hire them yet. Instead, fully focused on the fight. Mangonel shots do come in from the Manjaniques. Decent damage done, but also decent dodges by Wham in turn. Quite a messy fight here. Not exactly the kind of position you want to be fighting as camels here. We see army numbers dropping rapidly for both players here. Keep goes up for Wham, which will ensure the defense here. And Scatterbrain does seem like is forced away. The timing did not work.
Scatterbrained just engaging under the keep, under the TC, sacrificing so many of those camels. We see all that elite armor lying on the floor. And all of a sudden, Wham probably feels pretty happy. And that's just showing us what a little bit of overcommitment can look like. Now, though, he gets himself a nice little Quebec over here, ensuring that he has that ability. These guys now having their university upgrades too. We see biology coming out too. That is going to make this a lot harder. And skirmishers doing their best at sniping down some units. You can see him specifically target firing these because he knows they're gonna die. Might as well get all the value out of them.
Now we see biology being queued up for Scatterbrain. He does still have a huge mass of Desert Raiders available, but ideally he would have loved to have that biology in that fight, not having it hurt so much. I mean, we saw just how rapidly those camels fell in the middle of Wham's base there, and the destroyed value tells no lies. There was definitely a really favorable fight there for Wham, and now the army count is firmly in his favor. Value still in favor of Scatterbrain, courtesy of the expensive Desert Raider, the Desert Raiders, as well as the quadruple Shebek he now has on the seas, which he will look to contest this northern pond with. That was under Wham's control, but is now slipping a little bit, although Wham, making his own Shebeks, is most likely going to be able to stabilize here. But these armies, I mean, is definitely favoring Wham with these armies. He just needs to find the timing to move out. There is a keep in the center, however, so Scatterbrain does have access to a lot of food here, a lot of berries here up for grabs, which will definitely tide over his food further along. And the question is, how fast can Wham break this and move through? One Calvary is out on the way already. There's going to be a torch attempt on these docks. They're going down pretty damn rapidly. And yeah, Scatterbrain is not going to be able to keep contesting this. There's just too many units here from Wham.
And the problem is, I don't think Scatterbrain has an answer to most of these units in the middle now. He doesn't have the army to handle this mass. He's got camels. And more camels, and more camels, but he's not getting anything else to handle the units that are clearly cleaning him up so quickly. Now, we'll see why Anatad and him both believe in this playstyle, in this fight, because this could be the pivotal one that changes the game one way or the other. I'm just going to keep the eye on the House of Wisdom so we can see what is in the market. But at this point of the game, I think you probably don't want to be spending that much gold on a unit that isn't camel-like from the eyes of Scatterbrain.
Yes, that's the limiting factor for the Bazaar, just the huge gold cost associated with those units. It can give a huge amount of value if you have essentially endless gold set up in the form of course, trade, which might have been an option for Scatterbrain thanks to that wall. It did make me think whether that is his plan, although, you know, it's not really something that can be held for free on this kind of a map. I mean, it is at the end of the day Wham's side of the map there. The Culverins starting to work down that keep ever so slowly. The Culverins do have great range, but they have notable less damage than the Bombard or the Royal Cannon, which is their counterparts. And this mass camel strategy from Scatterbrain, I think, can work quite well against some civs in the game. Of course, ranged mounted units are extremely effective in the ultra late game, specifically because they are boosted by not one, not two, but 3 university upgrades. Biology, as well as incendiary arrows and silk bowstrings for the additional range, means that they can pack a huge punch when it comes to these drawn out fights and gain huge value over time. But out of all civs in the game, Abbasid, with their archers, really can deal with them quite effectively, and even Wham could opt to go into those camel archers to swing the tide even further in his favor if he so chooses.
Yeah, the problem is, I don't know if Scatterbrain is going to be able to find any damage anywhere right now. It feels like his one-dimensional comp is putting him in a position where he's not really gaining ground. So we can see here he's floating a lot of food and a little bit of gold. He is also running low on said gold. So now with Wham trying to take control of that completely, this is going to get harder and harder. He's got this keep on the middle and he should be able to use it. But now finally getting the cannon emplacement should help him keep this position down. But at the same time, Wham is putting pressure from the bottom. Oh, from the west. There we go. From the west, he is going to do some pushing and he will actually have the opportunity to find some damage. Well, I feel like Wham, he's pretty much got his late game base more secure.
That he does, right? I mean, the only limiting factor for Wham was his gold axis, which is now secured with that key. But Clash does come in at the center here. The coverings are starting, more and more coverings are on the way for Wham to start to take down that keep. And Scatterbrain knows that it's a pressure that he has to respond to in turn. Incendiary arrows is in for Wham as well. And you can see those archers firing rapidly and dealing a huge amount of damage to those Desert Raiders, combined with the Camel Rider frontline, with having a huge amount of armor those Camel Riders do. So they'll be able to tank effectively up against the Camel Riders, but Scatterbrain also doing a great job focus firing there onto the Covering, which does now go down, but he has to be careful because in the long term these trades really don't favor him. Meanwhile, Raid coming in, just like you predicted, Whamen, coming in from the north side as Wham secured the gold right into Scatterbrain's base. This is definitely going to be a pretty annoying disruption at this point in time, at the worst of time as well. Beautifully timed by Wham, because now Scatterbrain is forced to split his forces and he can no longer effectively defend this keep.
Yeah, the problem is there's a lot of things happening at the back of the base right now. And at the front side, we need to find an answer for that Culverin. The problem is the answer is not that simple. We do see the Culverins hammering down, villagers desperately trying to repair, but there's going to be stone missing pretty soon in now.
Yeah, the lack of stone is kind of a nail in the coffin when it comes to this center keep here for Scatterbrain. It will undoubtedly fall to the double Qualifier, and we see Wham, he understands what's going on. More archers, up to 50 now. More spearmen, more camel riders. Essentially the best composition you can have up against these desert raiders. He could even make some camel archers if he wants, but I mean, he just trades so cost effectively with these composite bow archers that he just doesn't even need the camel archers for the stronger direct composition here. As you can see, just the damage. I mean, the desert raiders are doing a great job in trading out against these archers, at least in the smaller numbers, but overall the value is just so much more in Wham's favor here when it comes to these extended trades. The Desert Raiders are stronger one against one, naturally, as you'd expect, thanks to the resource cost and the university upgrades. But the more these units trade, the more value is gained by Wham in this situation. I just don't think that Abbasid is the sieve where mass Desert Raiders will work out.
The problem is we're running out of gold on the map, right? Yes, we still have some small golds laying around, but it doesn't... But it doesn't feel like this is that point where you're like, okay, I can confidently go out on the map and mine what I need to. There's a keep that just spotted you there, sir. And you are about to get counter-raided in no time. But both of these players spending every bit of resource they have. We can see Wham's numbers were dwindling there for a bit. Because even though he did get a very successful fight off, it felt like those free camels kind of played their part, right? So these archers, they're great, but now the question is just, is he going to be able to hold this down? The Quebec here is also there to support, and it's going to go down pretty quickly, but the villagers do seem like they're going to make it out alive. And for some reason, recently, people just stopped going for boiling oil. Myriad, is it just too expensive, or why are we not seeing any more boiling oil coming out of people?
It is a little bit expensive, and on top of it, yes, the nerfs definitely reduce the amount of damage it does, so a lot of value lost. And it's also that quite rarely do people actually directly try to torch keeps, so, you know, the value it would give when, you know, a fully surrounded keep is being torched, that is when it really can pay for itself in terms of damage dealt. But it's such a rare situation that it makes it just not worth it in most cases. Scatterbrain finds a little bit of respite here by denying Wham's gold gathering, and he's using his mobility very well. One advantage that Scatterbrain has with this composition, although it's weaker in a direct fight than Wham's, the mobility definitely is great for him. And as you mentioned yourself, Whamen, the free Desert Raiders, every 2 minutes, 3 free Desert Raiders coming in here for Scatterbrain is really doing work for him. If he's able to keep getting himself in these advantageous positions with the raiding, with the mobility, he's going to be in a pretty good spot the longer the game goes. However, the issue, like you mentioned, is gold is limiting. It is slowly running out. Quite notably, Wham didn't opt to challenge what is meant to be his large gold mine, which is on his side of the map and has been secured very early on by a wall towards that southern lake there for Scatterbrain. That wall went up and it was essentially never challenged by Wham, but that is going to go change as I say that Wham is moving the entirety of his army mass pretty much towards this goal to try to contest it. But as soon as he realizes there's only 700 gold left, he realizes, it's not even worth killing the villagers.
Exactly, because if you invest this many resources that you cannot replace anytime soon, this starts to get hard. You can see that singular relic he had has now successfully been yoinked. And getting a good yoink off at this point of the game is pretty dire. It's a very healthy way to get yourself ahead, especially now that you are able to secure more gold with your keeps. So now the food is also going to get shut down from Wham, and honestly, I thought Wham was okay for a while here, but all of a sudden, it looks like Scatterbrain's value just paid off.
It has somewhat indeed. I mean, he's losing the center mass here. One notable thing that I think we so rarely see it just because of how difficult it is to get to it. It is that Golden Age 5 for the Irovids, which gives an additional 20% attack speed to his camel riders, desert raiders, excuse me. That could maybe be enough to turn the tide in these fights, but Scatterbrain, it's just something he's forgetting about, which, I mean, is understandable. It's so hard to think of these optimizations mid-game when there's so much pressure, there's so many things to focus on. As the saying goes, we're all far better players when watching than playing, as is often the case. Wham now looking to rush up a keep to re-secure mid-map control here, but there's so many Desert Raiders here, way more than Archers, and those are not the kind of odds you want to have as the Archer players. We can see Scatterbrain actually doing a great job in cleaning up this mass, but still, he's still trading unfavorably here. The Camels are dropping faster than the Archers are. The Coverings helping out in that situation, but I'm not exactly sure who's going to look to be favored in this position here. Wood is a real problem here for Wham, and he can no longer really afford to keep massing Archers like this.
And the problem is he's sacrificing more villagers, and this is fine if you have 120 of them, but 35 minutes into the game, that is a very heavy price to pay. Now, it does take a little focus from the Camels off of the military, but it doesn't look like he's going to be successful in getting the keep up either. And Wham calls it, honestly, Scatterbrained, he's cooking.
A cook indeed. I want to say I wasn't quite a believer in the mass camels up against composite bow archers here against Wham from Scatterbrain, especially because of the lack of Golden Age 5 on the Irobids. But he makes it work. Somehow he makes it work. The villagers lost there by Wham just too much. The wood economy really suffered. It does make me wonder whether just adding camel archers would have been the necessity here for Wham in this case, because I guess when it comes to pop efficiency in these late game fights, apparently it's king.
And it looked pretty disgusting just seeing that many camels, because at that point, how do you contest this? How do you kill all those units when they start to get to that mass? And we saw it working under a keep and under a TC, but in the open, they did pretty well.
That they did, and Scatterbrained picks up a much-needed win here in this game number 2. Very well played. I think, not to discredit Scatterbrained, but most people wouldn't have been too surprised by potentially a 3-0 up in this set, simply just because of Wham's extensive experience in Scatterbrained being somewhat new to these, notably higher placements in these tournaments as an up-and-comer, but tying the series up once again, evening the ground and securing himself a pretty good foot up into game number 3. And it is going to be House of Lancaster for Wham against Scatterbrain's Japanese on Kelauga.
Now, these two civilizations, we've been seeing shenanigans being pulled from both sides. I feel like with your Lancaster, people have made it very clear that they are no longer a 9-manner, let's just explode economically into your face kind of civilization. They have diversity. And if I think about Japanese, same thing. We've seen a lot of shenanigans from Japan. And that's why I don't know if I've seen this matchup on this map yet that I recall. So I don't really know how this will play out. But honestly, I'm excited to learn and I'm excited to see what both of these players will pull out, knowing how the other one plays. Scatterbrained, a little bit less predictable in his playstyle because, again, there's less games to study. He hasn't been around for that long. But Wham, we see him often. And we see him cranking out units and destroying everything in his path. So I feel like Scatterbrained has a lot more that he can study around Wham. And I want to see what he can pull out. So, Myriad, on a map like this, on Kerlager, what do you think we're going to be seeing in terms of early game aggression between Wham, or House of Lancaster, and Japan? Let's just look at those two first. Not the players, but the civs.
It is tough to call, because just like yourself, Whamen, I don't think I've ever seen this matchup on this map in particular. Lancaster obviously being a new civ, and Kerlager making a comeback in this tournament once again after not being seen for a little while in professional play. There's very interesting dynamics here at play, right? I mean, Dark Age shenanigans are very much a possibility. The Japanese has really favored that recently, and Lancaster, with their superior sheep gathering rate, are also pretty adept at it by now. And there's plenty to fight over as well, right? I mean, good amount of shoreline fish on these two rivers here. Could be a very, very action-packed early game here in this matchup. But as to what comes afterwards, it's anyone's guess.
So I am a little concerned about the chaos that will ensue, or either just the calmness. But I feel like with Japan, Scatterbrain can do anything. I'm really excited to see it. And guys, they are both ready. So I hope you boys are too. We will be heading over. So let's press that button.
Here we go as we jump into game number 3 between Wham and Scatterbrain. We are on Kerlager from the Masters of Steel qualifier number 2. Wham showcasing the House of Lancaster in the color blue here against his opponent. 3D Scatterbrained in the color yellow, playing as the Japanese. Japanese historically one of the more favored civilizations on Kerlager, and a lot of water and hybrid maps especially. It is where they have initially made their mark as what in the past was considered one of the probably the best civilization for this kind of maps of water contention. They have been shaved a little bit in their power since then, notably with the Shinobi. The Koka Township no longer giving an instant free Shinobi. Now it needs to be produced similarly to the English King. Their fishing ships have also gained a bit additional cost in turn, so a little bit of power has been taken away from them, but they are still one of the most favored picks here. Meanwhile, Lancaster has been making a bit of a name for themselves, not only on land maps because of the incredibly reliable and potent mana economy, but also on these hybrid maps. They have been looking very, very effective, and even some water maps as well, potentially. Courtesy of the faster sheep gathering rate enables an early pump of spears that can be a little bit scary for a lot of civs to deal with, as Wham is going to look to showcase now. Scatterbrained, either not scouting this or not caring about it, just goes for a dock straight away and does not opt for his own spears as of yet.
So we saw his scout actually running by the TC and spotting it a little bit late. So with this, he just wasn't prepared, and I think Wham now with 4 spears, he's just going to be able to be everywhere. Now Scatterbrain, he realizes, I just need to get my gold. Now some of these villages will need to be careful, and we do see the first one getting pulled back, but it looks like he's going to commit to this and ensure the villagers get what they need. The problem is just, you don't have enough just yet, but he realizes that and puts them back to work. The thing is, there is 1 spearman and 1 scout burning this, and that is probably going to be enough.
Quick pinch coming in by Wham, and the charge at the last second does manage to pick up the villager on the gold. So Scatterbrained still not getting the gold necessary to age up, still needs 3, which he should be able to gather pretty easily here if you just send like 3 of the full HP villagers. That won't be a problem, but losing a villager so early hurts a lot for him here, and on top of it, he's most likely going to lose that northern dock as well.
This has been a massive investment for him because this has not produced any fish and ships, so he basically is losing 150 wood, and that's a pretty big investment, even though yes, you can argue that Wham has invested a significant amount in getting these units. The thing is, he has map control now, and he's most likely going to age up even faster than Scatterbrained, who just was on gold for so long already and has no military units to follow up with. So now the question is just, are the shinobis going to be able to perform miracles? We see the Lancaster Castle being placed quite aggressively. It does cover a wood line, so if you do get a few manors, it does make it a little bit safer. But of course, you don't want to put them this far forward. Now, he's in the spot to do so, though. And we do not see any shinobis coming out tonight. And I feel like this reminds me of Gorge, if I just look at this map in this position. This looks like a nice little Gorge storehouse that will have a nice set of farms around it, protected by a wood line.
I think this is a smart choice here by Scatterbrain going for the Kura storehouse. The Shinobi, I think going Shinobi against Lancaster, it's a bit similar to going Shinobi up against the English. It's just, you know, you're giving up quite a lot in terms of food to go for them, and to what end, really? Not only will the villagers themselves deal somewhat effectively with the Shinobi, as long as they are spotted in time, thanks to the short bows, but as we mentioned, with the Lancaster Castle, there's going to be manors in play, and they will be shooting arrows. And like you mentioned, Wham has a pretty nice spot for it. His gold is covered by them, as well as that northern woodline will be covered by the manors from that northern angle as Wham starts to build them up. So Scatterbrain instead prioritizing that safe food scaling, which I think is definitely a prudent choice here. Shinobi not going to find much value in this instance. However, you know, the torching of the dock definitely hurts here for him. At least he didn't invest in any fishing ships initially, so that's pretty decent for him in that regard. But just like the spears killing the villager, the dock even further also slowed down his age-up timing to a certain extent here. And it is going to be Yumi follow-up here for Scatterbrain to push away these spears, which obviously is a good choice in this situation. But what level of investment are we going to see here from Scatterbrain? Is this a situation of just pushing away these spears, gaining a little bit of breathing room, than trying to go Castle Age ASAP? Or is he going to play way more aggressive than we would expect a Japanese feudal to be?
Now, the aggressiveness that we need from Japan in the early game is very apparent because you're playing against Lancaster. If you just let Lancaster sit back, relax, they are going to destroy you. And I'm sure Scatterbrain knows this. So he sends out those Yumis instantly. Instead of sending them towards the spearmen or where he thinks they are, he goes forward. And he's trying to look for damage because he knows this is a ticking time bomb. If you just let them sit back, build manors, and not invest into any other units, they are going to destroy anything in their wake. And with these Yumis, you probably want to do some damage pretty early on before you actually get outmassed.
Yes, an argument can be made that with a fishing backup, as long as Lancaster does not have fishing, maybe Japanese can ignore the manors at least initially and opt for that castle age timing. But of course, that is not the case here, Whamen. It is a dock attempt now, once again, on this southern river here from Scatterbrain. However, Wham is ahead in terms of economic tempo here. Already one manor is up. Second two are on the way and going to finish up any second at this point in time. Second finishing, third on the way as well. Already the upgrade for the manors is going to come in here for Wham, so at least 6 is the plan for him here. We do have Yumi parking here on the stone for Scatterbrain, so he's going to look to put a little bit of harassment there. Wham, oh no, he does spot it just in time. He's not going to lose a villager. However, Scatterbrain, his own villager is in danger, but the Yumi are there to meet, and they're going to kill the spear just in time. So Scatterbrain is going to push Wham off of the stone here initially. Might be enough to force some either yeomen or hobblers out from Wham to resecure that stone. And he gets a little bit of value from the Yumi at least.
And with these Yumis, he's also stopped producing them. So now we have to ask ourselves, with 14 on wood, what is he planning? But luckily for him, he's playing pseudo-English. And this means spicy villagers. And spicy villagers, they have talked. They have shown their teeth and they have destroyed what they need to. Now, the villager here going to be all alone, mining until the rest of them get redirected. Now, this looks to be one of those 6 manor builds into destruction. So the 6 mana build, as from what I've seen, it's been performing really well because it's a little bit greedy, but not too much, and it gets your eco going, and you get to make units between all of it because it is just less of an investment economically, especially when you've got your opponent on the back foot. What's really interesting to me is that the farms aren't being utilized at all. Is it just because of the gathering speed? Him not seeing it as worth it right now because he's trying to pump out as many units as possible.
Yes, exactly. It does seem to be the case that Scatterbrained, using his map control to his advantage, at least for now, he knows that the sheep are going to be faster. The berries are going to be way faster as this Tawara now looks to come in. And he's not too worried about running out of food just yet. And I mean, he'd rather take the unsafe berries first, as it seems, because without the daimyo upgrade, the farms are pretty slow, right? So it seems like he wants to maximize his food income. And quite smartly, he's going to put the low HP villages onto those initial 2 safe farms, nicely optimized there by him. We do have the Demi Lancers coming in for Wham, courtesy of those manners now coming in. They're going to idle out the gold here. Double outpost is up for Scatterbrain, so definitely playing safe here, not greeding, prudent choice without a doubt. Scatterbrain is going to go straight for the castlage as a result of this, after getting up those 2 docks, but is it enough? I mean, the idle time here is going to mean that Wham, with 6 manas and a map control, is going to be on his way to the castlage first.
And getting a white tower in the middle of the map is probably the cheekiest move a man can make. This is going to mean that those upgrades are going to be full price anyway, but the white tower gives you so much control in this scenario. Now, you don't want to be losing any of these demi-lancers, and they are taking a lot of damage here. The fishing ship's coming in clutch and repairing that ship. He does lose one of them, but they will make it out alive, and when castle hits, they will be upgraded. So those can be quite spicy. Floating gate being put down now, going to be floating into the castle age, and from there on out, we'll be seeing some samurai action, most likely. Or are we just seeing Onamushas? Because that's usually the other option, Myriad. Do they go for samurais or Onamushas? Why, what, when, and who? How does one decide what the playstyle is?
Well, there needs to be a little bit of adaptation, right? We have to see what Wham commits to here in terms of what Scatterbrain commits to. Notably, with the white tower being the landmark of choice here for Wham, of course, he's going to get the free instantaneous Oathguard from the white tower in order to start putting on even more pressure on Scatterbrain here. But notably, these Demolancers, although they get free upgrades, there is no King's College, so the notable upgrade from there, at least initially, that collar of S's giving any armored cavalry, namely Demolancers and Knights, they would get +6 damage against armored units from the collar of S's upgrade. That will not be a possibility here for Wham. So the Samurai gain a lot more value in this situation than they would otherwise, because, I mean, I'm not exactly sure which one of them wins directly. However, it would make sense that in an extended fight, the regular knights from Wham and his Demi-Lancer should win out if the deflective armor, does not get utilized to its fullest extent. But it's going to be crossbow follow-up here from Wham, as well as additional spears. He knows what's coming for him, and he's preparing accordingly.
Now, with these guys, they're actually able to burn down a few houses, which might not seem like a big thing, but it's kind of starved for wood. Scatterbrain does not have any wood lying around, so these boys need to quickly get back to work. Otherwise, they are going to be very alone as the the 3 mounted samurais running around. Now, with these numbers, you do need to respond, and Wham is doing that. He's responding by getting spearmen. Now, he's also responding by doing the most disgusting thing that I have seen on ladder and in tournament today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Fast Imperial House of Lancaster.
Yep. You look away for just a moment and already Wham is firmly on his way to Imperial, and this is starting to be quite the trend for House of Lancaster in these situations, especially when opting for that white tower. It really is a bit reminiscent of the classic 2TC white tower fast imp from English, but let's be honest, superior in virtually every way here for House of Lancaster. And I mean, what can you really do as Scatterbrain in this instance? You have a white tower in the center of the map, blocking out the only large gold vein and the main access point towards Wham's base. You're forced to go all the way around the river and the white tower to try to raid. And by the time you get there, I mean, Wham's already on his way to Imp.
Yeah, now Wham is looking to do some pressure with those horses on his side too. And that's exactly what we see with this type of playstyle. These horses are forcing Scatterbrained to make units and not be able to contest a fast Imperial themselves. We can see those horses just idling, and at the same time Scatterbrained is trying to find damage himself, but because of the very protective buildings we've got over here, it is much harder to find that type of damage.
Exactly right, and I mean, this is so unfortunate here for Scatbrain. I mean, is the Wingard Palace coming through? And yeah, there we see it. Garrison command, straight away. 8 spearmen and 1 O's guard at such a discounted price, 0 gold cost. He can just keep making this repeatedly. And what are these mounted samurai going to do? You could do a Yumi switch here for Scatterbrain, but I mean, how long is that going to work? Because if you do, then Wham is just simply going to go for the cavalry army from the Wingard Palace instead, for those Hobbelars and for those Demulancers as well. Wham can answer essentially anything Scatterbrain does in this instance, and his economy is just better.
Yeah, those manners are doing the talking, and we see he's going to need to get Scuttage soon, but we see it's already in queue. This is going to mean that these guys produce gold as well. And this just becomes so difficult because Wham, like you said, these things are produced without paying any gold. He doesn't even need the Spearman upgrade. When you have those numbers, you can just keep popping them out, and Castle Age Spearman will do just as well, especially when your opponent is stuck in castle himself. So with him pulling off a lot of the villages from gold, he is not in a rush. Now getting the Spearman upgrade anyway, and with that, he will most likely be able to break Scatterbrained in half.
Exactly. I mean, already, like, I looked away for a minute, Marika, and there's already 25 spearmen on the field without a single barracks being made. I mean, there is a barracks now as the upgrade is coming in, but it's not like he's going to produce from that barracks. It's only for the upgrades, and still these early demi-lancers, even now getting value, even now distracting Scatterbrain. Meanwhile, Wham's army just keeps growing, more and more spearmen, more Osgard at immense value for money here for him. Soon enough, he's going to have a military academy in as well to train even faster, and he can just keep going endlessly. And these spearmen with the elite upgrade, and once you have Undermesh level 2 and especially Undermesh level 3 in as well, they can just dive TCs effortlessly and just not care.
And that's literally the only upgrade he's going for, is ranged armor. So he just knows that's exactly what I will be doing. Myriad, I think he's watched enough, or he's been the guy who's made enough pro games for the rest of us, traumatized the whole generation into dealing with the House of Lancaster pushing. And we can see now that one singular relic bringing income to Scatterbrained. He's been pushed off of the gold here. And at the same time, this one is running a little bit low. So he's trying to get these to take them down. But with the upgrades, this is going to be a little bit hard. And even if this group does get shut down, there are a few more groups waiting for them.
Yeah, exactly. Scatterbrain is reinvesting into Yumi here, right? As you prudently do. You need just a huge amount of Yumi to deal with this massive spearman. But the spearman can just keep running from left to right, from the center, left to right again, and center again. Just coming in, one batch going in left, one batch going in right. They will just keep idling you out. And they can just keep just suiciding themselves in order to gain value here repeatedly. Under towers, under TCs. It's disgusting, to be honest. just watching this happen. He's just gonna keep doing this. He's not even bothering to add the extra mana. Actually, he is now slowly. He could just keep pumping. I mean, I don't want to call it OP, but the thing is, on maps like this specifically, where you can just secure the map so effectively with White Tower, it's such a potent pick.
And it doesn't look like any units that Scatterbrain can make is going to deal with this, because with that composition that you get, you get one Earl's Guard. And Yuumi, they're great against Spearmen, but when there's a one Earl's Guard in the mix, he's going to be able to absorb every bit of damage you try to do to them. Now, Yuumi again at the back line here, trying to clean up what they can. And yes, they'll keep picking off these Spearmen, but we'll just keep seeing more Spearmen from more sides. The other dock now next on the menu. And you can see Scatterbrain realizes, hey, I'm gonna lose all my houses. I might as well build them in the middle of nowhere. But actually, Wham, he smells houses. It's actually a built-in Canadian ability that he has, where they just look for safe haven and they can just torch it down right there. Apparently, that's the Canadian bonus in AoE.
You can't help but feel sorry for Scatterbrain in this game. I mean, he thought, he even cancels the blueprints. He knows, okay, well, that spot is forfeit. There's no more houses to be put there. And even just torching these houses, just so much damage being done, just adding up bit by bit by bit by bit. Destroyed value already favoring Wham here, which is normally a rare thing for the player that is the aggressor and continuously diving. Normally, you know, fighting against the defender will mean that you trade somewhat unfavorably in order to get damage done. But Wham is not only trading favorably, he's also getting damage done at the same time. So it's a double whammy situation here for Scatterbrain, who is just churning out Yuumi. But at the end of the day, they castlade Yuumi against these Spearmen. So if you actually just stand still with the Yuumi, they will just lose out against the Spearmen. So you have to keep kiting with them. So the burden of micro is also so much heavier on Scatterbrain in this instance as well. These knights would love to get some value, but now we see, yeah, Wham, seeing the number of Yuumi, he just starts to go for the cavalry army instead, which I forget the name of. Maybe we can check to have a look in a bit.
Oh yeah, these ones.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait.
That's for the we'll have a look. But it's Hobblars and Demi-Lancers. Yeah, Earl's Retinue. 6 Demi-Lancers and 2 Hobblars. Obviously, they will do great work up against the Yuumi here. And you can see Scatterbrain just trying his best to answer to every side of his base, putting out fires left and right and center. But it's just too much, because the reality is, this will not stop.
This is never going to slow down, and Scatterbrained is very much slowed down. As we can see, the resources per minute already decreasing. We have an eye on the other army as well, but there's 3 armies. He's not just getting double whammied, he's getting triple whammed, and this is just too much for him to handle. 47 Yuumis. They are barely doing a bit of damage to these elite Demi-Lancers, and this Daimo Palace trying to shoot extra hard, but it's just not enough. Scatterbrain's eco is basically idle, as we see 160 gold per minute as well. Next up, more villagers.
I have to quickly take off my glasses just to wipe them and make sure I'm seeing things right in terms of income per minute, because it is looking absolutely horrendous. I mean, just in food alone, almost Wham has more than every resource per minute that Scatterbrain has. It cannot get more dire than this for Scatterbrain, and he's doing as good of a job as he possibly can realistically in this situation to defend. But what are his options?
His option is going into the next game. He says, I've had enough. Scattered ashes around the floor. The man decides to tap out. Honestly, we get it, Scatterbrain. You did not give up too early. You played your heart out, and then you got Imperial Aged, and that was enough. That was enough. We didn't need to see more. He didn't need to be traumatized more.
Yeah, it feels kind of a similar situation to the first game almost, where it almost feels very difficult already in the first 5 minutes nearly. I mean, it was an unfortunate start here for Scatterbrain, just missing the barracks, although it could be something that he maybe expected. But then it's also something that you might not expect, because I do think that Japan should probably win out in the Dark Age. Of course, they have decent economy as well for those spearmen. They could potentially get the samurai which are great on the defensive, especially if they want to defend the dock, because obviously then their mobility isn't as big of a disadvantage. They can then get the first melee upgrade as well, with just a little bit of gold gathering. So Scatterbrain, he probably thought, well, I should win in Dark Age, so surely Wham is not going to try to fight in the Dark Age, but that can sum up AoE4 in a lot of ways. It's this kind of situation which I for sure am very familiar with myself, where if something is ineffective and you don't expect it, then it can suddenly become very effective if you don't expect it and the enemy does it, right? And honestly, that can be an incredibly tilting situation to be in, and I'm sure the Scatterbrain is feeling that somewhat right now. But the series is not over.
Yeah, when we have it on 4 lakes though, and a matchup like Order of the Dent against Mongols, are we seeing a Scatterbrain? I want to say Dark Age shenanigans, of course, but just because of the civilization, I would love to see a fast imp. I know it's not possible because of Order of the Dragon. It would just be so poetic if Scatterbrained would do to Wham what was done to. Just doesn't have the same effect.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well. It's we have seen last week especially Whamen and Poppypaw, of course, utilizing Mongols here on Four Lakes, especially with brutal efficiency when it comes to that fast Imperial. The safe food income from the home side docks on the ponds can provide such great value, and the result of which is that you just have the food which you would normally need to unlock with pro scouts to get to just go Imperial and hold at the same time. And I mean, Mongols, when piloted by the Canadian brothers, I haven't seen anyone else do it, though I'm sure it might have been played somewhere else in the qualifiers. It hasn't lost the map for them here on Four Lakes at least. So Scatterbrained, as you mentioned, is going to flip the tables in that regard and look to use it against them in this case. Order of the Dragon, though, I think can have a pretty powerful Castle Age sort of pseudo all-in play with that Burgrave if they do choose to go for it, which, with a short crossing distance on a map like Four Lakes, the lack of mobility from the Burgrave units might not really be as much of a problem here, so Scatterbrain does have to be careful.
Yesterday, Scatterbrained was in a make game with the Burgrave, and we honestly lost it as a community in that stream. I feel like the Burgrave just showed us a true power of it, but Myriad, I won't spoil it for you. You need to watch that game and you need to cry on the inside as we did, because Scatterbrained has experience with this. And I think he's aware of the limits and the abilities of this civilization. So I just want to focus on if there's a game 5. If we get to game 5, Scatterbrain still has Zushi in his pocket, but Wham still has China. So I feel like both of these players are pretty solid going into the final map if they do get there. Because match point, of course. But on Dry Arabia, is that still going to be your picks? China versus Zushi?
It's tough to say. It's tough to say because there's other options as well. I know Scatterbrain quite enjoys his Ottomans. He picked it himself against me, for example, in KPMM recently, even though he had what would typically be considered. I think he actually also had Jushi in that situation, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be misremembering. Obviously, Delhi is still a really great pick on Dry Arabia, and Wham as well has French available still for him, as well as Malians, both really strong picks. It might be a bit of a mind game situation where they might try to think, okay, well, he's going to pick Jushi. Maybe Malians can do better there, which it potentially can. Where Scatterbrain thinking, well, he's going to do China. Maybe I can take advantage of an Ottoman timing here because of that. But yeah, in hindsight, I don't think we'll see Delhi because China is... It's a destruction against Delhi, to be honest, frankly. And yeah, I mean, Ottomans can do quite well against something like Malians as well, potentially. There's a few options there, I think. There's a few options there. And Jushi against China, even today, it's still a little bit debated who's favored, really. It used to be Jushi, but more and more, it's also looking really good for China nowadays. I do feel like Jushi should still somewhat be favored, thanks to the map control awarded by the Dali horses, Lancers, notably. But the problem is that it's a scaling situation, right? China just outscales Jushi, frankly. They just have a better economy the longer the game goes, and just a better army the longer the game goes. So that pressure for Jushi to do damage can often lead to situations where you overextend and maybe lose your army, which if you do, it's over.
Oh, so I feel like basically what we have here is Dry Arabia with too many options, and counterpicking will be counterpicked. So I'm actually liking that. Lots of mind games. But guys, are you ready for the final, maybe final game, match point game of the series? Let's hop on in.
Match point indeed is where Wham finds himself here, Scatterbrain backed up against the wall here, needing desperately another win here in this series to stay further along in this tournament. At least I think so. Maybe you can correct me quickly, Marika, when you can, whether we are in the double elimination bracket or not.
Not yet.
But not yet. So Scatterbrain feeling the pressure here, a little bit of sweat on the back of his neck, most likely here, needing to make this Mongol pick work. And it is definitely a very strong pick here, without a doubt, finding great success, especially by his opponent in the previous qualifier. So we'll have to see whether he can also mirror that success as we load into game number 4 of Masters of Steel qualifier number 2. Scatterbrain in the color blue as the Mongols. Oh, actually, no, excuse me. It's actually in the color yellow. Yes, there we go. Wham is the one who's in blue normally. Yeah.
Yeah. On the
In the color yellow. Exactly. Once again, testing the viewer's attention spans. It was completely intentional, guys. Don't worry about it. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. The Mongols in the color yellow, piloted by Scatterbrain here in our game number 3. Up against Wham in the color blue as the Odor of the Dragon.
Now this time, I would say Scatterbrain got more sheep, and as I was about to say that, the sheep just basically spawned in front of Wham, and Wham is just sucking on all the sheep right now. This is a feast for the village, but both of these players getting a pretty solid amount. Not that the sheep matters too much on this map, as we know this is water, and we do need to see some water shenanigans. So let's hop on out and quickly see what the dock situation is. So we have a dock over on from Wham and from Scatterbrain, both of these going for the very standard play on this map. The map that we have here is not something we very often see anyone deviating from. Ooh, and let me switch the sides of the players. So we don't see people deviating from these that often, because you do need the water, and it does give you so much of an advantage. It's not a choice like we saw in the previous map.
Exactly right. And I do have to say, though, one thing that does surprise me here a little bit is the lack of Dark Age play by either of these factions that we have in play, Mongols or OTD. It's an interesting situation because I understand it to some extent, because the pawns are, relatively safe compared to Kawasan, right? Each player has access to 2 pawns on their side. Naturally, that lends itself to a defender's advantage, where even if one player opens spear first and looks to put aggression, the other player can potentially just go barracks straight after the dock and then even match the numbers on the defensive. And then it becomes a tricky situation where your opponent already has a dock that they can defend and you do not. So that might be the reason for it. As to which civilization is favored in the Dark Age, I think it's a bit tough to say. I would say Mongols, typically, because of the double production. Ultimately, of course, OTD does have the stronger spearmen, but, that isn't necessary enough to offset the economic advantage of the double production. However, that won't be the case either here, right? They're both just going to handshake on these docks here. They're both going to get their fishing going up nice and quick. Wham! Already going into the gold. Scatterbrain as well. Just a little bit ahead of him here. As Wham actually invested slightly more into those fishing ships. And already a little bit of deer laming going on here.
Oh, you just want to make sure that your opponent doesn't get all these deer for free, even if you do make a play for their water and shut it down, because you want to make sure that you can be ahead on all fronts. Yesterday, with Scatterbrain on this map, I think a lot of us were wondering, why is the water not getting shut down? So Scatterbrain definitely might have taken a page out of that book, but we'll see if he can get past the I need to deny resources to actually also I need to deny water. And it does look to be the case. Scatterbrain is going for that counter dock pretty close to the other dock as well, and he knows. Wham knows.
Yeah, although that's exactly what you want here, Scatterbrain, right? You want that dock to be close to the enemy dock, specifically for when that arrow slit comes in here for Scatterbrain, which of course is very, very handy for Mongols to get, thanks to the passive stone that they get anyway from the Uvu. It means that any ship that pops out of that dock, whether it be a fishing ship or a fighting ship, will instantaneously get hit by an arrow slit. And the notable thing with arrow slits, although the damage isn't that high, and it's not like the attack speed is that high, is notably the range that is very, very high on that arrow slit. It makes it so difficult to actually even fight up against any kind of naval force next to that dock. And so that's going to have great coverage over that pawn. It's going to completely deny that deep sea fish there, as well as any fighting below that pawn from Wham. It means any fighting ship that does come out of that dock will straight away be slightly tenderized in terms of damage, so to say. Age up comes through. Deer Stones is on the way, so potentially some Khan's Hunters might be on the cards for him as well, in combination with the Mangudai, which is something we have seen on this map before, namely from Wham and Puppy Paw. Because of the woodlines are so small, it's a prime target to deal damage with that Falcon. And already tower on the way for Wham here on the gold.
Now, getting a tower this early tells us he wants to protect this at all costs because of the Khan, most likely. The thing about having the Khan, it's not doing a lot of damage, but every little bit makes this quite hard to handle because
it's so annoying.
It's just so hard to handle. I can't imagine any player enjoying this. This means you have to invest in it, even if you're not getting early game aggression on your side. The Khan is the aggression. Now we instantly see the naval arrows that's coming out, but the question is he going to make a ship on top of this as well? So with the Spearman, he definitely responded correctly here, because if you can get that Spearman here, you're already forcing your opponent to invest yet another ship, and he doesn't just get to get that free arrow slits upgrade, basically free for the Mongols. But we'll see now, because Wham is looking at making units. We'll see if that's going to be a few more.
It's a good choice for sure, because we see he's prioritizing that land investment over that water investment, specifically because of the arrow slits. But as I said, that demo, unnoticed by Wham, takes down not only the Springboard ship, but also the fishing ship that was repairing these Springboard ships. So great value gained there by Scatterbrain already. Wham, on the other hand, is investing into Spearmen, and the scout helping those Spearmen to torch down this dock. It might go on fire just before these Mangudai come in to push away the Spearmen, which is kind of all that Wham needs here. As long as the dock is on fire, which it definitely will be actually, then the dock will eventually burn down, right? So good timing here by Wham, just before those Mangudai fully push him away. This is very, very good for him. But you can see that close deep sea fish there is just completely out of bounds for now. But yeah, the dock's going to go down. However, I would say definitely gained value here.
Oh, he gained value, all he needed. He's got a villager coming this way though, and the scout just goes back and does more damage too. I wonder if Scatterbrain expected that poor scout to help in the mission here, but now the Mangudai is going to make this a little bit harder. The thing is, this is Order of the Dragon, right? You get towers, you have chunky villages, and you're usually pretty okay. Now, the problem with these woodlines is once the Khan gets a little glimpse onto the other side, he will just keep being on your woodlines. So, this means that you have to invest a lot more into defenses. Now, a potential spot that would be quite safe is over here, and you can see he knows he needs to get a little bit of a defense on these towers. Otherwise, these guys are going to make his life hell. But because of this, he's just going castle. We'll see if Scatterbrain follows suit, because Scatterbrain still has a lot on wood.
Yeah, there might be a reinvestment into fishing ships here, either on his own secondary home pond or Wham's home pond in the north instead. We'll have to see. That is what the wood indicates. Or it might just be prepping production ahead of time here for him. But you can see just the impact that these Khan's Hunters and Mangudai have here. Wham invested so much into these double outposts. The 2 lines of Wham walls, as he's come to be known for, without a doubt. But it's not enough. Like, the Falcon can still just be put over the wood line, and because it's so small, he's still just able to shoot. Wham is just forced to place the to place the lumber camp right next to the outpost. And even then, the Khan is still in range. So Wham also has to get arrow slits to be able to defend this position and keep gathering wood. It's so oppressive, and Scatterbrain, yeah, parked on both sides of the wood line. I can't state how annoying this is, but it's so effective, and Scatterbrain is doing a great job of utilizing it. However, that dock, in combination with these units, was quite an investment, enough so to slow down Scatterbrain a fair bit, as Wham is already on his way to the castle edge.
So with this, he was able to stop any stone mining, I say, and then he moves away. The moment he moves away, this becomes a more viable spot to defend. And I don't think Scatterbrain knows how much that small decision impacted this game, because now the gold will be safe. And these guys are just not getting any damage done that they need to actually shut this down. Because yes, it's oppressive, it's annoying, but once this is reinforced, he's going to be able to get that wood he needs.
Exactly right, yeah, the arrow slits, although the towers will protect the gold just fine, it's about the wood line as well, right? He needs the arrow slits to protect at least that side of the wood line in turn, right? And that will be coming in now for him. So nicely timed by Wham to spot those Mangodai and Count Santa moving away, and then using that space to get the stone required. Already gilded men-at-arms in production for Wham, and this early timing is really nice for him, because you know he can get that Burgrave working ASAP in his favor, and it will just churn out value. Every single unit produced from that Burgrave gives huge value thanks to that discount for him. You essentially want to have 100% uptime on that Burgrave if you can. Upgrades coming in for Wham as well, double broadaxe as well as golden cuirass as well coming for him for that men-at-arms tankiness. And Scatterbrain is going to be a crossbow follow-up, so this is kind of exactly what we expected here from Scatterbrain, right? He's going to look to get up those upgrades, look to get up a decent number of crossbows as well as outposts to pad himself into going for that Karganet Palace age-up, which, I mean, he's already getting fairly close.
This is disgusting. We are getting to see it, guys. Remember how I wished for a fast Imperial and said, oh, but it's probably not viable. There's no chance he would do something like that because Order of the Dragon is just so good. But no. He's gonna go for the fast Imperial. The thing is, if you go for the fast Imperial and Order of the Dragon just tries to go right through you, they will do some good damage. And now the Burgrave is pumping at the moment. You can see he's also going for Military Academy, so he's planning on staying here and building units. So I don't see any expansion onto another little pond because Scatterbrain doesn't need it. He doesn't need it when he is going to be getting free units on his side. Now, these bad boys, they are oppressive. They also need to make sure that Wham stays in his base, and they're doing a pretty good job at that. The thing is, they need to start thinking about going from the backside because there are more units coming out pretty soon. It looks like they will use their mobility and try to kite, but once Wham gets some crossbows, this is going to be a lot harder for him.
Exactly. The crossbows are just so impeccable in defensive situations like this. And against men-at-arms especially, which is exactly what Wham wants to make for that dive ability under these towers. And you can see just the timing is so oppressive here. I mean, Wham is just now able to leave his base after getting enough of a mass to challenge these Mangodai and Khan's hunters, but already Scatterbrain is on his way. Although I gotta say, the massive crossbows is not very impressive, and Scatterbrain may be greeting a little bit by camping on that relic. He might lose a few here if he's not careful, but he does notice and pull back in time. What I'm particularly curious about is the level of outpost investment we have here for Scatterbrain. We know there's one outpost at least on that gold mine, 2 even in fact, but that gold mine is going to run out pretty soon here. And if it comes to a dive under the TC for Scatterbrain, we have to see the same outpost underneath the TC where he plans and the Uvu, because if he doesn't, there's no outpost. This could be a little bit scary for him because there's a lot of gilded units on the field already.
Now, these are going to be scary for now. The thing is just, he is going to be able to shut this down. He's got Warrior Monks though, so Warrior Monks not the best one to get in the early game, but it's also not a hui pal when these bad boys are at the front side. They will be able to heal some of these units, but he'll probably be hoping for a good spawn for the next one. The crossbows are doing good work at keeping this busy. These bad boys standing around, not really sure what to do at the moment, but the crossbows are trading okay. The problem is just Wham has a lot of units here. So next up though, he's got some elite horse archers, and now all of a sudden, the palace is going to start talking.
They're going to start talking indeed. I mean, already 2 warrior monks are out, which, yes, not the best unit, but they are in fact quite a reliable frontline here for Scatterbrain, as they take no extra damage from anything except spearmen, as they are a mounted unit, but they are not armored or light, counting as religious units instead. Now, he does get a batch of horse archers, which is also a pretty effective unit to get here as well on the defense. Not the best, but definitely pretty up there as well. And Wham is doing a good job of controlling the gold here, I must say. Oh, and this is a big spot on the gold mine. Scatterbrain does not realize, does not move away in time, distracted with the Mangudai. A lot of villages are going to go down here. 8 already killed by Wham in this game. A 9th one goes down, and these villages are running for their lives. And the truth is, they're running towards the outposts, but those outposts, they are so exposed, Whamen. More units are going to be coming here, and I'm not sure how long he can hold this spot.
Now the units, they do change their track, but look at these. They are actually diving the towers. And the thing is, these towers are squishy. That's the bad part about playing Mongols, right? You don't get to just burn, or you don't get to reinforce your towers. The thing is, though, the horse archers are out, and this is going to start doing some damage because those units cannot find their friends. They're stuck here at the bottom. They're picking off a villager or two, but they are not able to reinforce on time. We've got palace guards here too, and they're gonna run right past the spearmen and get onto the back line. And yes, Mongols did lose quite a few villages, but this is Imperial Age Mongols. This is like Lancaster. If he's got 10 farms, and in this case, if he's got 1 shogunate, there's hope.
There's hope indeed. I mean, you see the units already were able to push off that initial military mass there from Wham, and Scatterbrain actually cleans all of those southern units up, so big value gain there for him, actually. That's the risk you take with Wham here, splitting your forces like that, and essentially what was half of his army just gets completely cleaned up. He did gain a lot of value there, a lot of villages did go down, but you can see already the mass for Scatterbrain is just building so fast here. And if you look at the economic deficit, it might not look that severe, but you gotta remember, most of those are gilded villages for Wham, so they're way more potent than regular villages. And in this fight, it looks so favorable for Scatterbrain already. Wham is forced to back off.
The problem is Wham is nowhere near aging up either. He's got the eco on the water on one side. He's tapping out his wood line over here, and that's a very tiny one. He's going to need to think about the next one as well, and the problem is the next one is far forward. And there's going to be French knights on the board, and I don't know about you, Chief, but French knights coming towards my forward wood line, that sounds like an absolute nightmare.
They will be Roost Knights, but not far off at all. It's pretty close, but I mean, I think already it's looking so hard for Wham. I mean, he's stabilized here. He's able to keep at least control on his third of the map, but the longer this goes, the better it is for Scatterbrain. That Kagana Palace will not stop producing units. Again, now we're getting some more Mangudai from Scatterbrain, the elite Mangudai, and it's something that's easy to forget, but every single one of these units that comes from the Kagana Palace is fully upgraded with all unique upgrades in turn for them. It is tremendous. So those knights, not only do they have Boyar's Fortitude, but they also have the pole axes as well for that additional damage. The palace guards have the additional move speed as well on top of them. And horse archers also have Boyar's Fortitude and the gallop ability too. You can see the mass is just so severe for Scatterbrain already. Wham! Honestly, I think he's dead already.
Yeah, and he might be realizing this. The thing is, he's so far ahead with the resources, or with villagers, right? He's, theoretically, he should be okay. He's done things correctly. But the fact that Scatterbrain could be this aggressive just means that Wham is just not able to keep up. These crossbows are trading well, but not well enough, because these units are Imperial Age units, and Look at that attack speed. Look at the amount of arrows flying. They're ignoring the men-at-arms and just focusing on the crossbows. And next up, villagers as well. Now that forward wood line is very questionable. We're getting a market here. And the moment you see Order of the Dragon going for a market, that's usually a warning sign. Palace guards now, they're like, hey, I actually saw that there were some villagers here. Let me pay you a visit. And slicing everyone in half. We just say, let the bodies hit the floor, and he will not even need a wham. He's just gonna go straight in with units.
This is absolutely insane to watch here. This is, I mean, I guess this is in some way payback for that House of Lancaster game that Wham put Scatterbrain through. He now gets to do a little bit of his own bullying in this game with some excessively powered economy here in the form of free units. 700 to 800 resources per minute in terms of elite upgraded units here for Scatterbrain. How do you offset this? You might think, well, there's gilded villages here for Wham. 800 resources per minute in terms of the most premium elite units you can have. It's so incredibly potent in Wham. He found so many villager kills. I mean, what more could you really ask for? But it still looks so hopeless.
Wham got a little bit of gold coming in from the back, you know, with all these sacred sites sticking, and he's trying. You see 37 on food, but every bit of food he gets, 54 on food now, every bit of food he gets, he just needs to reinvest in units. He doesn't even get to enjoy that Order of the Dragon late game. He's not going to get to the late game. Right now, all he has in front of him are very scary units, and next up is a Hui Pow to seal the deal. Now, Scatterbrain did lose all of the units that he got from the Shagonite Palace, but he's like, oh, actually, I'm not too worried about that. I'll just make new ones by waiting it out. So now these archers are going to be doing everything they can. And yes, they will get taken down by the men-at-arms, but they will be taking victims alongside them.
Scatterbrain now finding his own economic damage behind this is going to yield great results for him at this point in time. And further along we see it's 2 Hui Power now on the field for Scatterbrain here, but as we mentioned, the longer this goes, the worse it gets for Wham in this game number 4. Scatterbrain is looking pretty close to tying up the series at this point in time. Now a hand cannoneer switch is being prepped for him behind this. And the elite archers as well, just doing great work as well up against the gilded archers from Wham, despite their additional scale archer skill armor that gives them additional armor against range units specifically. And the Hui Power is going to get repaired. A bit unfortunate for Scatterbrain to get 2 in a row here, but I mean, does it really matter? I think he's still just going to be able to trade so well.
Now with all these university upgrades, it's actually paying off. It looks like the men-at-arms will be able to overpower these archers at the back, but the thing is, it's temporarily, because these archer ranges are making hand cannoneers. When you have this many resources, you get to make hand cannoneers. Hui Pal dropped a rock on this guy's head and he melted. But now, hand cannoneers are slowly going to start pushing back, and once hand cannoneers are out, it's really hard to take them down. You see Wham already making the counter unit, gilded veteran archers, but those veteran archers are just going to suck when it comes to the palace guards again. So you just have rock, paper, scissors, but the problem is Scatterbrain has all of them, and Wham has to choose with his limited resources.
Exactly right. You've said it perfectly there, Wham. And I mean, you know, it's essentially a roulette of counters here. What is he going to get next? Now we see another batch of 3 elite Rus knights in queue, which Wham, I mean, he has 6 crossbows on the field, but yeah, you know, I mean, there's a fair bit of archers out here for Scatterbrain. It's not really enough to hold here. The Hui Power now is going to start working on Wham's infrastructure. And I gotta say, Wham has been doing a great job of leveraging his economy to try to hold this, but it's just a losing battle in the long run. The destroyed value says everything you need to see. 10,000 ahead, Scatterbrain. Just these trades in terms of tech are just too favorable, and with that, GG is called. Wham knows it, despite his best efforts. It's just too much.
He put up a pretty good fight, but he got a taste of his own medicine. As we saw before, with him on Lancaster going for that fast Imperial, Scatterbrain served him counterplay on a platter. And honestly, this is what we needed. This is the pure karmic revenge from Scatterbrain. But now, Scatterbrain has his work cut out for him. And honestly, I don't think it was on our bingo cards that Scatterbrained and Wham would be 2-2 in a series.
One of Scatterbrain's best performances, without a doubt, so far in his pro career in Age of Empires 4. Not only taking out Numudon in a tight set 3-2 earlier, who many had penned as favored, but now going toe-to-toe against Wham, a seasoned veteran and, firm top 8 player historically in Age of Empires 4. Also, now finding himself tied up against Scatterbrained and forced to be taken to a game number 5 here. And what better place to determine a Whamen than Dry Arabia?
Oh, Dry Arabia, the most standard of standard maps. And honestly, Dry Arabia with the sheep, we are going to be seeing now pure sheep play because this is what we needed. We need to see these guys because Wham has been drowning in the sheep until he donated all of his. Let's go see what the sheep counter is going to be at, especially at the start of the game. Because I feel like the sheep have played a big role in these last few matches. So that's why I'm mentioning this on Dry Arabia so specifically. It's just Malians versus Zushi though. Both of these civs like pro scouting, right? But Zushi a little bit more than Malians. Now, you said that Malians deals pretty well with Zushi. Do you think that's the case in this pro scouting meta as well?
They can have a pretty decent chance, I think, against Jushi. Malians is one of those civs that, although they might not be the best of the best in terms of cream of the crop, I think that they're tier right below, right? I mean, and they have some decent answers against some of these top civs, specifically because of their unique mechanics, right? Their passive income, that is not to be underestimated. Their timings revolving around cows, but also the possibility of what we've seen a lot recently, those poison javelin Mansath javelin throws, right? They are such a cost-effective unit in terms of trading that you essentially either need overwhelming horseman numbers to deal with or siege to actually even trade favorably for them. Not only is the damage over time really, really potent, but also the kiting, the move speed, allows them to pick and choose fights however they wish against most units in the game, and that can really pay dividends in the long run. In Jushi, they have some really oppressive, powerful timings, relating to pro scouts and of course especially those Dali horses when it comes to that castle age, but they are limited by that deer, and once that deer is out, Marika, they can find themselves really struggling against a civ that has more reliable passive income like the Malians here. So interestingly that Wham doesn't opt for the China here. I guess he's a bit reticent maybe about being found on the defensive, as you often would be with China against something like Jushi or Ottomans for that matter. You can often be found on the defensive depending how you play it. But instead, he opts for Malians instead here.
Now, getting Malians is something I'm really excited about because I don't think we've seen Malians as much in the play currently, except when they go for Farimba. And I honestly want to see if the cow boom is the choice because of this pro scouting situation that you've just mentioned. People do run out of food, and that gives you that reliable income. But the Farimba has been so prominent in these top games. And I don't know if it's just because it's new and people don't know how to deal with the javelin throwers yet, or it is just actually better. So where do you land on that?
I think it's this interesting situation of economy versus army power, right? Typically we see Farimba in combination with Pro Scouts. Now that's not to say that Pro Scouts is isolated from Cow Boom. We've seen plenty of Pro Scouts into Cow Boom as well, just to be able to get to it faster, produce more in feudal while still adding cows, right? But without a doubt that the Malian army is really strong when you do have access to those Mansa javelins, especially. Now, Freeborn and Mansa Musafadi have their place as well, but that can be quite tricky to figure out when and how to utilize them. But you have the reliable food income with the Fulani Corral. But it can make it tricky to withstand some timings when it comes to castle ages from some of these tempo-orientated civs like Jushi, for that matter, or like Ottomans would, for example, if that was Scatterbrain's other choice. Whereas, if you want to I guess, play a little bit safer, you could then go for the Mansa instead to make sure that, okay, well, I'm going to have these really strong units that I can definitely defend with. And then maybe I'll look to push out, get some damage done, and offset any kind of food deficit I might lack from not having the Fulani Corral. And of course, I mean, you can still make cows even without the corral. So you don't miss out on too much if you do go for them.
Yeah, I can definitely see the endgame compositions also looking so much different if they do end up going for that. But now, guys, they are waiting for us in the game. So, ladies and gents, it's time for us to head on in. Get ready.
And here we go. The long anticipated game number 5 in the Masters of Steel qualifier number 2 between Wham and Scatterbrained. The series is tied 2-2 here in this determining match, as either player has their game to lose at this point in time, and whoever loses is out and eliminated from qualifier number 2 and will have to make their mark and try their best in the next qualifier, as we are on Dry Arabia. And what better map to determine this set between these two players, as Dry Arabia typically the most fair of maps, the most standard of maps. It is where typically the better player does win if all things go to plan. Wham loading into Dry Arabia, piloting the Malians in the color blue, facing an opponent that might be putting up more of a fight than he anticipated in the form of Scatterbrained. Playing in the color yellow, playing as one of his favorite civilizations, the Jushi. So both players opting for civilizations that they deem very, very strong and are very capable with. Both have proved themselves on these civilizations. So very cinematic finish here to our set. And as we load in, we will see what is on the cards. Plenty of possibilities here in this matchup. I think this is a tricky matchup to play for both of these civs. There's a lot of vulnerabilities to exploit here for both. Naturally, you have the pit mine vulnerability here for Malians, which can become under a lot of pressure. And, you know, it's not exactly forward, but it's not at the back either here for Wham, right? So damage could potentially be done. And Jushi, you know, they have the explosion of income. But once that food runs out, they become quite vulnerable themselves.
Now, that is one of those things that you have to ask yourself, am I going to be able to keep my gold safe? Because with Malians, we know how much investment this takes, and it does take a while to pay off. Zushi is a civilization that can pump out so many units so quickly. And if you are not ready, this is so dire. So at the same time, he's got the second gold on the other side. I mean, in the same line, right? So when the shutdown does come, it's going to be impossible to get this back. I say this, but at the same time, if we look over here on Scatterbrain's side, he is also a very one-sided gold man. So the same can be said for Wham. If he shuts this down, it's really hard to get this back. Now, I'm a little bit excited to see what the pro scouting is going to look like, because obviously Malians has spicy scouts. They get to do a little bit of extra damage and take down anything in their path. But at the same time, Zushi, when opening with a stable, you get those horsemen out and they will be able to handle this well. But I'm excited to see what both of these guys decide to do in response to their opponent's pro scouting. So definitely going to be taking some notes from this, because honestly, this is how we learn, right? So this is a pretty juicy meditation garden, though. I'm really glad for Scatterbrain in this, because that's a lot of wood and double gold in the range as well. So yeah, I think he's going to be a very happy camper with this.
Definitely juicy meditation gardens here for him, right? Nice little spawn for him as well. However, he does sacrifice food on that meditation gardens, which is typically the top choice for most players. He could have pivoted slightly further north to get himself a good bit of food as well. Look at that. That's also a really, really nice one for him. But he might have either not scouted it in time. We can maybe have a look at the perspective. I'm quite curious if maybe he just didn't see it, or if he just opted to put it slightly closer, avoid more idle time. And already we have an interesting start here from Scatterbrained. No stable, no pro scout as of yet. Instead, he opts to open with that barracks. And interestingly as well for Wham, wheelbarrow opener. So it might just be a complete skip on pro scouts for him.
I did not think we would experience the day that we don't see pro scouting, and I don't want to jinx it. I think we jinxed it. He's probably going to go pro scouts pretty soon. You see that gold stacking up. The spearmen, they're coming out though, and they're going straight across to the other side. Now, this is interesting because this is going to make Wham have to respond, and he responds with a stable. So when you see that stable, even though we're not expecting pro scouting, this does still raise the question mark of, is he going to be able to deal with these spears this early on? Especially 3 of them. Because 3, you can't ignore them and just let them burn down your houses.
No, you definitely can't ignore them, right? And stable is a bit of an interesting follow-up here. I'm not sure if Wham actually scouted the barracks from Scatterbrain at this point in time.
He's about to.
Well, he definitely will know now, but he doesn't know if there's any spares out yet. And yeah, I mean, these 3 early spares, and the scout's gonna put a little bit of pressure here, especially with that stable opening from Wham. Definitely a rough spot to find yourself in, and I do wonder whether this is a sofa follow-up here from Wham. It is going to be the Warrior Scouts upgrade for him, so he's going to look to be a little bit annoying with them. Whether he produces any more, we're just going to have to see. But yeah, I mean, you see archer range rushed up by Wham. He knows he has to respond to this straight away. So definitely a couple of archers going to be coming out, or maybe javelin throwers instead. But already, Wham, the greed actually is quite incredible. Already going for that second pit mine.
So going for that second pit mine with a villager that's not even half HP. Oh, actually, just above half HP. Sorry, guys, math. And now you're gonna open this up to actually being harassed. But never mind. The boys have arrived. Oh, singular boy. They look to be going to the other side though. And this villager will need to have light feet. And he does so. He's running back home. He's got wheelbarrow as well. So he will be able to make it out alive. But Scatterbrain now starting the pro scouting. The warrior scout just not able to get the damage he needs. Because there are spears in the mix. And it just becomes so hard to actually shut this down. But Scatterbrain's cooking something else, guys. He's cooking a little palace guard. And why is this so dire, you may ask? Because palace guards, they are tanky. And you having a bunch of archers is not going to be a good answer to what that is.
Yes, initially definitely won't be. I mean, the Palace Guard in these early skirmishes are going to do great work up against these Warrior Scouts and the Archers as well on the offensive. Now, once that Archer count does build up, as well as Javelins, it will get much worse for the Palace Guard, but you need so much more investment here as Wham to deal with these Palace Guards. And, you know, I mean, he does already have a stable. Sofa will deal very effectively with the Palace Guard if he does choose to go into them. We'll have to see. Horseman out here as well, catching this archer here. Nice little pickup there, stopping the pit mine yet again, Scatterbrain has. And Donzo now in Q4 Wham as well, in anticipation of the Horseman. Scatterbrain just making pretty much every kind of unit. The only thing he didn't make yet is an archery ranged for some Juganu, but Juganu can be tough to find value with here, especially against something like Javelin throws.
And it looks like Scatterbrain is set on doing some proper damage to these pit mines, or at least slowing Malians down. Probably the safest thing he could do. And these archers, again, just taking a bit of damage. Don't think he will be losing too much here because the Donzo has joined the party. He gets 1, but this could be very expensive for him if he loses this to the Donzo. Another archer going down, but the 1 horse will make it back to safety. Now, Wham's still thinking about shutting this down, and he's doing a lot better now with these numbers.
Yes, it's a nice little idea here by Wham, right? He skips Pro Scouts entirely, but still opts to make just a few extra Warrior Scouts here, just to be really annoying, right? Because an annoying thing with Marlins, an annoying situation you can find yourself here as Marlins, I mean, is, you know, you might have a great economy, you can start adding cows, which Wham is already on his way quite firmly in doing, already 7 out more in production as we speak. Is that the lack of map control can make it very easy for your opponent to just tunnel vision without consequences on dealing as much damage to you as possible, taking most of the day, and just going carnage whenever you want. So these Warrior Scouts give him at least a little bit of agency in distracting Scatterbrain and getting at least some, forcing him to multitask more than he'd like.
And we see Wham eating the deer himself. This is a pretty fine way to ensure that your opponent does not get all the deer, especially when you've got a little tower here. Bringing more of the boys over because he might realize, hey, I probably need to think about getting up to castle a little bit quicker. We now have Shaolin Monastery being rushed up with 10. And Myriad, are we going to see Lancers?
Yes, indeed. I mean, the double stable tells you all you need to know. It is going to be mass lancers on the cards here for Scatterbrain, at least initially in this castle age. And I've got to say, Scatterbrain played this early game really, really nicely. Getting those early initial spares out to force a ranged mass here from Wham, which ultimately he will be virtually useless against these lancers. And I've got to say, this is a really sharp and sudden castle timing here from Scatterbrain that I'm sure maybe took Wham a little bit by surprise here. Now, the notable thing here for Wham as the Marlians is the Marlians typically one of the civs that doesn't care too much typically about a deficit in tech, especially when they have the answers necessary, which normally they definitely do. More and more Donzos in queue here for Wham. You can see by the macro, he's still just adding cows. He's slowly trending towards the castle age here, but he's not too worried about staying in the feudal age. There looks to be a second barracks being dropped, which is definitely a prudent choice. You want to get more Donzos out, potentially some Musafadis out as well, just to make sure that this defense is relatively straightforward. And Scatterbrain, I mean, he essentially made his idea completely clear. He has to deal a lot of damage here, or kill Wham outright before his food runs out, otherwise the cow economy will essentially run away with the game. So Scatterbrained, he is essentially all in.
He is on a timer. And Wham is aware. He's like, let me wall that one up for you, brother. Your Lancers are not going to get here all at once. This is not going to be easy entry. The Lancers here, they do take some damage and they take quite a bit before going down. But with these amounts, he's just able to shut this down, and there's no counter for it just yet. He does pick up a few villages, but as Malians, it's probably okay for you to lose a few villages when your cow economy is this thorough. We already have 13 cows, and now the Fulani is going to make this a lot smoother for him.
Yes, that's a really nice pickup there by Scatterbrain, which he definitely needed after essentially just throwing away 2 Lancers away completely for free there. Quick war coming in here on the north by Wham, but it is going to get interrupted just in time by that Lancer as the Fulani Corral is rushed up prematurely without cows. So Wham prioritizing that timing over the additional income from the cows, which could be a prudent choice, as with this Palace Guard switch coming in here for Scatterbrain in turn to once again try to surprise Wham. However, you know, theoretically Wham could just make Musafadis to deal with both of these armored units here. But I gotta say, I think this timing for Scatterbrain didn't really work out the way he intended. And the damage, 5 worker kills is not bad at all. But as you mentioned yourself, Maker, the cows, they're really going to offset that. And I think Scatterbrain has a pretty tough game ahead of him.
And we can switch to income per minute now, because we're about to see that thing skyrocket. It doesn't feel like Scatterbrain got as much damage as he needed here yet. We still have a few villages out here that are going to be ripe for the picking. But again, Palace Guards, they're not going to do too well against this just yet. And now, Sofas are in the mix. This is going to start becoming counter-raiding, and a lot of food is required to keep this thing going, but it just feels like there is not the numbers to handle that. Spearmen now, or Donzos at least, doing a little bit of damage to the Palace Guards. Palace Guards, they're able to survive for a while, but again, not getting any damage as they need against this Malians.
Exactly. I mean, Scatterbrain's unit production has essentially completely halted here, which is quite surprising. We see a very large bank in resources for him. It makes me wonder what he's cooking here in this situation. Even now, there's just no units in production for him. 900 food in the bank, 1300 gold. I really wonder what he's planning here. Some upgrades being added now. Meanwhile, Wham, it is going to be the Sofa, the unit of choice. Such a potent unit here for the Marlians. Once that imported armor comes in for them, they can be an excellent raiding unit, a great frontline unit, and just a really, really hard one to deal with for most civilizations. And yeah, imported armor already in. So these Sofas now have more armor than a regular knight. On top of being faster as well. So Scatterbrained, in combination with the Donzos, is really going to be in some trouble here. But again, there's still no unit investment here from Scatterbrained. He did rush up a keep in turn, but to what end?
It feels like this keep is supposed to protect his economy, but all it's going to protect is, yeah, sure, the wood. But what about the rest of everything else? You can see he's floating a lot of resources. He was considering going Imperial, but was he? it feels so strange because with Zushi, going for Imperial in this scenario does not give you anything you would need to actually survive a push like this. And it feels like Wham is right now just on top of him, and he will not have an answer to actually shutting down anything that's here. Like you said, these sofas are chunky right now, and he cannot afford to lose villagers. He's not Marlians. Marlians is on the other side, and they don't have 39 idle villagers.
Yeah, I'm just really confused by Scatterbrain. It seemed like once he hit Castle Age, just churned out a bunch of lancers quite scarily fast and got a decent bit of damage, but also lost a fair few of them doing it. It seemed like he was just really confused on how to proceed. You imagine yourself, it almost looked like he was going Imperial, but to what end? I mean, he played Mongols last game, not this game. There's no free units to be gained from Castle Age here for Jushi's legacy, and frankly, I mean, he's dead.
Yeah, I think this is again what we spoke about before, is just that tournament experience. And Wham, he's a veteran. He's been here a while, and Scatterbrained taking these games off of him, so impressive. Really proud to see how far he's come. But honestly, I think a lot of players are going to have a lot more respect for him. Scatterbrain not tapping out. He's making Wham work for it. And, but yes, he may have cooked this just a little bit too hard and to the wrong end, hoping to try and outplay his opponent. But in the end, there's no farm transition. The food is starting to get barren, and all of the food that's left is under siege right now. But you can see trying to get a few spearmen out to just miraculously take down all those sofas. The problem is just the sofas are everywhere, and they're going to shut down anything you try to do. There's the beast now, trying his best, but once they get on top of him, he's going to melt. Poor guy.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate end here for Scatterbrain. I mean, I really liked the idea initially, but it just goes to show if you just can't get enough damage, as I mentioned, a bit of an all-in situation. If you can't get damage done with those lances, there's just very little recovery possibility in this situation as Jushi, I would say, up against what is soon to be a full cow boom here from Wham. But despite that tremendously impressive effort from Scatterbrained in this set, taking what others would consider a far more favored player up to a 5th game, really making Wham sweat and having very impressive performances in his wins and even in the losses, really making Wham work for it. It will end for him, however, here most likely in this game number 5. But there's still another qualifier to go, and Scatterbrained is definitely an opponent I'm a bit reticent about meeting.
Scatterbrained is someone who is going to strike fear into the hearts of new players, and they're actually going to need to scout and try to figure out what Scatterbrained has up his sleeve. He's getting more spearmen, hoping that this will be enough. But Wham, he's planning to wham him pretty hard. Because, you know, when you have 2 whams, they can break through most buildings.
Yes, the 37 food per minute income that Scatterbrain was sitting for a minute there spells quite a bit of doom for him, without a doubt. When you can't even really produce villages reliably anymore, it's always a pretty desperate situation to be in for Doubt. He's got to look to make a bit of a Hail Mary Nesta Beast defense here, which, you know, can be quite potent normally, but I would say the damage is quite severe at this point in time as well. I'm just going into the tried and true, reliable old Marlin composition, Poison Archers in combination with those Sofa. Very, very strong composition from the Marlins, one they've become notorious for over the years so far. And at this point, it's almost just an A-click to finish this game from Wham, really. As long as he doesn't take some horrific Nested Beast shots, he can just kind of keep poking and prodding as Scatterbrain, chipping away until he's really dead. And I mean, Scatterbrain, he needs beyond a miracle at this point.
He's putting those villagers in the DC to try and keep it alive. Repairing now, but the archers have their new targets. And pulling back, he says, Wham, if you want this, we're gonna go in fighting, brother. The Wham being tired out by Scatterbrain, trying to get every bit of sweat out of Wham's forehead. But these Nesta Bees are barely even making a dent in this army.
You know, I have to feel for Scatterbrain somewhat because this is actually becoming a real trend for him. I have seen this must be like the third, fourth, maybe even fifth time I see it from him, where he just has a tremendous performance against a player who is really, really favored for really, really favored. I think we've seen it against CSO a while back. We have also seen it against, I believe, Lucifron, but I may be mistaken. But oh no, against Vortex actually, he had a really good showing, taking him to game number 5 in qualifier number 1, I believe. But he just falls short in that 5th game, always at the end, and it's, you know, it must be such a tough position to be in. But despite that, it still demands ample respect. The Scatterbrained is eliminated from qualifier number 1. Wham advances, but fantastic showing from both players.
That was beautiful. And I think it shows that finally the gap is starting to close between these top players. And finally, we're getting a little bit more competition here between the top boys. And I think we saw this as well with the EGC tournament. CSO breaking through everyone. Scatterbrained, is he next? We said this about Anatan 6 months ago, and now Anatan is one of those big names that you can take down. So, honestly, I think we all got a pretty nice treat from these games. So, quickly go back to the lobby. Now, guys, that will conclude my and Myriad's cast, but there will be some new casters joining us here for the next series. We are gonna go into the semifinals. So we're going to be taking a short break and we'll be back. I will be hiding behind, just controlling the screen, pressing the buttons. So you guys will be seeing 2 very beautiful faces soon enough. But Myriad, thank you for joining. You know how excited I am about you. You're like, I remember when you casted for the first time, we were like, oh my god, this man has potential. And now you're becoming a regular on every channel. And I heard that you're like casting your first official World's End sponsors LAN soon.
I know, who saw that one coming, right? So definitely stay tuned for that. We might be seeing a little bit more of me, not only in game, but also behind the screen as well here, watching the game in turn. But thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. And everyone, grab your snacks, grab your drinks, as we will be back quite soon. Not myself, however. Age of RTS will be back soon for more Masters of Steel soon, and plenty more games to come.
Okay, we'll be right back, guys. See you soon. Myriad. guys. My name's Sassy, and I'm from Turkey, and I'm like a pro player, actually. I just lost a cat there.
Oof, I mean, that has to hurt, right?
That's a
I
rivalry.
mean, Cat's a really good player.
Mhm.
It is, but you know what's an even better rivalry? Core and Cat. Like those
Oh,
two.
yes.
Yeah, those two have history. It used to be like actually Cat and I, we used to always have our games against each other. But then I took the easy way out and just started casting. So that was my way of dealing with that.
Well, you still crank out at the top level though. Like you poke your head into like the top 16 every now and again. You're like, hello, remember me? Let me take you down, bitch.
Sometimes I get my moments. Let's put it like that. But speaking of great moments, we got a great set ahead of us. We got Anatant versus CSO in the semifinals here, and we already got a nice draft here that we can take a look at. First game, Ottomans versus House of Lancaster on Gorge. Now that's an exciting one.
Now, I can already see from CSO's draft, he's very happy, purely because we have Knights Templar for him already too. So, he didn't get a nice set of water maps to do this on, but I do see that there's a few viabilities in here. Anatan, on the other hand, getting Rus, China, Zushi, he's probably not upset either.
Yeah, he has to be very happy. He's got the meta map, like civs, I want to say. Like Rus, China is usually high end of the meta. CSO also shouldn't be too unhappy. He's got some not top in the meta, but still like really solidly performing civilizations going for him. We got Knights Templar, Kavasan, really good map there. Relic River is okay. It's also like there are fishing opportunities. Japan is starting to become more and more popular at the moment, I do want to say. It's really great seeing Japan just like being more figured out now, and players just actually embracing Yumi archers now that they have a reduced cost to them. Now they're even cheaper, and it's just so easy to like you just spam archers nonstop. Suddenly get like 20, 30, 40 archers out there. You add a bannerman, and suddenly they hurt normally.
Oh, well, that's something I'm loving to see emerge, because I took a little bit of a break from AoE for a while, and when I came back, it was just... It was wild, and I'm so excited to see these things evolve, because from 3 weeks ago, watching EGC games to watching games in the Qualifier, I'm just like, is this the same meta? Because things just keep evolving. But guys, we're gonna hop into the first game, so I hope you boys are ready, because, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for game number 1.
And here we go, jumping right into our game number 1. We got CSO as the House of Lancaster playing in the color green, and on the other side here on Gorge playing as Ottomans in the color yellow. Wow, I'm really excited for this one, mainly because I also have been trying out Ottomans more and more recently. And boy, oh boy, I gotta say, like, it is very, and I want to stress, I cannot stress this enough, it is very annoying when you're up against Ottoman in the late game. But to get there, it is an art. It is something like a needle that you gotta thread with Ottomans. But once you get there, it is so tough to play up against them. And I love these kind of situations where just everything clicks together, and it's like, all right, it's all come together. Now you're in a situation where you can't lose.
Now, with Ottomans, I feel like we were so used to seeing the military school opening, or at least just an early barracks into military school. But recently, with the barracks, there's a little bit of investment in the early game. They go and deny deer, they go and push deer. It's been quite wild with the possibilities. And we do see here, the scout does run past the stray little 2 spearmen to try and see, hey, what do you guys have in store today? Now, he's fully aware of this, but we'll see what comes out of this, because usually what follows up can be quite questionable. I feel like there's a huge question mark on it, and I cannot predict what it will be yet. Are we going to see a military school forced after this? Or is this just going to be a pure flood of units, which we've also seen a lot from Ottomans in recent days?
What we are seeing for sure is going to be some deer luring going on here for Anatant. He's made that impossible for CSO, as he did use his scout to kill off the deer from CSO on his side of the map. And look at the deer positioning from Anatant, both of them right next to each other. He's actually going to try to lure both deer packs with his spearmen. That is ambitious to say the least. Like if CSO notices that and gets his scout across the map. But even then, 3 spearmen, like you can just have 1 spearman on duty to chase after your opponent's scout. If he gets both those deer packs in, that's like basically having 3 pro scouts and an additional 5,000 food safely underneath your TC.
And it feels like CSO doesn't really have a way to contest it fully at the moment because he has a scout and those are spearmen, and even when you try to snipe a deer here or there, it definitely doesn't go too well. The problem is just he's not trying at all, and that's just going to snowball into Anatan's favor, I believe. I mean, look at that beautiful push, Crackedy. That is absolutely disgusting. But on the other hand, Lancaster Castle's coming up. We've been seeing a lot of 6 manners into Fast Imperial, and I haven't seen CSO on Lancaster and to make a solid deduction just yet. But I guess we'll see what his decision is here. He's also got a double deer pack on this side. So Lancaster, not a civilization that is known for being too desperate for deer. But if you're going for a Fast Imperial build, that is not unheard of. The thing is just when you're playing against Ottomans, they have such a good tempo that it becomes really difficult to do something like that.
I wouldn't say necessarily tempo. They're more like a ramping civilization. In most situations, the value of the military schools just stacks up time and time. Like it takes a while to build up because 1 unit out there, that's nice, but with a single unit, you're probably not going to be able to do too much damage. When you get up to 2 units, 3 units, 4 units, suddenly you get a nice little army ball that you can really start making use of. And in those situations, that's when the military skills really start to shine. Like in the late game, with the Castle Age Siege Landmark as well, I think you get up to like 1,000-ish resources per minute worth of military units out of your military schools and everything combined. So suddenly you start having like pretty much even value compared to, let's say, 9 manors there. But one thing that I've actually seen on ladder recently, and especially from like Chinese one tricks, that's where you want to look at if you want like some spicy new strategy, some spicy inspiration. You gotta look at the Chinese one tricks on the ladder, and the current flavor of the month of the lunar year, so to say, is actually Fast Imperial into mass siege crews with House of Lancasters, and you just get so many Rebaldicans and Culverins, and you get them so quickly that most civilizations actually do not have the tools of dealing with the Culverins and Rebaldicans in time, because Rebaldicans do so much damage against anything, even against their counters, archers, crossbows. You actually need the bonus range from the university upgrades in order to deal effectively with Rebaldicans, with your archers. But you don't get that if you're stuck in Castle Age, so it can be a really oppressive strategy. I've actually seen demos succumb to it today.
That's pretty wild, but I know that many people say like the Chinese are the inventors of the pre-meta, and that's usually why Louis was, I remember for a while, he was quite a cheesy player, but it would just be something that was standard among Chinese players at that point. It's actually pretty wild, the things that they do come up with. But yeah, okay. Well, guys, notes to ourselves, and apparently that sounds like a lot of fun to deal with. Goodness. Now, I just want to quickly look at these guys here, guys. It looks like CSO is going for more manners, and we'll see if he does pull off of the stone here eventually. Because usually they're at the 600, we get our big message to see if he's going to go for even more. We do see the upgrade coming through now, and we'll see if any of the gold villages get rerouted. But we might actually have a 9 manor in feudal kind of gameplay.
9 mana would surprise me. 6 mana into the Demi-Lancer and then Castle Age. That's typically what we see. The interesting thing here, something that you can do is, as soon as you have enough resources for your 6 mana, you can immediately start queuing Muster the Nobles. And by the time, like if you use your 4 villagers to build the manor, it's going to be completed just before the tech comes through. So you will get all the nobles in time.
That's exactly.
Did not. He doesn't have the food for it.
Well, I was going to say, you instantly went for the 4 villagers to finish it. I was like, Crackedy, that's wild. Your predictions and your calls, just absolutely perfect. But yes.
It should be right around... He just needs a little bit more food. I think he just mismacroed a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like something that takes a lot of precision to execute. More villagers going onto food now. A lot of them on gold. So let's go see if muster the nobles. The nobles have been mustered. So with these units, though,
Self-advertisement there. I did the math on that one. I do have a build order for that one. It's actually written like you can find on AU4 guides. It is crazy what kind of time you can get with that. Like you can get the muster and nobles out like 7 minutes and they're all out, from the 6 manners. It can be so incredibly annoying with that. I think that's probably what we're gonna see. Just like try and be annoying and find that timing for Castle Age behind that. Do you have the barracks though?
With the barracks, you could potentially just see pure focus on getting the upgrades. This is okay. So this is where Crackedy. This is where I'm asking questions because I know that you are so freaking knowledgeable with being a very high level player as well. Just understanding exactly why these decisions are made. But if you're seeing a barracks at this point, is it because of the upgrades that you want to get into Imperial, or is it actually because you are doing this with a goal, and the goal is to be aggressive? Because you know your opponent is also a civilization that likes to sit back and get free units. I just feel like Lancaster does that a tiny bit better with their current timings. Oh my goodness, Crackedy, we're getting the White Tower. This spells what we're going to be expecting,
White Tower
right?
is coming in. Yeah, with White Tower, CSO is going to be getting 3 free Earl's Guards. So he's going to have a couple of Men-at-Arms, could reinforce that with more Earl's Guards. That's not really something that you want to do. Even though Earl's Guards are really good, they don't scale that well in mass, and crossbows still deal with them rather handily. So maybe it's just a reaction to if Anaton potentially goes for like a cavalry play, that he's going to have the barracks immediately ready for some Spearmen in defense, and we are seeing a Spearman upgrade coming in right now, so I guess that's what that was for. Anaton already using the Vizier Point has 2 free Imams that he can immediately use to gather up some of the relics. And it's nice that he was able to choose the Vizier Point first for that, because he didn't rely on the additional sheep, because he pushed in all the deer, so he didn't need all the additional sheep from the Vizier Point.
Now, getting all that food, it definitely puts you in a position where you can sit back and actually do the game that you want to do, that you can only do against your low-ranked friends, because they won't be harassing you. But these guys are most likely going to need to be used to deny some of these relics. He will be seeing them disappear from the map, but the question is now, does he respond to it? The Earl's Guards definitely are, but with these guys being Castle Age already, these spearmen are going to look like they're made of paper if they're not all grouped up and ready to impale. Now, it does look like he does not want to take any unnecessary damage on these boys, and Earl's Guards rerouting as well. The horses do run a little faster, so probably going to have a little bit more luck finding that relic at the back. But the Earl's Guards do love a good spearman fight as well.
It's not finding the relic Imam, and Anaton's going to be able to sneak 2 relics back home immediately. CSO, he is actually reinforcing more and more Earl's Guards behind this. Very interesting so far, and the dagger throw, it is really strong. Anaton, though, on his side, he's mixing in knights, he's mixing in crossbowmen, more spearmen just as a front line at the moment. And knights should be able to deal really well with all of the units here at the moment from CSO. Mind you, CSO, he didn't go for the King's College, so he does not have access to the +6 bonus upgrade. +6 damage against heavy armored units for the Demi-Lancers. Waldo comes in. You can never forget that these Demi-Lancers still don't hit as hard as a knight, so it feels really hard, or rather, it feels really difficult to judge whether or not you can really commit to killing an Imam during the Wallo.
We actually had a game in this qualifier that Voldemort lost against someone, or he was Voldemar's Mongols, and he was playing very similarly to this, but getting Earl's Guards, just a massive Earl's Guards, because of the crossbow numbers, you just cannot mass up fast enough. They were sniping out the crossbows as they came out. So it was definitely something I think got inspired by here, and I was worried here for a second that the CSO was thinking something similar, but it seems like he's just going to go for that Imperial age up pretty soon. And this is going to be very hard to deal with, because like you said, they don't charge very hard, but if these boys become elite, they are going to break most things in half once they get that charge off. A few lances, though, he needs to find a little bit of damage, and we do see them here at the back.
We got Palace now coming in. Anaton wants to pick off a couple of villagers here. We do have the White Tower in the defense, though. One villager is going to go down. Tank will get sacrificed as well. Demi-Lancers trying to find some value here, but are gonna get intercepted by the Spearmen. The thing is, though, CSO, he managed to delay Anatant a lot. He managed to feign the aggression. Anatant probably did not or does not expect the fast Imperial Age behind it because he saw so many units out in the field. It's like, who does that? Who makes so many units and then doesn't commit to the age? House of Lancaster, they do that. They do that a lot.
And we'll see what the innocent Anatant response is, because the moment he sees that age up, I feel like panic is about to ensue. No villagers getting rerouted. Thing is, he has a pretty good split anyway to follow into that, but I don't feel like he gets the same value from going there himself. So we'll see if he just queues up a lot of units to try to keep up here. Now, still has that knight running around, but now CSO has some extra strong units doing the rounds. And you can see now they are feeling confident, walking into a spearman just a little bit. And we'll quickly see when we start seeing these units pour out of the buildings. Harrison Command, yet another one.
Spearman.
And they're just going to keep ramping up. Crossbows being the weapon of choice here, and Springles. So
Springles makes a lot of sense. You get them up very quickly, and they just deal with this infantry ball so well.
But the problem is, you will struggle to find damage now. We do see that CSO is trying to get out onto the map and get a little bit of food. He doesn't have all those manners, but this is not something that will get punished too easily, because that Spearman mass, there's going to be a lot of them to put in every single position you need. CSO just needs to make sure that he does put them in the right places.
Intern still doing a good job of distracting CSO here on the sides with a couple of knights raiding here and there. Well, he is gonna transition himself into Imperial Age, and similar to CSO, he is gonna get some additional value from that. Mainly, he is going to be able to pump out a lot more units a lot quicker from his military schools, and that's gonna be very important because he needs mass. CSO is gonna try and flood units, so he needs to do the same thing in this situation. And he's getting really close to the Imperial Age now. How many military schools does he have? Is he on 3 or is he already on 4? I see 3 so far.
Yes.
Yeah, 4 military schools, so he already got the Vizier point for the 4th military school. He's soon going to be able to build a 5th one. And yeah, with that, he should be able to flood out quite a lot of units. As we mentioned earlier, roughly 1,000 resource per minute worth of units coming out from all of his military schools.
And it does look like with the amount of Springles we get, definitely dealing with a Spearman mass should be a lot easier. CSO not able to constantly produce from this because obviously his resources are running a little bit low. And we can see him finally doing a little bit of a farm transition too. But I do count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Guys, we have 10 farms. There was a song written about this actually. So from here on, we just need more buildings.
Yeah, losing to buildings can definitely be a thing when you're up against this. It's similar to Ottomans. Like, you kill the economy. It's like there are like 3-4 civilizations where that happens again. You get the House of Lancaster, you got the Ottomans, then you get what was it? Mali as well, where you kill like 30-40 villagers. And it's the buildings. It's the buildings that kill you. The pit mines, the cattle.
That's when it hurts, isn't
That's
it?
the real menace.
No. I am a little bit... I would like to see if he does switch over to Great Bombards, but it doesn't seem like he's interested. He just wants more Springles. And it makes a lot of sense, because you know what is going to be waiting for you at the end of this. And apparently it's 32 Spearmen, pending more. So, 40 Spearmen in a second. Now, the question is just if CSO is going to be able to find a good timing with these. Now, we do see Anatant also going on to the rest of the map, as suspected. Because, you know, the gold runs a little thin. But CSO is pretty much tucked inside his base for now. So I feel like he is giving Anatant's getting the opportunity to actually, you know, sit back, get the upgrades he wants, getting scythe bonds now. Especially being on 3 relics, that's a very happy Anatant to be. But I don't know. I feel like Anatant does have the weapons to take this on. At least for now.
Something that he's doing right now, he's using all of his military schools to produce archers. Now, Archer's not the highest value unit, but that also means that they get produced much quicker from those military schools. And you can see, like, just from the military schools, he's already on 10 archers. That happened quite quickly.
And getting that amount of archers is going to help significantly when you're dealing with this many spears. For the old guards, they do need an extra little tap, but that is why those crossbows are going to be at the ready. But CSO going for a very one-dimensional comp for now, and we've seen this obviously work pretty well. But this can be very limiting, and we will see if he's going to be able to find some damage in this anyway. He's not splitting up the units like we usually see from Lancaster, who can just overwhelm. But now the spearmen are finally ready to show their heads.
Yeah, but they really want to not be there, as the Springald have been shown now. Against 5 Springalds with mass infantry, that's their element. That's where they shine. That's where they want to be.
Now, they do have the numbers on Anatan's side right now. Anatan is in a very happy position here, as he will be able to push back onto this. The thing is just, if he gets caught out with these bad boys, it's going to get a lot harder. But it feels like Anatan is just in a pretty good spot. He's just going to keep pushing and keep the pressure up and see if he can bleed out the Lancaster.
I think that's maybe a little bit deceiving, though, as CSO, he does have way more military mass. It's just not really present and also kind of getting countered out. A lot of his units are currently sitting on the south side, moving towards the sacred side, maybe going for a raid in that direction. Something that I would really like to see is a switch up into the siege part from the Whamenqt post. Instead, we're seeing cavalry, but I'm not a big fan of that. Mainly because I personally think demi-lances are kind of useless unless you have the colors of Essex.
Now, when I see a lot of horses flooding my way, usually, like you said, they are a lot scarier when you do have those unique upgrades as well. But with the amounts that we're going to be seeing, it's going to take a while to get there. I don't think he has the upgrades for the Hobblars either. So they're not going to have that much of an impact as a unit, but of course those demi-lances do come out quite nicely. The question is just, is he going to be able to find damage with those, or is that purely for a straight-up engagement? Because the straight-up engagement, it doesn't feel like Anatan's going to make that too easy.
Yeah, I mean, this is still very tough at the moment, I want to say, for CSO, actually. Like, Anatan, he's getting a really good army mass in. Skutic is only just now coming in for CSO, so he will finally start getting some gold from his manors. There's a lot of spearmen coming in right now. I would have actually loved seeing them just try and burn down the military schools there. 2 military schools down would like severely dampen the production speed from Anatan. Also just sit in the wood line for the time being. A couple of raids coming in from Anatan as well there in the wood line. Spearmen. Enough to kill a couple of villagers here already. Both players right now just trading out a little bit of economy here, as they do have a lot of troops. More military than villagers at the moment.
And Anatan now extending a little bit with these Springalds, but CSO is not taking it. And they would have been able to kill 2 of these, but at the cost of a lot. So you do have to consider whether this will be worth it for them. But now it feels like CSO is feeling a little bit more comfortable to raid. The question is the quality of this army. It feels like it's going to deal with a CSO mass pretty quickly.
Yeah, the Springalds are doing a good job. Wait, never mind. Okay, wanted to say, okay, one Springal just got deleted, but at the same time, the Springalds just deleted those spearmen as well. So it's a deletion on a mutual basis, but the villagers get caught out on the gold. No reaction from Anatan, just now notices, but he just lost like 10, 12 villagers there in the blink of an eye. That is devastating. He does have a good amount of gold in the bank, but still, that hurts so much. And the siege just got sniped by CSO. He did mass up enough of the cavalry here, where the worst stats didn't matter, and manages to snipe the entire siege battalion from Anatan. And now Anatan, he's 20 villagers behind. Still has good military, but CSO, his economy is just so good with those 9 manors, with Skutic now as well. And yeah, I mean, Anatan, he has to really just invest into his archers now. He's already gotten incendiary arrows in. So these archers are going to do a lot of damage. Not sure if he's got some bowstrings in already. Doesn't look like it.
These guys are finally going to do some damage to those demi-lancers as well, but at the same time, those very mobile units are finally making their way into the economy. Like I said earlier, it feels like he just needs to be able to find some economic damage, and honestly, CSO found the best amount. Absolutely destroying everything in front of him. We can just see these demi-lancers doing amazing work, taking down so many villages, and the question is just, is Anatan going to be able to come back from this, and how? So, does he need a second TC? Will that even help him? Does he have the time for one? Or is Lancaster just too strong at this point and will be running away with the economy that they already have?
At the end of the day, typically, it's still not necessarily the economy that wins the game. Typically, it's the unit mass. Sometimes the economy supplements the unit mass, but military is king at the end of the day. And if you kill your opponent, even if they have like 200 out of 200 in economy, that doesn't really matter. And that's where Anatan still has a lot of value with those military schools. So never count Ottomans out quite yet. We now have a switch up from the military schools. No longer is Anatan making archers. He just switched over to knights. Still hemorrhaging a couple of villagers here and there, but this point, it's just about the trades, and they're also not looking that great for Anatan, to be honest.
Anatan is struggling to get back on his feet. We see him not crossing the 44 villager boundary that CSO has set up. He actually does need to get a few extra permits to make the villager numbers grow again, and CSO is just constantly raiding. He's asking himself, where can I shut him down best? And honestly, that is wherever he pleases. Because now he's got masses. Anatan has a few masses where he could potentially do some damage, but these are all spotted by a tower as well. So even units in a position like this will get caught out, but that is a lot of archers that will be coming out. The thing is just, they are going to be running into a lot of Yeomans themselves.
And there's just more and more of these couple of just raiding troops coming in from CSO. Elite now also in on the Earl's Guard together with Elite Army Tactics. So these are some very, very strong and hefty infantry units there inside the base of Anatan. Springle's still doing a great job there, keeping the army count low inside of his own base. Anatan, I mean, he did add a second TC, so he does have some scaling chance. And this could be a way back. The mass market play here and just start trading a lot. But CSO, he scouted it, and now he's moving his entire military force over there to deny any semblance of trade from happening.
And shutting this down is probably the only thing he needs to do to continue that pace of the game that he has set. You can see CSO, he still has quite a bit of pop space. And guys, honestly, when you're looking at the military mass, you can see that CSO is very far ahead. And army value as well, just absolutely cranked out. Now the Spring LC is standing in a questionable position. They should be able to clean up these old guards that are looking their way. But there's a massive army coming forward here as well. It does look like these markets will come up, but the question is, will a trader ever make it to their final destination?
That's the question here indeed. Now CSO, he's starting to posture in front of Anatan's base. Anatan, I mean, he is starting to get some more raids in now with a couple of knights, honestly, and there are still ways for him to win. Oh, look at that. We got trade backs in. So these traders are actually going to get a lot of value in if they manage to find the trades. And I think he might need some keeps there, actually, in order to like secure some map control. CSO already has a trebuchet out, though.
Yeah, and getting just a singular trebuchet out means that you already have to respond with your composition. And luckily, Anatan is responding with that composition by getting units that can actually get on the back line. Because with the trebuchet, you, in the current state of the game, you're able to just protect yourself as a Lancaster with all those spearmen. Honestly, I'm saying he's adjusting the composition, but I realize with those amount of spearmen, you can just circle them around the trebuchet and no horse shall pass. So this is going to be a very tough fight, but you can see with CSO completely overwhelming Anatan, he has to go up, and then he has to move his army down, and then he has to move up again, and then you have to look back down, and it's just constant. And the siege, they are very, very slow. They're not liking this one bit.
Yeah, Trader's getting caught out here right now as well. Going down really, really quickly. Just these couple of demi-lancers causing so much of the army from Anatan to have to shift position-wise. Start moving forward, though. Anton does have the advantage when it comes to the overall archer number. CSO, though, he does have a lot, I mean, a lot of Earl's Guards here. Armored units should be doing really, really well here, honestly.
It does.
Incendiary arrows shouldn't be making that much of a difference, but we got Springle shots! Oh, but the Springles are melting the entire infantry here from CSO.
The front line looked like they all just collapsed on top of one another. It was a destruction, as we would say here. And this army looks like it will be able to get on top and clean this up, but the problem is, that's not CSO's main army. He's got more coming. Oh, he's got villagers coming this way as well. Reinforcements arriving too, but the siege being pretty slow. They're going to take a while to get here, and the reinforcements will be waiting, as we can see. Well, let's go see what those villagers have in mind. They actually are thinking about a big gold. Very nice.
I mean, CSO, he recognizes that Anatund, he's very much gold staff, going for the trade and anything in that relationship. So CSO just getting that keep up there on the large gold vein means that Anatund is not going to have any gold access over there on that side of the map.
And just like this, you can see the army is being pushed back. That very confident army has been met with reinforcements. And then again, another attack coming from the top. And that is just showing exactly what CSO has on mind. He is just shutting down everything, trying to get as much damage done and splitting up that army because he does not want to face siege head on. He just learned what that meant.
Anatund has managed to somewhat pull ahead now, economy-wise. A lot of that is probably also due to traders that are, well, still just getting killed at the same time. This is still not, like, far from a... They do drop off, and they don't need, like, just one trip, and they paid at least the gold part back from their cost. But it still doesn't feel good. The archers here from Anatund, they're also a little bit out of position. There's enough units here from CSO to just go. To just ignore the counter relationship that's going on here and just send it in.
And it looks like Anatund is trying his best at shutting down the shutdown on the train. You can see the wood lines are being tapped out as well. The villagers probably also don't want to be splitting up because they know they're going to get picked off by these raids. But those Springals are machine gunning on top of this front line.
Yeah, indeed. So many of these infantry is just going down very, very quickly here. And that's exactly what Anatund needs. We see a synchronized shot coming in, but not able to do too much here. We do see those Springles really causing havoc there. Not really firing onto the big mass right now, though. And that allows CSO to dive on top of them. The archers get completely surrounded out now. Springles are going down underneath the sheer mass from CSO. Still 80 military units from him out on the field. Anatund down to the mid-20s now. And now the rest of the archers are going down to the cavalry. And this means that the tap out is going to have to happen here. CSO able to win game number 1 in this best of 5.
This was quite a tough game, but I don't think Anatund feels too bad about this loss, knowing what he's probably seen from the House of Lancaster, but learning quite a bit about CSO's ability to shut down, being even a little bit greedy, going a little bit out for resources. CSO showing us exactly what Lancaster can do if you put up that pressure and at the same time, just give it time to boom. I feel like Anatund did have a window there, but at some point CSO just completely obliterated that army. It might have been positioning, or it might have been just that Anatund was never in that position himself. Crackedy, you are the one for the breakdown there for sure.
I mean, to be fair, like, this was pretty straightforward in the end. Like, Anatund, he was in a decent-ish position, I want to say, in the mid-game. Managed to get 3 relics. I think it should have been a situation where he should have maybe gotten, like, even more than that. But that one large loss of villagers on the large gold vein, that really hurt him. Because it was right at the point in time where he needed gold for upgrades. Right when he hit, like, the Imperial Age, or when he was, like, mid-Imperial Age, wanted to get all the upgrades possible. And at that point in time, losing 10, 15 villagers on gold, that really sets you back quite a bit. And in that situation, just not able to recover, had to go for a second TC, and just so many points where he had to stray away from the game plan, stray away from what you usually want to be doing at that point, build up your military, get upgrades, try to go for raids and stuff like that. Instead, had to reinvest into the economy, try and scale. But in the end, Lancaster, they do have their scaling pretty much done, and done for when Feudal Age ends, when they do have all the manas up. So by that point in time, like they're fully set. They just want to invest into military, into upgrades. And we saw that here, CSO just getting this huge military count and harassing on all fronts. And in the end, like after he harassed enough, that's when he was able to close out the game.
And he definitely made it look like it wasn't that difficult, but we'll see if he can pull it off in the second one. Now, we do see the next matchup being Rus and Japan, which, I mean, everybody has been saying that Rus is in a really good place right now, and the bans have been speaking for themselves. So, how are we feeling about the matchup, though?
The matchup, I mean, when it comes to Castle Age, I think that cavalry archers are still like really, really good overall, and they're very hard to deal with. You do have like your pseudo cavalry archers with the Onimushas. They feel really, really bad when you use them up against cav archers, just because they don't trade cost effectively at all. Having to pay 60 gold per on a Musha, like whenever you lose some of them, it just hurts. It really, really hurts. Now, we do have Yumi archers though coming into the meta, and suddenly everything's possible again. Suddenly everything could happen. I'm still not a big fan of just how expensive those crossbows are, but you know, there's something that you might need if Rus at some point in the mid game starts just pumping out knights with Boyar's Fortitude.
Now, guys, as you can see, my face has been replaced, just like that, quick in and out, and we have been joined by a brand new face, Mr. Sassy. So, Sassy, go ahead, let me test the volume, and let's get into game two.
Hello? Can everyone hear me well? Everything
Yes. Oh, that's
okay?
good.
Hello, Crackedy.
Yo, Sass, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Thank you. Everything fine? We're all good?
Everything fine. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think about Rus versus Japan at the moment? I think like Japan has some interesting mechanics at the moment going for them, especially like with the return of the Yumi Archer. Just like we saw them for like a small brief period of time where people went like fast castle into Yorishiro and Archer Range, just pump out Yumis. Now that they're even cheaper, we see the same thing happening again.
Yes, and kind of no, because Yumi has one of the advantages of Yumi archers are their mobility, right? But what are you going to do against like horse archers? I'm thinking. I still favor Rus here. I feel like if I was to play this on Dry Arabia right now, I think I would prefer to be Rus, because Japan has really good mobility and really good map control when it comes to it, right? Like mounted samurai plus Onamushas, that like you can just counter any knight in the game or any heavy cavalry in the game, at least in the early Castle Age. So, but here, Rus horse archers just kind of break that, right? Like they do overall good damage against the knights, the mounted samurai, and they just murder all the Mushas. So. And they are fairly cheaper and faster to mass than the Mushas from the Japan side. So plus you got monks on horses. So I would like to be Rus here. I still favor Rus.
Yeah, Rus, obviously, there's never really a time where they slow down with their pacing at all. Like the Castle Age tends to come in really, really quickly, and then the Trade House, it just provides you with so much, right? Like you get all the deer in, you get the bonus gold in. It means that there's never really a point in time where Rus slows down, where they need to do like a big farm transition, just courtesy of having all those deer spawn all the time and in the Pro Scout meta as well. It's really tough. I think Japan, maybe there are some windows of opportunity here for them. I know CSO really, really enjoys, or I know at least personally that he enjoys the army composition of mass Onabugeisha and mass mounted samurai. I just don't really see where those can really deal with mass cav archers, at least in like medium, like low to medium numbers. In like large numbers, maybe if you like get a good surround in. But other than that, I think cav archers are just such a supreme raiding unit and such a supreme unit at taking down like small groups of units.
Yep. And let's see how they will handle this.
So game number 2, CSO able to win the first one. We do see a little color switch up. CSO now taking on the color pink here in this one. We are gonna follow those scouts around. Yellow is a tough color to find sometimes, so we're gonna look around there again a little bit. Yeah, Roos, are we gonna see additional scouts coming in from Anatund? He did. Is that a double hunting cabin opener? It would make sense, right? Like we see that more and more often at the moment. Well, actually, I don't want to say more and more often. It's been meta for a while to go double hunting cabin opener with Roos, especially since like the rework when it came to the bounty.
Yeah, exactly. And now we see quite even number of sheep on our screen here with beautiful split screen. What do you think about this this sheep situation, Crackedy?
Oh yeah,
This
we're in a
this has
sheep
been
situation at the moment. It's a hot topic.
Yeah, it's a hot topic recently, right?
Yeah, it's been coming up again, and
Yeah.
more so than ever. I think personally, like the sheep situation, I don't think you can take the RNG completely out of it, just because it's such a core part of Age of Empires, always has been. What I would personally like though, and this is where I might get some flack here for saying this, but personally, I think it is absolutely okay to steal mechanics from Age of Empires 2 for Age of Empires 4, because this is the next game in the series. This is the same genre, this is the same franchise, but we're the next game. We can steal mechanics. And a mechanic I would love to see is just more like importance to scouting decisions early on. I would love to see reduced movement speed, reduced line of sight for vision for scouts in Dark Age, for example, that gets stealth upgraded in Feudal Age, and then more predictable sheep spawning around the base of players. That would be something that I would really like to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although this was like one of the first things I've seen in Age of Empires 4, right? Like I just got it like in the open beta, and then I was just watching all that beautiful sheep just following the scout. They're just like extremely cute to me, up to this day. Like after thousands of hours in the game, watching and playing, there's still something about them. Look at them, how cute they're following the scout. Although I would love to see some sheep, just like this sheep situation balanced out, like giving, let's say, 8 sheep per player, like around the base, and just scatter some around on the map. But yeah, I'm not sure. We will have to test and find out. Well, we had the days when we started with just only 1 sheep, so we came a long way, didn't we? Like I feel like we came a long way in Age of Empires 4, like from Dark Age to like Imperial Age, and now like we're getting more like finer details, like we're focusing on more detailed stuff like this steer pushing, this like sheep distribution, focusing more on the maps, and yeah, like we came a long way thinking about it. And now we see a beautiful top 8 player at his work, pushing all of those deer towards his base. This is a very high level mechanic right here. You can see he's pushing them beautifully on the bottom left of your screen there. CSO is looking to interrupt this.
Yeah, and he's getting some value in, but this doesn't really matter, right? Like the interruption here doesn't matter. It's all about just getting them closer, and in the end, you're still gonna get pro scouts. You're still gonna get them right underneath your TC. This is just like, you got the APM, there's nothing else to do. You pretty much know what your opponent's doing because you got a 3rd scout anyways. So might as well, while I'm waiting for pro scouts to come in anyways, get my deer a little bit closer, get the timing a little bit neater. Because sometimes that does happen where you potentially like run out of resources underneath your TC because it takes a long time for the deer to get brought over. And you do want to switch your villagers intentionally like onto deer as quickly as possible, just because it's such a quicker food source to gather from. H-Up now comes in for CSO. He did go for he did take his time. He only H-Up with like, what was it, 2 villagers, right? So he really did take his time. But I think this is intentional because he wants as little idle time as possible on his working villagers. And he's just going to try to go to Fast Castle as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think he's not too worried about aging up faster, so he wants that extra bit of resources in order to be able to click up to Castle Age, I believe CSO, and he's not too worried about his deer getting stolen. Like, one of the best things about being able to push your deer in with Ruse is that you can just straight up go for stealing their own deer across the map, right? Because like right now, CSO is just not making anything to prevent this from Anatone's side, so he's just completely free to steal all that deer, and that's indeed what he's looking for here.
CSO's aiming
And
for
he's blowing
something.
up.
Yeah, CSO's aiming for something, and that is he wants to kill Annatant before Annatant hits Castle Age. He just wants to flood units into Annatant's base. And if Annatant is just legitimately going naked fast Castle Age with Ruse, but not fast because he went Pro Scout, this could kill him.
This could kill him. This could indeed kill him. And Anatan knows, I think. Anatan is aware of what can happen to him.
Yeah, we see the panic walls.
Yes.
These are panic walls if you've ever seen them.
He knows, yes, he knows. Like, at least he knows that it won't be blocked by just like one scout from Japanese, right? So he just wants to get these walls up. Beautiful read by Anatan there. Yeah, he just wants to complete that circle around his base to prevent any mounted samurai coming in, and because like if you're making horse archers and if you're in your base trying to kill heavy units that are just coming at you directly, then they don't do their job because they want to be on the map, they want to be running and gunning everywhere on the map, just not in your base. So yeah, Anatan needs that space and needs that time in order to make enough horse archers uninterrupted, so that he can leave his base and play to get relics, try to do some damage on CSO's economy later on. And these walls will always help him, right? Like, even if this game goes like 40 minutes, these walls are gonna help him at some point.
Yeah, 100%. Like, these walls are great for him to have right now, and they're gonna be great for him to have 10, 15, 20 minutes from now, just keeping the core economy underneath the TC safe and just making raiding very, very difficult. It's always easier to expand on your walling when you already have like a core layer of walls present, because it means that your opponent, like, you can shift inside of these walls without your opponent really knowing what's going on, unless they have got like scouts positioned outside, but then those typically do get sniped. But yeah, High Trade House now coming in, and CSO, he's not going to be able to find his window of opportunity here, is at least going to be able to bring back a couple of relics. That is something that, at least he's going to be getting from Anaton's fully naked Fast Castle Age. I say fully naked, but he did dress up. He did get the walls up.
He did. He did dress up, actually. Yeah, it's not fully naked. It's just not the units. He dressed up with walls. Right. So yeah, as we can see, like, mounted units very early in the game, mounted samurai, very early in the game, they're just completely countered by all those walls and all those roost walls. And even though he made a lot of walls around his base, Anatan, like without wheelbarrow even, he still has fairly good timing to castle age.
Sub 10 minutes.
Sub 10 minutes. That's a fast castle, right?
Yeah, it's decently fast. I mean, you gotta consider, he's got pro scouts behind that as well. He's got, like, the majority of the deer all underneath the CC. He now has a landmark spawning deer every 45 seconds, I think it was. And, yeah, he's, chilling. He's literally chilling. And gets the remaining deer in now as well. That's a lot of food to work with while you're, like, this is the home of a setup. You just work, like, this is your home right now. You're uninterrupted, and now it's time to send the units outside.
Yeah, but these are not the units that you would usually make to go outside with, right? He's just going for crossbows, actually. Yeah,
maybe he just wants to rub it in the face of CSO. Ha! Look at the unit that I have, and you don't. You gotta pay like 50% more for your crossbows. Take that.
Well, maybe. And CSO is actually expecting horse archers. Look at that outpost in front of his farms, in front of the Kuro Star House. That's actually to counter any horse archer raids. Like you get a sprinkled tower, sprinkled emplacement on it, and you just like protect your farms. But now, Anotan, is this a bit too optimistic from him? Like getting a monk fairly fast and only crossbows? How many relics is he going to be able to get? Like there's only one that's in the south side of his base. Will he be able to?
Oh,
yes.
it looks like he's just getting it.
Yeah, he had his Shinto priest coming in from his base, but Anotan just takes that away.
So 4-1.
Yeah. I'm not
Could
sure.
be worse. Could have been 5-0.
Yeah, it could have been 5-0 with all these walls and crossbows. Like, to be fair, even if those were horse archers, I don't think he would be securing more relics. So
Yeah.
probably the crossbow play is all right here. Like crossbows and knights are coming from Anotan's side right now, and yeah, I don't know what do you do here as Roos though. Like if CSO just adds Mushas, isn't it kind of slightly better? Like okay, we have a lot of food under our town center, but we cannot really use it if we can't go out or if we can't like tech up or anything. And CSO, we're seeing in the bottom left, that is a beautiful Japanese town center there. That's so nice. That looks so pleasing to me.
Yeah, and it's like that's the crazy thing, right? With Japanese, like when they have map control and they get access to a lot of berries, that's when their food economy can actually keep up with the Rus food economy. The issue that I still see, like even if CSO were to mass on a Musha, is that at some point, like crossbows just scale so much better in straight up like head-to-head engagements, mainly because at the end of the day, damage-wise, they're pretty much even. Attack speed is pretty much even, but the crossbows are just cheaper, so you're gonna have more. And when you have like 30 crossbows, chances are your opponent's only gonna have like 20 on a Musha.
20 on the Musha. I'm not. The Rus has a lot of income, even if they're on like one town center for a very long time in the game, right? But having sacred sites, I feel like this is often underrated thing in the game. Like right now, CSO, like you're not going to decap these sites for quite some time. I feel like you may decap one and then CSO is gonna grab another one. Like these sacred sites are gonna give CSO so much gold, much more than relics, right? Like per relic. This is 100 gold for him, not 80.
Yeah.
Compared to relic, and he already has farms, right? Like okay, we have deer, but that's gonna expire at some point. CSO has beautiful, I think 11 farms right now in front of his base, and 2 town centers. Now it's the ball's on Anotan's side, isn't it? Like he has to do something right now with all his knight and crossbow mass, and he has the mass to go out and look for some damage on
Boy's
CSO's
Fortitude
side.
now as well.
Yeah.
With Boy's Fortitude, he's able to somewhat mitigate like the benefit from the deflective armor, but this is not looking too good. Like his entire knight count, or at least a good chunk of his knights, getting found out there by the mounted samurai. Now we don't have any Onamusha in yet, so Anotan actually is in a position in theory to push across the map with his crossbows right now. And now he sees the second TC. Now when he sees the second TC, he should know, okay, my opponent, he invested into this, right? I got a window here. I got a window to potentially push out. Question is if he's going to do so. We do have the crossbows moving out right now. There is a window of opportunity here for him.
Yeah, there is a window for opportunity here for him, but CSL already had that outpost in front of his base and has a beautiful wall in the south side of his base. This is going to be tough to crack for Anotan, and he just killed 2 villagers from CSO, but I think he's fairly happy because he just killed, I think that was 2 or 3 knights, and some of them are low HP just running away. And he keeps up making only mounted samurai, by the way. He's not worried about getting any Onamushas. We're seeing only mounted samurai, I think.
I mean, this is the CSO we know, right?
Yeah, this is the CSO we know, and he's very good at this. Like, those villagers are in danger. Spots in the right time. Anotan manages to kill 1 more, and bunch of idle time under that wood line there. but he has to back off. He has to back up. That's a lot of TC fire.
Oh,
with,
is he able to catch him out?
Oh,
Gets
One of them.
Yeah, he gets a couple of them.
yeah. He got a couple of them, but that one in the end was just
Crossbow
completely
count's
trapped.
rising though.
Yeah,
We're getting to a point where they can one-shot.
Well, CSO has 6 more mounted samurai in queue, and yeah, and the eco different is it's getting bigger. I feel like because
It is.
I feel like he couldn't do enough damage here. Now he's backing off. Maybe he
Oh, that's
will
weird.
go. Oh, it's Spearman coming from Anatan now.
Mass infantry composition. I mean, that works. I'm just surprised right now that he chose to back off in the first place. Like this is the kind of situation where he saw what his opponent has, and he already has like sufficient counters. I want to say to that he did decide to back off. CSO, he's scouting out the wall now.
Oh, he's
Oh,
attacking.
this is-
like the system is such a good timing, isn't it? Just as
It
Anatan was
is,
going
yeah.
for that boar, like that's.
And he's not even waiting
that's a
around.
Beautiful read. Yeah.
He's not even
Yeah, that's
waiting
a
around for it. He's just hitting, making Anaton's army
Yeah.
move, and now he's moving somewhere else.
Yeah, he's just knocking on the door, right? Like, hey, I know you're going to boar right now. I'll be back later because I know your knights are on the way. Probably. There was some units on the way to defend it, and yeah, CSO is really on point here in this game. I feel like, and he's still like now 10 villagers ahead with 4 relics
Is he
to
going
1.
imp?
Is he going
This
imp?
is so scary.
Oh, like army value is still like very close.
No, never mind. Suddenly he just
8,000.
queued up 5 more mounted samurai. I think he's
Okay,
just
he
very
just saw
indecisive.
the army. Yeah, he just saw the army like in front of his base, right? And then he's like, "Oh,
What could he even go
guys,
up with?
Guys, let us in. Let us in, guys, please." Oh,
You're
never
gonna
mind,
need us
he's
in a little
making
bit.
gap. Yeah, yeah, just yeah. Okay, Anatan
Okay, he's
is
getting in
burning
position.
down. Yeah,
Gets in
he's getting
position. He wants to circle around the knights, but the crossbows are coming in as well. And we're already up to
Oh.
almost 30 spearmen.
Yeah, the spearman count went from 0 to 30 really fast, didn't it? Felt like it.
Definitely did. And I mean, CSO. Oh yeah, we're at that point now. He can one-shot all of them.
We're at that point. I wonder if he could, like, I feel like if he did mushes earlier, like they take the same resource,
I
right?
don't
like you don't
believe-
have to switch your economy like around
Yeah.
too much. You would like make like mounted crossbows basically, and then like maybe he could just keep Anatan away from his base for a bit longer. But now Anatan, this is a scary push.
He's gonna need Castle of Crows, right? Like, there's no way you age up in this situation with Tanegashima Gunsmith.
Yeah, but like 35 spears, 13 knights, that's a lot of torch damage if your opponent doesn't have any army that you can just torch down anything in their base though.
Maybe you just instantly, like, go Tanegashima Gunsmith and just instantly go for Master Baldicans. Maybe that could work. Like, crossbows don't have that much range.
Oh, although those knights are getting they're
Just passing.
okay, just passing. But meanwhile, CSO was killing the reinforcements from Anatan, so both of them were distracted there for a bit. CSO losing a big opportunity there. Oh, that's a nice...
Oh, boar!
Whoa, boar at the boar. We're gonna see a lot of villagers die, but fights are happening on two
these
sides, two
crossbows.
fronts.
Yeah, but
CSO
it's
is
80
backing up.
military.
Yeah, that's not a
80
fight that you
military
want to
against
take
30.
there.
There's 14
Yeah.
more mounted samurai in queue at the moment for CSO. He was really banking on that fast Imperial Age. But this is in the
Yeah.
House of Lancaster. Goodbye, mounted
Yeah.
samurai, you'll be missed.
Yeah, and Anatan wants to get rid of that town center, which has some farms around it, even though they're not buffed yet. That's good damage. There's a lot of house. Oh, mounted samurais are getting sniped one by one. CSO needs
Wants
to
to
be
go
a
for a
bit more
surround.
careful. But that's a lot of houses and town center around it. That's a nice choke point for Anatan. As you can see, some of the mounted samurai are just struggling to get into the fight, but yeah, the crossbows are just eating them much faster than mounted samurai
One
are
by
able
one.
to kill the knights. Now more, yeah, there's a lot of stables around it too. They're just getting
there's no
spawn
way.
killed at this point. Yeah, there's no way.
There's
I
no way
think-
back.
Yeah, looks like there's no way back, but maybe.
Honestly-
maybe CSO still has the bank and still has 10 more knights
He
in
has the
queue.
bank. And I mean,
Anatan,
at the end of
though?
the day, economy is even. He's got more relics.
Yeah, like
If
Anatan,
only he had like 40 Yumis right now.
yeah, or 20 mushes, right?
Okay, we're getting mass on Abogatia now. Dude, CSO is like me. He hates ranged units.
Oh yeah, yeah. Who likes them? Like ranged units, come on. Only
don't
amount
throw
of
torches.
ranged units. Yeah, they don't have torches. Like, come on. It's
Mangudai
2025.
the exception.
Oh, true. Oh, Anatan looking to get more villager kills there. I'm not so sure about that. There was a Springle Tower. Maybe he didn't notice that, but that's good amount of damage. Now he's backing off a bit. If you're Anatan, do you
found.
feel like you did enough damage here? Because, like, I think I would
Oh, yeah.
feel like that.
Yeah, I'd feel quite comfortable in this situation now.
Like, he's been all over CSO for the past few minutes, right? Like, he killed the town center.
He killed the
he
TC. Yeah, that's the most
23
important part.
villagers. Like, you don't count villagers like one by one, but you know you killed the like 15, 20 villagers at least, right? Like,
Yeah. You
But
know you
still-
probably like evened out the villager count.
yeah, and now probably like you're looking to get your town center or something, or like you want to grab some sites, which he was doing. He grabbed the site in the middle. Now he keeps attacking though. He doesn't want to back off
Not
from
letting
it.
up. And we
But
got 25 on
25.
Abogatia in queue.
Wow,
Yeah, he's going
okay.
full on Abogatia. Now, on Abogatia are fun, as in they actually counter every single thing that Anatan has on the field. And with sufficient mounted samurai there to, like, also, like... The thing is, on Abogatia are meat shield. They do a lot of damage against unarmored units. And they cover brilliantly for mounted samurai. Movement speed is also very similar, so you don't sacrifice mobility too much. They work really well in synergy. The only thing that they succumb to is melee brain. Whenever like pathing just doesn't work out, they don't get a good enough engagement, they get like caught out
yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah, melee brain. Yeah, I get what you mean. But they have one big advantage against the melee brain, don't they? They have the range.
A little bit of more range. Yeah, they got a little bit more range. That's true.
Yeah, that's the oh, another town center coming up in the same spot. Well, I wanted to say like CSO still
Lightning never
has
strikes twice.
yeah. I just spotted it. Actually killed a bunch more. I think 2 more villagers there. And
Yeah, and he's
the
had his own
income
second
though.
TC behind it.
Yeah, the income though. Like now he's gonna slow down a bit. Meanwhile, CSO most of his food income was thanks to the farms, right? And he's on boar now. And Anatan finished his boar. Anatan ate a lot of deer from the map, and now he's having some farms. He has, I think, 18 farms right now, compared to CSO having, I think,
Probably
a bit
like 30,
a
right?
little bit close to 20, maybe.
Should be more like
Yeah,
30 at this
Maybe,
point.
maybe it's like that. Yeah, and now he was still on board with a few villagers. So the only difference is that he's not walled in, and he doesn't have 35 palisade walls. He's behind in villagers now, but 46 Bugasias. Like, how are the Ruse
Yeah,
walls are gonna stop them?
suddenly CSO pulled ahead in the military count. Anatan, he's not letting up though with these raids. He's getting villagers left, right, front, and center. Almost 30 villagers killed at this point in time now by Anatan. And, you know, he's gotten value. He's gotten his own second TC, and he's now doing his farm transition. He's doing his thing, adding in more units. Eventually should be able to, like, find his way up to Imperial Age because he's getting close to 200 out of 200.
Oh yeah, but he just got a really important piece of information there. His knight got claimed by some Bugasias, and now he knows that there are a lot of Bugasias around the field, because I don't think he has seen them before. Maybe he spotted the barracks. I'm not 100% sure on that, but he just saw a lot of Bugasias, and now he's queuing up more knights. Knights will be able to tank against them, right?
Honestly, it's really tough to say. Now he does have +2 melee armor on them, so they get 6 melee armor on the knights. The Anabageisha, like, we do have some katana bannerments in there as well. the Onabagay should be doing like something like 12 damage at the moment per hit, I want to say. So half of it gets deflected. Should still be able to do a good amount of damage here.
Yeah,
And
it's
take a look
also,
at the
it's
Onabagay
also a
stats
lot
there.
of... Oh, knights are going in again. He wants to keep those...
Oh, but this
those
time we got the
Rhodesians
Shogun
and-
and Castle there.
Oh, they're gonna start getting like one-tapped by
And
the
the
council
Bagaysha.
there.
The Bagaysha. While the
Bagaysha
Knights
going
are
in.
gone.
Well, yeah,
While
the knights are gone. Knights are not
It's
there.
only
Knights are
unarmored
not at home.
units.
Oh no, there is no unit that can stop them in the base now. Oh, he doesn't
It's
want to
still
go
tough to. Yeah, it's still tough to really go for the engagements. If you don't get a full surround with them, like you can still get kited by crossbows.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
He's
Imperial
getting
Age
Castle of
behind
the
this.
Crow. Yeah. The Onabagashas, I'm sure you know, they're one of the best units to upgrade to elite.
Yeah,
because they're
up
gonna
to
get, like,
16 damage.
Yeah, they're gonna get a lot more damage, a lot more value to them when they're
Only
elite.
5
Anatan
villagers aging up though.
wants to get a keep there. Oh, this could
Oh,
go
that's not happening.
very wrong.
Oh, the Onabagashas.
He's not
There's
even
knights
waiting.
though this time.
But are there enough? He's not even waiting
I
for
think there
Imperial
are.
Age, he's just like going for it. Oh, it looks like
Yeah,
Anatan
keep
gave
gets
up on the
put
keep.
in the back.
Okay, that's like you're very happy if you're CSO and you see that defensive keep, like in the
Yeah.
base there. Yeah.
Dude, this turned around so quickly.
Oh yeah, CSO played this one
He's got the
beautifully.
gold
like,
control.
He's got gold control. He's got relics. He's decapping sites right now, and he's got some villagers on the other big gold mine, right? Like the 16k one.
Yeah.
Sorry,
He has an
8K one.
outpost there. He
Yeah.
had an outpost there, and he just burned down the outpost from Anatan.
Yeah. Now how the tables have turned. Ruus was one of the most notorious civ, if that's correct to say, that wouldn't gather a lot of gold. We see another keep in the base, Crackedy, another keep in Anatan's base, and some Bogasias waiting on the berries there. He's just everywhere. You see the pink dots on the minimap just going everywhere. Anatan has to answer to all these little groups of raiding parties, like everywhere.
Exactly.
Mount
He's getting
Samurai
pulled
now,
apart
too.
on the sides.
Yeah, like, well, you have
This
two
is why he
keeps in
needs
your
a
base.
defensive keeps.
Yes, exactly. They're gonna help with the defending, but he's just going to go wherever the keeps are not, right? Like, you cannot just carry your keeps around to defend your economy. But that keep in the south side is beautifully located on his farm, so CSO
Yeah,
is not
that's gonna
really
help him a
able to
lot.
find a lot of damage there.
And Anatan, he knows that he's like gold constricted right now, so he already anticipates that and puts the hunting cabins around the wood lines. Wants to get them in nice and early. On a Bagaysha, we're almost up to 100 on a Bagaysha now. Would be if we weren't population cap right now. And they're about to be elite.
They're about to be elite, and you know what? They already get
Another
increased
keep.
torches. Another keep, and they already get that extra bit of the torch damage, right? Like, that's what we were
Yeah, the
talking about.
Unitech.
Ranged units. Yeah, ranged units. They don't have the torch damage. Like, they don't have torches, and now we get the university upgrade coming in, and he wants to get this Paskaya tower. I think he also kind of needs the stone walls at some point. At like, playing against this
Yeah.
is going to be really hard. CSO knows the timing is right for him, and he looks to go in. He wants to just
He's
burn
just burning everything.
Yeah.
Hey,
If you don't fight
You can
him,
get
I'm
rid
just
of a
gonna
lot of
stay here.
infrastructure.
Yeah, he's just gonna stay there and burn everything down in Anatan's base, and he has some units, and he has a secret timer going behind it. Already 9 minutes.
Anton, in theory, like he needs mass Streltsy now. They would deal pretty well up against the infantry ball here. And they're cheaper than normal hand cannons as well. The question is, can he really like get a big bunch of them up? Because like he doesn't have a lot of infrastructure, right? He doesn't have a lot of archery ranges for it. He's getting a lead on the knights now instead. Oh no, boiling oil yet.
He's trying to intercept these Bogasias from going in, but CSO manages to pull back the big chunk of them and keeps killing villagers. Now he's up to 24, 25 villager kills. And yeah, with all these relics and all these idle time, you can see that on the income per minute. CSO is pulling more and more ahead as every minute just goes by, he's just ahead.
Yeah. He can take his time, get upgrades, reinforce the sacred sites, reinforce the large gold veins that he's already pretty much got completely locked in his control now. Also seeing Mass Spearmen coming in. We do have the first couple of Streltsy now coming in for Anton. This is the unit that could save him. He's also getting the Halberd upgrade for the Knights, so they're going to be doing a little bit more melee damage. It's just that, honestly, at this point in time, like, Mass Knights doesn't feel like the play. It's too expensive at the end of the day, and what Anton needs is mass against mass. Mass Streltsy.
Those Knights connecting...
Yeah?
Yeah, they're connecting, as you can see on the split screen there. They're trying to clean up that mass in the behind his base.
Takes a while.
Yeah, it takes a long while to kill them. Like, it's just, like, individually, they're really weak, right? Like, they're weak against knights, they're weak against archers, and they die to keeps really fast. But if you just get, like...
losing the fight? No.
Is he losing that fight?
Almost, but he's able to clear it out. But it was... Yeah, he knows it was too bad of a trade to keep going.
Yeah, he wasn't winning that fight, like, dominantly, and he needed those knights because those Bugatia waves weren't going to stop anytime soon, and Anatan knows it, knows what's about to happen. And yeah, look at the military count.
That's a crazy military graph. You can really tell where CSO made the decision, okay, now on a Bugatia.
yeah, that's where it started going right for him, for CSO. And I don't know, I'm kind of quite happy to see Bugatias again. Instead of, like, this game unit. Didn't have any Mushas or Horse Archers. Although they're a really fun unit to play with. They're, like, a bit, well, just a lot of Bugatias, a lot of angry Bugatias just running around and burning down stuff. It was quite fun. It was quite an interesting game.
Yeah, I mean, this reminded me a lot of how, like, you usually see, I want to say, like, Mali is played with the Cowboom, right? Like, you just got a lot of Sofa, a lot of Musafadi, and then you just try to pull your opponent to the sides, harass, destroy infrastructure, just be annoying. Just be annoying, because they're gonna have to do a transition at some point when it comes to their food. You don't have that. You just make units. That's your job. Next up, CSO. He's got Knights Templar, and Knights Templar, they're special on water. They're very unique. They're very, very strong currently. You can just make so many ships and get food income while gathering wood. It's great. It's absolutely great. Juji also a great civilization on water, especially on those hybrid maps, especially on Kawasan with those Medi-Gardens in the middle of the map. With all the berries there. You can get some insane value there.
Exactly, and I'm quite curious about this matchup that we have here, because I had the opportunity to play this matchup today, but mine didn't go very well. Let's just leave it at that. But I picked Order of the Dragon, so now here we have Annotant, VES Annotant on the east side of the map, playing as Sushi's Legacy, and CSO playing as Knight Templar in color purple, and going for a dog straight away on Kawasan here. What do you think here? Can Sushi's Legacy stop them from being, like, #1 Civ, arguably on hybrids and water right now?
I'm gonna quote Annotant here. Crackedy, my friend, I tell you, my Juji on water on hybrid it cannot be beaten. I go fast feudal, I make sheep, I make boat, I win. Every time. Let's see if that holds up this time around. Because Knights Templar, they're spicy on water.
Well, those are some confident words, and yeah, Anatan is indeed a really good, really famous Sushi's Legacy player. So let's see if that will happen here against CSO. CSO, we still, like, you cannot really define CSO with just one playstyle, I feel like, because he has been playing really good almost every almost every game.
Weird. He plays weird, but it's so great.
Yeah, but, like, a barracks also coming up from...
Oh, that's great. That's so great. Yeah,
like, he knows,
like, blocking the Medi-Garden.
Okay. Crackedy, I know you like Sushi's Legacy, but let's look over at Anatan's place and let's see what he's actually doing. How is he gathering his gold for an age up? You know what's happening there right now.
Yeah,
Can we get a
call him
zoom
out
in?
for that.
Yeah, can we get a zoom in for those villagers? So
This is
every
high-level
time-
tax evasion.
Oh, okay, high-level tax evasion. Well, we gotta ask
This
about
is a
this. I feel-
Medigarden at home,
that's-
if I've ever seen one.
Oh, meditation
so
gardens at
sad.
home, because I think ideally you want to drop it in the middle of the map, right? Where
Yeah,
there's
I
all
mean,
the juicy
look at the difference.
berries.
Look at
Yeah.
the difference. That's like 150 food per minute and 25 gold.
But
Oh my
there
god.
it is. That's the guy.
That's why you can't.
Yeah, that's why.
That's him. He single-handedly blocked.
Look
Dude,
at him.
honestly,
He's actually carrying the whole Knights Templar there. That
honestly,
guy.
I feel like it would have honestly just been worth going for an outpost in the middle of the map, right next to the Medigarden, just to like put it up here. It's so much value. And he's now
It's-
going for the out. Oh my god! If the dock gets blocked,
No, he's gonna build
no.
it. We all know.
yeah,
That's a
Juji
Chinese.
builds it fast.
Yeah, Sushi and Chinese, they're gonna build it fast. But maybe he's gonna lose the villager for it, because pulling another one.
pulling
Okay,
another?
then he won't lose it. Hello,
He's
can
gonna lose
pull
it.
back. I think.
Oh, is
Is he gonna lose it? I think he's gonna lose it. I think he waited like for a few
Yeah, I
seconds.
think it's
the
too
charge.
long. Oh,
What?
Oh, he
What?
stopped.
No, you can't stop the dog. It's a Chinese dog. Well, okay, just spared its life. That villager's life, I feel like. And CSO is looking to get his own age up. So what
not
happened
that
there in
far off.
Anatan's? Yeah, he's not that far off, and it's only gonna take him 45 seconds to age up. So
He's just gonna dock the other pond now.
well, the good news is there won't be another dock on that pond where CSO already is fishing, right? Because he had the spearman,
Yeah.
so he can actually. I feel like he can actually make another dock there and just like fight off Anatan from his home pond. But he's actually opting to go for the control on the other pond there on the northeast side.
Only 3 fishing ships here. I mean, that's CSO. Yeah, he can just have them garrisoned inside there.
Yeah.
Like, he can still, like... He's probably not gonna reinvest into that side, I want to say. I think he's just gonna give that side up. Like, it's just not worth it, right?
It's just not worth. I mean, he could. Oh, it's actually yeah. He's those
Yeah, it's not worth
boats died very early. I would say that wasn't really worth it. I guess happens. Sometimes happens, but I feel like he could maybe fight for it if he had a dock, because he already has the boats there to like repair.
Yeah, to
which is
heal.
the-
That helps.
To heal and repair is like in the first few boats, maybe. Well,
The issue is, like,
just
once the double
choices.
composition is out there,
Yeah.
when you're on a single dock, you cannot come back with, like,
Yeah.
minimum micro.
Yeah, and I think there, as pointed out by our observer, there Anatan is getting stoned passively, right? He's very, very close to get an arrow slits there on that pawn. So
yeah.
probably CSO just felt like he doesn't have to fight for it. Like where where Anatan has a dog already up, like it's not worth fighting against the.
CSO's just triple docking this pond.
Oh.
In order
Okay,
to...
I thought
no,
this
no,
like was
Yeah,
okay.
same.
You thought the same. You thought the
Yeah.
same. Yeah.
I
was like, whoa.
gasped for a second. I was like, wait, what? No way. But then,
No way.
it's
Yeah. I
wrong
was
way.
like, no way. No way he gets a dock, like between 3 docks. So, yeah, what do you think of this Sushi's Legacy just aging up with like 0 gold gathered, just doing some of that tax micro there? Let's call it
I mean,
tax micro.
I think, honestly, I think it's fine because, like, you're not really... It's not that efficient, right? Because you got to drop off after every time. Sometimes pathing screws it up and makes it really inefficient. You do save up on pretty much the initial mining camp. That's like the main thing, right? Like you save up on the initial mining camp, you save up on the walking time of moving the villagers out to the gold mine. I don't think it's broken per se. What I do think, though, is that enables for some incredibly clutch timings, especially on these hybrid maps. Now the question is, do you want to like balance all around those hybrid maps now? I think tax maybe needs like a complete redesign in the first place anyways.
Yeah.
Because right now, like I think in general, like all of these passive resource generations, especially when it comes to like gold, like infinite resources, I think there needs to be a new look at them. See like, okay, where does it make sense? Where does it not make sense? And there should be a clear goal of having certain resources be finite, like absolutely finite, not infinite in 1v1s, I want to say.
Yeah, that's fair. I understand that. I just think that, just a guess, just my guess. I haven't like confirmed this with any of the like developers or anything, but I think that's not the intended mechanic with the tax there, at least. Just like the bounty for Ruse that we had the problems with after the rework, if you remember. I think it could work like that, maybe. Like as you gather resources for like after 5 or 6 resources, like wood or food or gold, stone, whatever, that you also get like secondary resource, that you generate a secondary resource, which is like the tax. And then you drop that tax off, because like one food is the same, like just drop off is just the same.
Yeah,
You
that's something
tax,
that
right?
has this is something that has bothered me actually for quite a while, is that wheelbarrow is actually a nerf for China. When you get wheelbarrow
actually.
early on.
Yeah, so that will be also like making more sense in that way, right? Well, we will see what they will do about that in the future. And as we see, CSO just firmly controlling his own pawn there. And yeah, we have the scores up now. And can we get a quick check on the fishing boat counts on each side? It looks like pretty even, because Sushi's Legacy is still producing faster.
CSO should be... Yeah, but CSO,
16.
he sacrificed villagers for aging up, right? So
Yeah,
CSO being
yeah,
ahead
true.
by 2 when he should be behind by 3. Yeah, he's got a good lead there at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, that scout is barely surviving. And Anatan, now, I think one of the reasons we see a lot of... Wow, he's going for that dog. He's really, really going for that dog. And that dog is going up very fast. But is it
Just
worth
China
it?
things.
Just China things.
Arrow slits
Instantly.
immediately.
Yeah.
Now he needs to defend it, though.
Well,
And he
can
can't.
he defend it?
No,
Like-
no way.
Arrowsit is not gonna do anything against the
Maybe
land
just-
units there.
Yeah, maybe just cancel it and go for a second TC instead.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if you want to really go for that, though. I think right now the best play would be Jugenu all in, mainly because the Chevalier only have 2 armor. So
Yeah,
it's way less scary than actual knights. Like you can
So
just
that was
spam
my
Jugenu and be
thought.
fine.
Exactly. Sorry to interrupt you there. That was actually my thought, because you just like you were just spot on with that. Like, I actually haven't played this matchup here, so I have only 2 armor. And if Sushi's Legacy goes for an all-in, like there isn't much room for you to just like flank them or call off reinforcements here. Like in this type of scenario, like you cannot really go for a flank, go for like their economy. It's actually very narrow map when you think about it for the land units. And we see a demo getting sniped by the Shukunu there. That was beautiful
Yeah.
snipe for Anatan, extending his lifetime on that lake and being more annoying on CSO's lake. The dog is very low health for now. I think he will look to get this repaired. And Shukunu, you can see they're doing
There's no
a lot
armor
of
upgrade.
damage.
And Anton has
No
the damage
armor.
upgrade.
Oh,
This is like the prime sin of
Yeah,
things that you can't
that's-
do up against Jugenu.
Oh, okay. That makes a bit more sense now. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense why those guys died really, really fast. Anatan is backing off. Although CSO also, I think, thought
He's
that-
massing resource. I think Anaton's
Yeah.
he's bailing on the idea of feudal age. He wants to go castle age. I don't like that. I really enjoy the
Chicken
idea
noose?
of just no, not necessarily Jugnus, but I enjoy the idea of hunkering down in feudal age and just winning with mass units when it's not me that's losing to it.
Yeah, good thing that you pointed that last part out for us. Well, yeah, I think both options are quite good for him. Like he can still age up cheaper, and he's already aging up.
Mount Blue, okay.
Oh, still no armor, and he's getting melted. Like he knows his opponent doesn't even have the +1 yet, and with an age up, with a veteran upgrade and supervision, if he gets like +2, he doesn't even need the spearman, and which he's not queuing anymore. Like only 4 spearmen. He doesn't even care about like Chevalier Confer at this point.
It's just a charge
Yeah.
break or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, but like with all those berries around, like he will have fairly good
Oh, he's being patient.
pathing. Yeah, he's been patient. Like he has to back off a bit. It's still a lot of heavy cavalry after all, right? Like you don't want to throw away your advantage there. Just giving ground slowly as he's waiting for his upgrade, and that upgrade is coming in really fast, as we can see. And now he's adding knights.
Just a couple, I think. He definitely will want +2 pierce damage. Yeah, that's coming in next. We don't have the there it is. Upgrade on the supervision coming in as well. Very, very good upgrade. Boosting that from 150 to 300%. You're able to pump, like, basically with this upgrade, you only need 1 production building for the entire early castle age duration. Just because, like, you're not going to have enough economy to produce out of more than that. What are these walls?
Look at that wall! I was about to say, look at that wall. That's actually a 5-head wall. Like, is he going to even look at it? Like, okay, don't bring him there. Don't make him see your beautiful walls that are about to come up. Castle Age by CSO, 35 seconds away. He wants to just run back.
There's still a window, though.
As much as he can. Yes, I think that wall also kind of guarantees like 2 relics for him. The one in the corner and his sacred site for the pilgrims.
Yeah.
Which is basically...
This wall is great.
Like, yeah, this wall is great. This wall is very good. If he gets that up completely, though.
Yeah.
And yeah, such a good landmark for early Castle Age, isn't it? The Mount Blue Academy.
Is this too greedy, this dive?
Oh, killed 1 pilgrim and 1 chevalier.
Yeah, the age up is in now, though. This is the moment in time where he might want to really trade out.
There's nothing in the town center
Yeah, there's only 2 units there. Like, he can, in theory, ignore the TC just because there's nothing in it giving it damage.
Oh, Anatan is looking for that other pilgrim and successfully finding it. Beautiful pick off there from him. Up to 6 knights. CSO is adding Templar Brothers and keeps making archers. They have a bit of extra HP that can help against Chukanus there.
Yeah.
But he needs that
what are we
+2
getting?
armor.
Nest of Bees now?
Oh, the Nest of Bees, of course. And
I mean, they
Anatan
make everything better.
sniping some of the fishing ships. Shipping fish, I was about to say.
I mean, Nest of Bees can, in theory, snipe onto the shoreline, right? Like, they can do some damage up against the ships. Do we have enough Jugunu here now? The thing is, like, archers, once they get veterancy in, they do a lot more damage. Oh my god, CSO, the no-looker doesn't get shot at it wasn't too bad of a hit at the end of the day.
Could be way worse. Could be way worse with that second Nest of Bee out, and Anatan successfully, I think, is playing this one quite beautifully. Like, this is what you should be doing, I feel like, if you have the middle control on Kawasan, because suddenly your lake is not your lake anymore. It's like you're just getting sieged down by some Nest of Bees, Mangonels, Pringles, or archers even, like, at some point, and yeah, he's getting a dock up. Like, that's not your lake anymore. That's our lake. It's contested now.
This time around, it's going to be a lot harder for CSO to take that dock down. Immediately, Aeroslits in placement coming in once again. Anton, if he wants to, he can repair that with the Nest of Bees next to it. CSO, he's in his element once again. He's just adding in more and more of the Templar Brothers. Anton, though, he's now mixing in crossbow. And this is something that I think needs to get addressed at some point. Crossbows and Jugunu looks way too similar.
Oh yeah, 100%.
They look way too similar.
Well, I 100% agree with you, There is only one tiny little improvement that they have done recently, though, which is their reload animation. If they're standing
Oh, yeah.
still, their
Then you can
reload
tell.
animation kind of helps just a tiny bit more, as we see CSO just playing with fire. They're literally against Nesto Bs, just barely dodging them. And big demo hit from Anotand. CSO has to fight for this, right? Okay, that's
he's doing some
nice
damage as
counter
well.
damage. It's a nice counter damage, but he's just going. He's just going in, like he's gonna get cornered. Is there any? Okay, no
If
demo.
he loses the army, does he have the means? This is the thing,
But
right?
does
Like,
he
if he
lose the
loses the
army?
army, yeah,
But
like
does
if
he?
he loses the army, he doesn't have the economy to reproduce. Ever since the shore, like the water gets locked out, I think he's gonna lose the army. Honestly, like we're up to 10 crossbows now.
Like, is this a desperation
Spearmen coming in.
move?
It
Or is
feels
this-
like it.
He's in the wood line there, causing a lot of chaos in that wood line. The
Maybe
villagers
he's
have to back
overestimating
off.
Knights Templar economy.
Oh, maybe he's just.
He's
I
getting
wonder
some
it wouldn't-
damage in.
Wouldn't that be better for him if he went for his own mangonels? Like, I know it's Castle Age Nest of Bees against Castle Age mangonels. Oh, that's a
not clock
beautiful
tower.
pick off.
Oh,
Two Nest of Bees.
yeah,
It's
that's
going
great.
down really fast, and villagers are trying to help. Some of the Nest of Bees
the
are injured,
wall!
but he just used the wall to get out. Of course, that's a 5-hit play right there by CSO. Beautifully played. Just that wall isn't complete though.
Oh, it's not finished.
Oh, okay. But managed to kill some Nest of Bees for all his troubles. And the destroyed value looks pretty similar there.
Yeah.
Plus the idle time, let's say. But he hasn't grabbed a single relic yet. And no siege on site for him. So after all is done, I feel like he will be back to the same position. But just slightly worse economy, maybe just because of those relics. Like you can see, Anatan is banking up a lot of gold, cleaning up that dock.
The
on
issue
his
that I
lake.
see for Anotund is we're getting to the point where he's overfishing and he just lost a good chunk of his own villagers. Like he lost like 20 villagers there. That hurt. Like the raid definitely hurt. And he is adding in a second TC now behind this, courtesy of all the free stone that he's gotten so far from the meditation garden. It's gonna
Free
take a
stone
while
indeed.
though to pay off.
Yeah, maybe this is going to slow him down, but he has a good number of spearmen in queue and on the field to defend himself. And remember, the map is very narrow, and you can see that Springled outpost in action. CSO looking to get rid of that quite fast. Well, to be fair, CSO could actually get rid of all these buildings from the center if he made some trebuchets. Ooh, just lost a lot of archers in the south side. It's east side of Anatan's base, and now he has to back off. Those springled emplacements are hurting him a lot. And yeah, he's getting his first relic, it looks like. And yeah, after everything is, we see economy and the military counts are even, but the positioning in the map with the second town center, I feel like Anatan is just slightly ahead.
I'm honestly not sure because economy is pretty even between them, and CSO has got the he's got the pilgrims 3-2 relics actually. So CSO did manage to get the two relics in that he walled off.
Yeah. Well, the
If-
fortress is coming up.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was looking for. Like a fortress now that's going to be an additional 130 gold per minute for him as well. And a landmark to keep to secure the gold there. He's
Yeah.
once again like pulling Anton apart here when it comes to like harassing on the sides.
Yeah, you can see the income, like overfishing. I think we need to look at those fishing boats from Anatan, because I think they're not working or dropping off a single food there. Like they're just
That's
going
just the
from
overfishing.
deep sea to deep fish. Yeah, that's what overfishing does. Yeah, just in our seas. See, no more fish, no more sushis for us, and no more.
It's gonna have to go to the shoreline fish, or at least to the couple of stacks that are remaining there on the shoreline. See, so he's now up to 22 Templar Brothers. And this is where it starts to become dangerous. Because with the special upgrade on the Templar Brothers, for every charging knight, they do +2 damage. With 24, that's 48 additional charge damage. That's already pretty crazy. If the Spearman doesn't brace that, like any infantry unit basically gets demolished by that. Once you get up to like 50 Knights Templar, the charge becomes nuclear.
Yeah, that's gonna be really scary for him. And Anatan has the wall here, like it's funny to see this wall coming in from Anatan.
And we're getting like 2 additional fortresses.
Yeah, just like the fortress numbers, like it's gonna just only increase if you don't start to siege them down. And the town center, like he can do another fortress. Like it's crazy. Anatan is looking.
Anatan with his keep.
Yeah,
that's
but
good.
like the good thing is this is. I don't know if you agree with me, but I feel like Knights Templar is very similar to an Age of Empires 2 civilization when it comes to it. When it comes to just taking damage and leaving your base, I feel like. Because you don't have any landmarks. Like, you can just leave. Like, you have landmarks, obviously. But, like, you can just leave. Like, your town center is just a town center after all. You can just build another one. There isn't, like, something that you just cannot give up in your base. Like, if you have your production somewhere else, if you have your keeps somewhere else. Like, obviously, that's just like the pilgrims. You just don't get them anymore, right? So that's not ideal. So Anatan is going for it, as we don't see any fortress around CSO's main town center there. But he has a dangerous amount of knights. Now he spots the keep from Anatan. Oh,
he cancels it?
He just canceled that and wants to get one, next to his town center, because I think next
without it, no pilgrims.
Yeah, no pilgrims. So he has to respect that push from Anatan. And yeah, I think next coming up is the trebuchets, and I think Templar has the advantage on that. Oh, those are dead builds.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a couple of them. I mean, this is the thing right now. Like, this is where it doesn't matter how many keeps, or how many fortresses Knights Templar has. If the main TC is gone, there will be no more pilgrims.
Yes, exactly. So that's the number one reason to defend your main base as Knights Templar, different than the other civs. And he's already he's going in the south corner. Stonewall is
not in time.
Oh, and he's just
the villager. He's committing.
Like, he's just committing. He's killing villagers and killing spearmen here. Like, if he charges on them, like if he connects a successful charge with the upgrade, 37 Templar Brothers, like they're going to just ravage, like wreak havoc in Anatan's economy once again. Big idle time. IOs is going down. Villagers are going down. And one more thing I just remembered after seeing those archers from Knights Templar. If he has to defend under his keeps, he's gonna get one more armor against the Chukanus and all those crossbows. Like, that's huge. Oh, losing some villagers on the gold.
Not too many though, and he does have to keep there.
Many.
Yeah, and the Templar Brothers, the majority of them survived. That's absolutely huge for CSO.
Yeah. And again, he was going for the snipe with the nest of bees again, and Anatan is building those beautiful walls, protecting his siege, making it easier for his infantry mass to hold off the cavalry charge, maybe. And CSO is making trebuchets.
Making trebuchets. I mean, he doesn't get any bombards or anything like that in Imperial Age. Trebuchets are kind of like Knights Templars' answer to siege as well, like the trebuchets from them, because they do shoot an additional projectile. But they're actually decent anti-siege.
Yeah, they're decent anti-siege, especially when you have them in Imperial Age with one more extra projectile. Did you see that? Oh, 2 traps just went down to took away half of the HP from that trebuchet there. And
does Anaton realize it's gone?
Are back.
And now oh my god, we're up to 33 of them. These charges are gonna be insane. Anaton needs to protect his base.
I want to see the charge.
Where's the military?
Glowing.
Oh, they're destroying.
Oh, they just I think they just one-tapped the spearman there. Or
I think so too.
one like blow away from the archer to die. Like that was insane
And he
amount of
doesn't have the
damage.
crossbow count.
Like he has to come back with everything because archers are here now. Like CSO
Yeah, the
knew-
siege.
Yeah, knew the siege was just at the front there. Like they're still here.
You
And
need a
there's
full
no-
stone wall.
Oh yeah, you need a full stone wall. CSO is just playing this one beautifully, and Anatan as well. But he just like cannot get into CSO's base because he keeps attacking him on the sides here.
CSO's just doing an amazing job with the raids, with just pulling Anaton's army apart, and he just can't react to all of these different points there at the same time. Like every time Anaton goes forward, CSO somehow manages to move his army to the flank and force the entire brunt of Anaton's might back.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
able to
the
pick up a
army
couple
value.
Knights Templar there.
Yeah, but like the army
Look at the
value.
gold income.
Yeah. This is just this is Templar, like Knights Templar dream game, and he's going to get Imperial Age without building a landmark and in a fairly fast timing. And like, how are you going to stop 40 elite Templar brothers? Like, you don't even need anything else. 40 elite Templar brothers and just
Especially
go
with
for it.
Kingdom of Poland.
Yeah,
Kingdom
with
of
the
Poland,
Kingdom
get
of
the bonus
Poland
HP,
and the charge.
the bonus charge.
Oh,
Oh my
I
god.
don't like. I want to see that happening. I'm sorry, but this is just like you don't get that every day. You don't get.
You know
40...
when it happens, it's GG,
Yeah.
but you kind of want to see it happen anyways.
Yeah, I kind of want to see it happen because like that is like FFA territory, like team games. Maybe FFA. Look at that.
150 cataphracts.
Like yeah, 150 cataphracts. Like you have unlimited population, unlimited economy, and then like you go in a custom game with your friend and you test this new cool unit that's called Templar Brother, and then like you just charge and then you just like evaporate everything, and then you're like, wow, this unit is amazing. And someone does that in a tournament, that's gonna be very cool. What?
Ooh, Republic of Venice.
Republic of
It's not
Venice.
Kingdom of Poland.
Oh, he wants to siege down with the
Yeah,
ships?
the ships.
Oh,
The special Venice ships
special ships
with the
yes.
trebuchet on them. Oh, the wolf.
Come on, get rid of the wolves.
They serve no purpose in this game.
Nothing, absolutely
In
nothing.
AV2, at least they kill units.
Yeah. Okay, no Poland, so I'm a bit less enthusiastic about it now. I'm more enthusiastic about the ships. Oh, that's a lot of knights getting trapped and yeah, that's
Yeah, we went from 40 to 20 knights.
yeah.
That was a big kill.
That was a big kill, but the economy is still intact from CSO, and he's an Imperial Age Anatan following suit with Jangnan Tower, not too far away.
That's not quite the Imperial Age landmark. That's Yuan Dynasty. No, Song
like-
Dynasty even.
Like
Time
all
for
these
farms.
raids, I want to point out something, Crackedy. All these raids, and CSO is managing them really well. That Anatan only has one Imperial official alive.
Oh my god.
I feel
Really?
like that's like,
Yeah, he
quite
does only have
significant,
one.
Yeah.
And he's
He
in the
does
middle
have
there
one.
with the gold. Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah, that-
hello? Yes, DSO is just attacking the gold now. Doesn't care about that Springle emplacement that's about to go down anyway. Ooh,
Yeah.
nest of bees. They're rushing to.
The
have
first
these
Venetian
villagers
ship is
the
coming in
middle.
as well. Dude, CSO, he's just going full Condottiero. Condottiero has been buffed as well. They got so much more
Oh.
armor now.
Oh yeah, he's going Condottiero.
only
Like this
cost
is like
gold.
actually my first time
Good
seeing
unit now.
Condottieros.
Oh, we're not seeing them!
No,
Oh, but
we wanted to
that's
see
the last
them.
game of the set as well. That's a 3-0
No.
for CSO.
Yeah, 3-0 for CSO there. Beautifully played. He's been on fire today. He beat Lucifer on first 3-0, and now Anatan. Very good players, both of them, and CSO is just proving, I think, that his recent performance at the Elite Classic 3 wasn't just a coincidence, wasn't just a good performance, or wasn't just a good month, I would say.
Yeah, no fluke there, 100%. And
Yep.
CSO, like he's the real deal. After Louis, right? Like CSO he is China's best player, and honestly, like there's a reason why when CSO and Louis play against each other more often than not, like CSO takes games off Louis regularly, like to the point where I want to say that those two, with how much Louis has been revered nowadays in like the international scene, there's like a 50-50 win rate between the two of them.
Yep. Yep. And yeah, CSO has been playing quite well, and he has been on point today. That was a beautiful play with the Knights Templar there, and as we can see, we have his name on the finals. Now looking at the bracket, now on the other side of the bracket we have Wham waiting for his next opponent. It's going to be winner of the series Starflark against Cat. And Anotant, it's not over for him. He still has his chance to make it to the main event. He has to play the lower bracket now, best of 5 against the loser of the other semi-final. He still has a chance, as we will have 2 players qualifying this weekend for Masters of Steel. Will happen in Denmark in July.
Yeah, so definitely still chances there if you want to make it to Denmark, if these players want to make it to Denmark. Starflower vs. Cat, that's still going on. I can imagine those sets are probably taking quite a while. Are we probably gonna dive into the current game between Starflower and Cat?
Okay, we will have a
looks
little
like
short break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll be back in just a little bit with the next series. So stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break. See you in just a little bit. All right, and
All
we're
right.
back. Welcome back, everyone. Cat versus Starflock is still going on at the moment, and we heard that they're currently in a little bit of a stalemate, some might say. We're on Holy Island, and the game's been going on for a while, and we're gonna catch up. Fast mode. Let's jump in.
Let's jump in.
There we go. Are you ready for some 8x casting?
8x casting.
I am.
I can. Yeah, I am as well. I'm very, very, very ready for it. As we have
This is
Holy
normal
Island, that's
speed.
gonna be. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Here we go.
We're
There
wrapping
we
it up.
go.
Sheep scouting happening. People going on water. We got some action. Scout on villager. Just slow harassment. Villager is gonna have to be pulled back here at some point. Both players do that to each other. Villager gets pulled back. Other villager doesn't go back. Builds a dock instead. Villager gets
Yep.
pulled. Builds another dock.
On the left side of the screen, we have 2 docks from Cat, and now, as we see fishing ships going fishing, and Kingdom of France coming in hot from Starflark. That's very, very, very fast age up, especially on the 8x speed, and that's a beautiful. Is that 3 gold veins?
That's 3 golds,
Yeah,
Medigon.
that is a relic. Like
That's a relic.
That is 5. That's 5 gold short of a relic when it's uninterrupted. Starflark is interrupting it. And Knights Templar, how do you beat Knights Templar here? Like, I don't know. We're about to find out. And
It's pretty crazy with the pilgrims. Just like you send them to the middle
Yep.
of the map, and
Yep.
yeah, I mean halfway through they turn into ships and land
Yeah,
units can't hit
it's-
them anymore.
like palace guards.
Getting early palace
Oh,
guns.
oh.
Okay.
Like he already has 2 sprinkled ships and 1 archer ship and a 1 demo against 1 archer and 1 demo. Like how are you gonna be able to hold water?
Look at that.
Small
Cat is
ship.
tower rushing him.
Cat is tower rushing him. Okay, maybe
Cat is
that's
tower
how.
rushing him with the early palace guards. Okay, we gotta
Okay.
we gotta at least 2x
Chevalier?
this if we want to catch up.
Yeah,
Early
yeah,
palace
we can do
Ooh.
it faster. Yeah.
Go.
Palace guard harassing, but Chevalier is
That's a
coming
while
up.
time cost.
Yeah, especially with Knights Templar, it hurts
Oh,
a
he's
lot.
pulling a
but-
fishing ship forward to heal. Cat has
Okay,
no
that's a nice
economy, so he
play.
invested more into the fishing eco behind this.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a villager down before he dies. Manages
him.
one. Yeah. It's actually the second eco kill there for Cat.
Water goes on.
The water, like
he-
the military count, it's okay. He's doing quite fine on that, but 2 demos are
Ooh,
dangerously
connection.
close. That's
He
a
gets
nice
connection
connection,
on
I would
one.
say.
Yeah.
Oh, mass
Big
repair. coming in
repair.
from fishing-
Oh,
fishing
repair is
boats.
such a vibe.
Oh,
At this point, you should
dangerously
just kill
close.
the fishing ships.
Yeah, that's what he just did in the end there. Just sniped the fishing boat. Now we will just go back, repair, and come back again. And back on land action. We just see a scout
Spearman
going
now
down.
as well.
Yeah, just
got
mass
enough.
Chevalier Confrere.
Hmm.
Like if they connect to Cat's wood line, that's gonna be a lot of damage. Dangerously close to that dock. You don't really
Ooh,
want to be
demo
close to that
ship,
dock.
demo
A demo
ships.
ship will come in. Blocking his own demo ship, but connects
Oh,
to.
Great connection.
Okay, counter damage there. As arrow slit is doing some work. That's a lot of dangerously half HP ships.
Gets taken
The
down.
demo doesn't connect, and another one.
This one will.
That one connects.
He
Oh.
just killed 2 ships there. Oh my god.
Oh.
That's crazy the amount of value he got there.
That was an insane shot from that demo there. Keeps him alive on water for a bit longer. But like the
Starflock was
incomes-
lacking. I think Starflock was lacking when it came to making more fishing ships behind us because Cat's still ahead in the economy department.
Yeah, maybe villagers too, but like, does it really matter? Like the income per minute is
It is
quite close.
it's
Like
actually
it's
food wise.
it's food wise. Cat is ahead now, but
Yeah.
okay, those towers
keeping
are helping him
noxious.
a lot there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Double hand,
Yeah.
hand cannon placement as well.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
these
he doesn't
will
want to
hurt.
switch the wood line, right? Like, and
Yeah.
that's a good bit of the defense there. But Starflark has the cheapest.
It's crazy
rams.
that such an aggressive game
Yeah.
turns into such a stalemate.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Another attack on water at
Attacking.
the same time on land.
Beautiful
Archer's not
play.
quite following. Ooh, demo ship. Gets
Okay,
a good
those are
connection on the
very-
fishing ships.
Those are
Yeah, he
very
just killed a
low
lot
HP.
of the fishing ships.
Oh,
Oh, he lost all the Chevalier.
Oh, okay. That's how. It's a very notoriously hard map to play, right? Like
Yeah,
this isn't just
that's
not
why
only
the
just
Spaniards are so
water.
good here.
Yeah, because they're hard, like the hard players. Is that what you mean?
No, but, yeah, they're hard as well, but like they, no,
Yeah. It's very
they have
hard
a
to
lot
play
of
against
micro.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, they got the APM, they got the micro,
yeah.
they got like they
Multitasking.
the eyes
like,
bulge out and they're able to look at two things at the same time.
Yeah.
Ah,
I
stuff
would
like this.
love
You want to
this
like
map.
demo down the docks?
Oh, yeah. But Cat is repairing it. I would just love this map if it wasn't like if there wasn't trade on the water, you know?
Yeah,
Like that would be way better map. Like then you could.
I think
just
maybe
use-
also a little bit less distance between the players. Oh, that's a big army.
maybe that's a big army and only 17 archers to defend against them. But Castle Age
Castle Age?
coming in. Oh, that outpost is gonna be defended for now. That's a lot of archers. Those 20 veteran archers will just mow down everything Cat has at this point because he's not getting Castle Age anytime soon. Is this game really a stalemate? Like, how? Because he's gonna be able to upgrade his ships as
He's
well.
blocking pilgrims at least, so Starflag actually doesn't have the goal to upgrade the archers at the moment. He's getting some men-at-arms in as a front line as well. Cat
Yeah.
unable to follow up anytime soon with his own Castle Age. He is starting to posture on water though. Has a good enough army mass on water actually. 10 Springdale ships against only 7 for Starflag.
And 5 demos against no. Okay, 3 archer ships. I thought
3.
there was no archer ship. 3 archer ships. Oh, the demo.
but the
demos
demos!
connecting. Oh, that's a big connection. That's valuable connection.
Archer veteran C comes in.
Oh, Cat.
There's
is
still enough
rushing in.
Shuganu.
Castle Age.
There's no
is
kiting.
losing-
Oh,
He's busy on
another free
water.
demo ship.
Oh.
And so many things going on at the same time. One player doesn't look on water, loses water. The other doesn't look on land, loses land.
Yeah. Ooh, that's very close game. And look at the HP on those Springald ships just running away.
Basically
Very
non-existent.
Yeah, they cannot stop. Like they have to keep going, and you have to get mass repairs for them. Oh, they managed to snipe one archer ship, but that demo was dangerously close. Sniped that out. With that
How is
beautiful
Cat
animation
almost
cancel.
15 economy ahead?
I actually don't know. Well, to be fair,
He got worker
Starflag has
kills.
to. He got a lot of worker kills. I think he just killed a bunch of fishing boats there.
Yeah.
On that split screen. Yeah, like you can see the dots are. Yeah, not enough yellow dots on water there. And Starflark also aged up to Castle Age, which means 3 villagers less, approximately. Yeah.
Up 2-ish. Like only feudal age takes a minute. The others only take 45 seconds.
Cat is going for the crossbows now, but 5 Templar Brothers and 10 men-at-arms and 18 archers. That's a dangerous army on land for Starflark. If he
Yeah, it
manages
is.
to push into Cat's base, he's raiding on the rule line. Some raids on the rule line happening. Oh, getting cleaned up. His dangerous army on land, and he can. I think he can look to add some siege, and he does. He does add mangonels. He does add mangonels, and he wants to go in. Water. The stalemate.
Very good
He's
army
looking to
mass.
break it. That was another nice connection there. At this point, anyone can win this game. Like in the blink of an eye, and pushing on land, as getting pushed back on water. Demos are
Mango
going
stays
down.
alive.
Mangoes. Oof, that was a big mango shot. The demos are going in. Okay.
Had so many outposts though with emplacements.
Yeah, they're just like eating down all the HP away from the mangonels too. Like that mangonel just died to the towers. Like the hand cannon slits there. And the archer mass. He's getting
Oh,
thinned
he
down.
loses them.
Yeah, I think he misclicked them there. Unfortunate.
Usually it's best to just kill the Imperial officials there, because Juji will have to
Yeah.
remake those from the TC. And Cat has
Horseman
6 out of
switch.
6, so Mount Blue Academy
Yeah.
is looking good here. Both players going for Horseman.
Both players going for Horseman. And this is so weird. To me, at least. Now, the first relic got picked off by Starflark there. He's picking the first relic of the game. This game was very action-packed, so I don't judge the players on that, like having the relics around still. This has been a lot of demo ships going in. So close to breaking point. Rams coming
Rams,
in,
so
getting rid of the
infrastructure at
outposts
least
now.
getting taken down. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's almost at 20 horsemen now. Is there enough front line? I'm not sure. And we do see the horsemen wrap around. Siege is getting demolished here instantly.
Yeah, the Magnalos went down. The Rams are about to be cleaned up, but the Templar brothers, there aren't enough crossbows on the field there. At least the Wololo buys him time, and the Horsemen will start cleaning up the crossbows there. Cat, one more time, manages to defend
Order
on
has been
land.
reset again.
Yeah, like look at the
Sounds like he
equal on
lost
the
a lot of military.
box. Oh, he just
Yeah.
lost a lot of land military. Yeah. Yeah, maybe he needed something else, or maybe
He's
more
trying
land
to mass January's crossbowmen. They're so expensive. Like, that's not something that you want to mass if you don't have like a fortress on a sacred site.
Yeah, and he's lacking a fortress. Maybe that would be like way better play to just get a fortress in the middle here as a Knights Templar. Oh, the land action.
Got the Mangonels again.
Oh, one more time. He's adding Spearman now, though. A lot of demos. Oh, that last connection. Oh, that hurts. That hurts Cat, as he has to invest on water again to
going
stay
Springles.
alive. Oh, yeah, the Springles. and
Springles did a
Crossbows.
great job.
They just cleaned up all those Spearmen really, really fast there.
He's up to 9 Springles immediately, thanks to supervision.
Supervision. Yep, that is supervision for you. Well, Starflark can have a lot of Mangonels to counter this, right? And really fast, because they're cheaper for Knights Templar, as well as the Siege Workshop. They're also cheaper. Now, a bit of a stalemate going on. But Cat's
Was getting
looking to
torched
push
down.
in. Yeah, Horseman and Spearman from Starflark with some
No
siege.
Spearman from Cat. If he just gets like, I feel like if this were like 30 horsemen, and he does have the economy for it, but instead he's looking for Imp.
Imperial Age
Both
from
players
Starflark
are.
and both players, yeah. Starflark will be just a bit ahead. And now with
Ooh,
Kingdom of
Poland.
Poland, with all those horsemen, I think this is one of the underestimated or underappreciated things from Kingdom of Poland, because every time you think of the stacked cavalry, right? Like they're insane units. They're very good units. And right now Starflark can afford them, and he's going for them. Already 5 in queue. But the thing is, if you're making horsemen, you get extra charge damage on horsemen too. They're acting like
Yeah.
little hobblers at that stage. So
The thing
it's a bit
as well
overlooked, I
with
think.
them,
Yeah.
yeah, 100%. But another thing to keep in mind there is the Slaughter Cavalry doesn't require an elite upgrade. They come out
Yeah.
elite by default. But something else to keep in mind, Starflark, both our players are in Imperial Age.
Yeah.
Knights Templar, they don't get like cannon ships. They do get another upgrade for their Springle chips, but it's
Yeah.
not as good. Not really when you compare them to Nest of Bees, Bauchans.
Yep, indeed. And Cat is just cleaning up Starflark on water, it looks like. Oh, that's...
Oh, never mind.
No, they're all going down. Starflark is buying himself some time. I think at some point, as Starflark here, you can give up on water, as like your wood income is the best in the game. So with that wood income, I wonder if he wants to like transition to farms and like give up on water and like fully focus on land, because he has like a game-ending unit, right? Like the Slakta cavalry with all those mangonels. It is a
If he gets
game-ending
a
unit.
fortress in the middle, if he gets a fortress in the middle, he's gonna get so much gold.
Yeah, and then like you don't really care about water anymore. Well, you could get that relic and that sacred site. As I say that, he actually managed to get some pilgrims on that island there, Holy Island.
Does he have adjustable crossbows yet? Like, with this many mangonels, that would be such a good upgrade for him to get.
That would be
Don't think he's
really
got it.
nice to know. I think he has the resources to do it, right?
He needs, like, it's 1,000 wood. So he needs a good bit more wood. I don't think he got it.
Yeah.
Oh, fight about to happen in the middle. Big fight about to happen in the middle.
Big fight happening.
Big fight.
Yeah, and the mangonels being protected by all those crossbows. And Slakta cavalry and the ram too is doing its part. And the mangonels are doing...
Is it enough?
That looks like enough to me.
They're doing
The
enough.
mangonels, one more shot and all those
Oh, so
crossbows
many
will go
horsemen.
down. So many horsemen just entered the fray there. Oh, Chicanoos with fire arrows. They're not doing a lot of damage to that Slakta cavalry. This is
Yeah,
like,
not
single-handedly tanking all the damage from the Chicanoos there. And now
It's
all
only
the
5
siege is gone.
crossbows.
All the horses are gone, and Starflag just decides to go back. And Sushi's
He doesn't have enough
rightfully-
cavalry.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough cavalry. That
The
is...
pilgrims once again trying to make their way through.
Oh, poor pilgrims. Like, if he captures that sacred site, they're like, you're going to completely stop them from going anywhere. And now Cat is pulling ahead on the eco department here. I wonder if Starflag could still do it with like mass Slakta cavalry. I think he's just a bit taking premature fights there, and there are a lot of outposts. But those horsemen, they have the special technology.
How much has
for-
he already mined the wood lines? That's crazy to see the wood lines like that.
Yeah. It's even crazier to think that 20% of those wood lines were actually food for him.
Ooh, this is
Whole game.
good dive there. Just
That
be
is a
able to
good
defend
dive
against the
indeed.
raids.
Like, Cat has the gold, has the control on the map, and like pilgrims are like making it through again one more time on the island. That's gonna give Starflag really
500, 600
Yeah.
gold.
yeah, that's gonna
Yeah.
be a lot of gold. Look at the gold numbers, they're gonna just go up like skyrocket. And yeah, he has some spears to defend against this, but the Slaktas, you need to have a good chunk of crossbows, I think. Like, none of the units that he has is actually killing them. Like, no
Melee
spearmen,
units are
no
just melee
crossbow.
braining.
Yeah, the Slakt, like, only thing that is growing for Cat there is the pathing.
Yeah. Starflag, like if he gets to the, like, this is the moment in time to get a fortress in the middle, like next to that sacred site, and
Yeah.
then a trebuchet emplacement on it. There are so many production buildings here that would be just all doomed. There we go,
Oh,
fortress. Not,
there we
He's
go.
not able to place it quite as aggressively because by now it's like thinned out, military-wise.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to get that
does
up.
it go up? Oh, does it go up? Slakta making a connection on the Chicanoos and
Ooh, good
successfully
connection.
pushing them back. There's nothing in
No
front of them.
crossbows.
Oh, no crossbows.
He's losing a
and-
lot of villagers behind this though, inside of his own base. So many
Oh.
villagers. He's
Oh.
Starflag. He didn't react.
He was too
Fortress was
focused
up.
on this, and now only 62 economy. Nothing on
He's-
water, and half of
he
the farms are
spam-
empty.
He spam selecting all military every time.
Oh, is that what is happening there?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, so Cat, I think, is... Like, Starflag bought himself some time, but lost his economy behind. And Cat, is
But we
he
still have a
overfishing?
lot of pilgrims. He is fishing. He has docks on Starflag's side as well. He's not trading though.
Yeah. I think all he needs is just like bunch of trebs or bombards, even like, because he has 18 crossbows, 34 Chicanoos. And Starflag only has like 2 mangonels without a real protection because his base is just open. Like horsemen will just go in.
Getting a big mass of
As they do.
Slaughter cavalry now, though. Oh, so
Can he
many more
snowball?
villagers going down. In theory, at the moment, like he
120.
only needs villagers on food and wood. He doesn't need villagers on gold because he's just getting so much of it passively. 1 sacred site, 2 relics, and then like all the pilgrims, right? It's like this is mostly just passive gold income with Genoa as well, Genoese allies. So he's getting an additional 30%. He's got the fortress in the middle as well, so that's an additional 30% there. So he's set gold-wise. It's just food and wood, mostly food.
Yeah. And Cat, does he look
He's
to
at
get?
140 eco.
Still has a
think he started
gold
trading.
vein in his base, and he can still get that gold.
Yeah, he's trading
Oh yeah,
now.
the trade ships.
This is gonna be big. Yeah, it's
it's really-
126 gold every trip. That's
Yep.
value. And now mass bombards? Okay, now I can tell why this went into a stalemate. This was a crazy game so far. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm perplexed. Like Starflag, he lost a lot of villagers, but he's still in it. He's still very much in it. Slaughter cavalry,
Yeah.
never underestimate those. 32
Yeah.
of them now on the field with mass spearmen.
Yeah, and he's 154 population. I think he understands that all he needs is a big mass of Slaughter cavalry that's going to snowball him the game because he knows
We're getting
he's
the
not on
upgrade as
water.
well. We're getting the monastery upgrade as well, so Slaughter cavalry will be
fanaticism.
doing more damage. Yeah, they will be doing more damage to the less HP they got. And with a unit that has so much HP as them, you will get usage out of that.
Oh yeah,
And they have so much base damage.
4 mangonels.
Dude, these bombards don't do any damage to them. The bombards are tickling them, and these are Cloud of Terror bombards, by the way. They're doing AoE, but they just do nothing against the Slaughter cavalry.
Do we have the anti-gunpowder technology on those fortresses? Because I want to
don't
see
think
like
he got it yet.
how 6 bombards with chemistry would do against a fortress.
It's not in
Oh,
yet.
he doesn't have it. Oh, what was it called? Ironclads? Iron something?
Iron clamps, I think.
Iron clamps. Ironclad is the English man at arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 39 and rising, 41 now for Starflark as he's getting closer and closer.
Oh,
Oh, the Polish cavalry does it one more time.
coming in. We got a lot of crossbows this time around
Well,
as well.
that's,
Though the Slaughter cavalry, the
Well,
good
that's still
surround.
good. Oh, that's a beautiful surround.
And the mangonel shots! That has to be it.
Oh,
No way
that's
back.
clean up.
Cat
No
cannot
way.
come back from this position. There's just too much.
Oh no! Everywhere, he's everywhere in his base, and no way of kiting. Like in his base, like he couldn't use his advantage. Also, look at the military count. No way of coming back from this for Cat. Like he has the
He's got so
resources.
much economy, but the military
but-
just wasn't there. Dude, the bombards, they just, like, this is what I love. I actually genuinely love this change about bombards, them only doing, like, bonus damage against infantry. The cavalry
Yeah.
is so tanky up against bombards. That was so
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, that was a great change. I agree with that. Cause like, yeah.
Imagine
Cavalry-
old bombards. They would have just killed the entire cavalry line there.
Yeah, they
But
would
now,
like imagine half of the
Yeah.
Slaughter just going down like before they reach their target.
forward fortress now with the trebuchet emplacement. All these buildings are slowly gonna get taken down.
Yeah, that is like more and more and more fortresses are creeping
No
in
food income
towards
anymore.
Cat's base. And yeah, like he can have all the income from water, but he won't have any base to make units from. And by the way, the food income looks like I don't think he gets the fishing much. Like I see his dots just like as a group just traveling from deep sea to the deep sea.
Yeah, we're at
Overfishing
that point again.
Yeah, we're at that point.
It's a lot
again.
of travel time.
Yeah. Yep, and that's like the cavalry. That's Polish.
Cat likes to wait for the landmarks to go down.
yeah, Starflark doesn't want to spend more time in Holy Island, and he's killing the landmarks one by one. And
There we
Cat
go.
calls it. There we go.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
2-1 for Starflight. But this is still a best of 5. So we still got a map to go. I'm quite sure this is a best of 5, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep, this is a best of 5. This is a best of 5. Yep. Starflark has still let's see what's the next map. Cat has really good civilizations though still. HRE, French, Ottomans, and English. The English there is is not one of the greatest ones, but still I think you can still like try to play it on maybe like 4 lakes or something.
Yeah, we got French versus Japan on 4 lakes. This is an interesting one because in a situation where both players like rush Castle Age after they do a little fish booming, I really like French against Japan, mainly because of mass arbilatria, especially with like a decentralized economy, with having your economy with fish like on the sides. It makes it much harder to raid. And that gives you the opportunity to move out more easily with arbilatria.
That's true. Let's jump into the game, and we're about to see if Starflark can do it. If Starflark can beat Cat, its score actually. Yeah, we have to flip that in a second there, and we see Cat just going for the dock. Starflark in color yellow on the northwest side of the map, playing as a Japanese and leading. This is a match point for him, and he's also going for the dock straight away. And Cat, 3D Cat as French, color red, playing as the French. And I think here, if you get to the mid game, Crackedy, I feel like it is very hard for Japanese to get rid of Horsemen and Arbality mass, or
Yeah.
in general, like Minotaurs and crossbows are quite tough for Japanese to handle if the map isn't like very open, right? And this can be a map that is not very open. Like it should be like fairly easier to focus on one spot in the game. So
Yeah, I think
with Arbs and Minotaurs or Horsemen, as in this case with French in front of them, I feel like this is gonna be like Arbs are a big problem for Japanese, I feel like. But if we get there, we're going to see. Yeah, we're going to see if Starflark can handle them.
Yeah, Arbalitria and Horsemen, just because Horsemen are so incredibly tanky, I'm wondering if Cat would go for like a Royal Institute play here, for example, just because you can then like boost up your Arbalitria even more. You can get the upgrades a little bit cheaper. You can have the attack speed upgrade on them as well. Royal Bloodlines, obviously for Horsemen, is insane value. Like having Royal Bloodlines Horsemen in Castle Age actually makes Horsemen really, really strong. Just as a frontline unit and also just for raiding. Usually Horsemen die quite quickly to Spearman connections, but having all of that bonus HP means that you can actually dive past the Spearman and actually connect onto any range unit that you want to hit there. So this is like the kind of dream composition at the end of the day. When you then also get to keep in and get all of that with a discount as well, that's when you're just in prime position with French. That's where I get to the point personally where I say, okay, Japan, at that point in time, they kind of get hard countered by French when it comes to later stages. So instead, what I want to see from Starflark here as Japanese is he needs to make the game happen quickly. He needs early pressure. He needs quick and decisive trades, quick and decisive raids. And he needs to, most importantly, set the game pace very early on.
Yeah, he does need that indeed. And we see Cat going for the other pond on his side of the map. There's nothing different is going on, nothing crazy, aggressive dogs or anything like that. Just harassing that villager that is just minding his business, just fishing there. Wants to push the villager back before it drops a second dock, obviously. And yeah, I feel like Japanese could have like a bit of advantage here in early Castle Age, but looking at the gold spawns for Starflyer right now, it looks a bit. It looks like it can be rough for him if he goes for like really fast castle play, because his like secondary options or third option even for the gold isn't really safe.
That's right. I mean, at least he's in a situation where he has the golds on like different sides of his base. He's got one in front, he's got one on the left, he's got one on the right side. So there are ways for him to like maneuver around. We are getting the Coca Township in, so that already is a little bit of a more active play here from Starflyer. He's going to be getting some Shinobi out, with which he will be able to do a little bit of harassment. School of Cavalry is coming in though, and that's where you need to be careful, because while the Shinobi are great against melee units, Knights are very front-loaded with their stats, so they can still do a lot of damage up against Shinobis very quickly as well.
Yeah, and we're not seeing any like outposts going up from Starflyer, or he's going for. I think he's going for that other pond in the north corner. There's a little yellow dot walking over, and Cat is getting an outpost on his gold already. I think he just noticed the Shinobi play from Starflyer. Starflyer is actually, that was a scout. He's actually going for an aggressive dog on the east pawn there, and actually on the west pawn as well. Both pawns. That's why he had all that wood banked up and no outpost on his gold.
But that's spreading too thinly though.
Yeah, that is a knight going out though. Knight in queue, and let's see.
The dogs will go up in time.
Yeah, both the dogs will go up in time. And did Cat stretch himself too thin, or did Starflyer stretch himself too thin? I think we're about to find out here as the things are heating up. Like Starflyer has no protection for his gold. The second Shinobi is on the way. Oh, for that dog. Like he's playing this.
Maybe he can sabotage in time. Yeah, maybe he can sabotage the dock in time.
Oh, the production.
Oh, it's so close. It's so close. He's gonna get it. Is he gonna get it?
Eat it!
No! Oh, if he teleported, maybe.
No, he had to teleport to reach his destination faster. That was like a fraction of a second. I actually believed he had it.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was so close.
Well, still, he made it there and he didn't die. Oh, the French knight just picking off the first villager. This is what you were talking about, Crackedy. He stretched himself too thin there. Feels like he's going for that other dog. He wants to disable it again, sabotage it, and the scout is being annoying. This is like too many alerts. Like if you're Cat here, this is not easy. Again, like for these players, it's not easy to play in the match point. There's a lot of pings going on, a lot of Shinobis, and a lot of action going on here.
And now it's going all the way back to deal with the Shinobis.
But he will be able to cleaning up all these Shinobis here. Oh, the pathing. Oh, Starflyer is being a bit sneaky with that Shinobi. Doesn't want to be found out. Oh, getting rid of the scout is pretty valuable there. That's gonna be...
especially since now he's putting villagers onto gold, and that's getting hidden now. Oh, Shinobi gets found out though.
He got found out. Another dog. If that dog goes up... Oh, you just realized it after the alert. If that dog goes up, like, that one can be very annoying, as he's very close to getting a... Well, he's very close to getting an arrow slits for that dog. Yes. Oh, the demo. Nice snipe by...
Dog goes up!
Starflyer there, the dog goes up. He's focusing down on the archer ship. The fishing boats are helping. They're repairing, but he has a demo coming out. The demo can he connect?
It's pretty much full HP, and yeah, it gets taken down.
No, he doesn't connect. Does get a fishing boat, but now he has no fishing boats himself to repair, and the demo will just take down that Springle ship. Yeah, take care of it. Now, what do we have here? 3 knights against 2 Shinobis are on their way to kill that deer.
That was personal.
Yeah, that was personal. That looked personal. Someone hired these 2 Shinobis to kill that deer specifically. That is the deer pushing lobby there. That deer was talking, like, that deer was raising its voice like, we don't want to be pushed around anymore. We don't want to be carried on the scout's back. Oh no, like
They tried to form a union and
yeah, yeah. I wouldn't want to be like on the same plane with that deer, you know, like.
don't want to get caught on the same podium, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so in this position at the moment, Cat does have a sizable economy lead at the moment, as Starflock still is only on a single pond currently. And Cat did manage to completely secure his own pond there. One Springle ship now able to put some pressure here on this pond. I don't think he's gonna really be able to like do too much damage there on the harass. Oh, he does have an emplacement actually on one of the docks.
Oh, the emplacement can the
There's
emplacement
two weak
snipe
fishing
down?
ships.
He can snipe them down. That would be still worth it. He's
Yeah,
sniping
he gets
them.
one. I got
Oh,
one.
That was close. Well, it still keeps the dock alive, and the longer it stays alive, it's more annoying for Cat there. As we see, the eco count is in favor of Cat. Still, and at this point, it looks like he's like closer to Castle Age, isn't he? Like, Starflark.
Yeah,
looked
good bit.
like, yeah, he spent a lot of gold for all of this, and like that demo is gonna go down
That's-
like without any
yeah.
real value because they're just gonna heal up.
They're just gonna heal. Yeah. Nothing really gained there. Is still causing trouble on the other pond, on the second pond there for Cat. Oh,
Yeah.
Knights are gonna be able to find some damage though. They run in, and now attack move is coming in.
Oh,
Gets the point blank charge there. Oh, Starflock.
Oh, Starflark was busy on Cat's pond there. Counter damage now 3 shinobis against 3 knights with the town center
Did they
fire.
do
The villagers,
damage?
they do. Like, Shinobi's still alive.
He is, and he can actually heal. He's got a heal baked in. But if Cat gets like another charge there,
Oh.
able to take one shinobi down.
Yeah, if the
Now
gets
that's
the
not the
charge
mass
in-
anymore.
Yeah. Teleport away behind the trees. No. No more teleportation for those shinobis. He's only making shinobis. Like, it's it's a bit
That's
of a
the first
unique
time we
play.
saw it used.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first time we saw it being used. He does have the 2 outposts on his gold now. Looks like the things have been calm on the south lake there. I was thinking if he made like, I don't know, like spearman and like horseman himself, like could he play this a bit more in feudal with like 2 aggressive docks? I think that's what you should be doing. I might be wrong on this. Like I haven't like tried playing this aggressive with
it's-
Japan here.
I think it's
Yeah.
definitely an option, especially like when you get the Uma Bannerman in as well. Like your horsemen just suddenly do a lot more damage. They can even like do
Yeah.
a little bit of decent damage up against knights. But most importantly, like you got the shinobi in, you can sabotage the outpost that's protecting Cat's gold, and then maybe follow it up with your own outpost on the gold.
Yeah, well, they all said and done, Starflark is going to Castle Age now, and Cat finally looking like he's done with Starflark being annoying on his ponds. I do wonder what is the fishing boat counts, because it looks like very close.
Far ahead for Cat.
Far ahead for Cat, right? Like, because 59 to 50. Well, he does have the French town center bonus there.
Yeah, but 12 minutes? I think it's mostly like a 3 to 4 villager difference at this point in time. So it should be like 5 bonus fishing ships at the moment for Cat, I want to say.
The split screen is kind of preventing us from actually reading how the... Oh, there we go.
There we go.
That's 11 for Starflark. Yeah, that's 11 fishing boats and 13 for Cat. That's like not a huge difference.
That's
I
not as
would
much as I
say.
thought it would be.
Yeah, Cat is adding more stables and an archery range now. Wait, he's first to Castle Age? I think
Yeah.
he pulled a lot more villagers there than Starflark, and Starflark is actually going for some walls.
I clicked it
He
first as
doesn't-
well.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get raided by French knights. What do you go for now? As Mushas or knights yourself? Looks like it's going
He's
to
going
be...
for mounted. Yeah, he's going for
Yeah.
Mounted Samurai and Musha. It's a
And
little bit of
Musha's
both.
together. Cat already has
That's expensive.
two Arbs and 2 more in queue, and 3 Knights. Oh, he's going for a Horseman. Yeah, he's going for a Horseman and Arbs, as we talked about it
Immediately,
before.
yeah.
Immediately, yeah.
This is the killer composition. Yeah, Stuffluck doesn't really have anything up against that.
Well,
I mean, the Shinobi got shadow tech, maybe just spam Shinobi, but it's only a single production building that you can get it from.
Yeah. Well, like, technically you have a lot of extra melee damage, right, on your infantry. Like, you can get +3, plus a bannerman. Like, on your cavalry and on your infantry, you can get a lot of extra melee damage. But the
Still not
Arbs,
enough against Gamberson.
Yeah, the Gambesons, they're just +5. That's like not barely enough to do significant damage on them. But now Starflark is in front of Cat's base, looking to do some damage, looking to find out what's actually going on. As he's grabbing his first relic here, it's like I feel like he's going to get a bunch of relics, but eventually die against Horsemen and Arbs. Like, he needs to find a solution.
It's an army comp that just he doesn't have an answer to.
Like walls
Like,
and
what
siege,
answer
maybe?
could it be? Walls and Siege, maybe Yumi and Spears?
Yeah, I think I would prefer like walls and spears and siege. I think. I'm not sure. This is very tough.
I feel like Castle Age Mangonels feel very underwhelming at the moment at the high level, just because like you can micro so effectively, split up units into different groups and just spread them out, and suddenly like mangonel shots, like you need like 4 or 5 mangonels to like see real value, I feel like.
Yeah, Cat already has 15 Arbs. Oh, he wants to collapse on this army here. This army is being slowed down by the Shinobis. Just leave the Shinobis. No.
Let them shunshin forward.
Save
just
the women.
Get them outside of the formation. Oh, that hurts.
That hurts.
These are so expensive units. The Onamusha, 140 resources each. 60 gold. 50% more than what you pay for an Arbaletria gold-wise. And now he's going into Onabugeisha. Can we check? Does Cat already have Gambesons in?
I would expect him to have it
Gambesson
already.
is
it's
not
in
in.
yet. It's not in yet. It could be
Maybe
doing
there's a dream?
CISO move. Some Bugeishas and a dream, maybe. It's just 3 now.
He doesn't have that much gold at the moment.
20
It's
arbs
so
is
much.
just too many. Like,
53 to 23 military.
yeah, it looks like something just went wrong for Starflark here with the production, and the Shinobi is just baiting all those Mushas to die, and the Gambesons are about to be in just a few seconds there.
Cat is also
And
patrolling
Cat's-
all the relics.
Yeah, Cat knows, like, Cat is playing this beautifully right now, preventing the walls from going up, preventing the relic grab. Relic count is 1 to 1 now, and yeah, he just wants to go in. Like, he knows Starflight doesn't have the means to counter this army for now, and this is just like all these walls, all this investment is just wasted now. Horsemen will be running everywhere, running to the docks, running into the economy, to the gold mines, to everywhere from now on. Like, these are French horsemen. Does he have a keep, maybe? Maybe. Oh, he's about to have a keep. He has 540 stone. Cat, and
Yeah, and
it
he's
would
got
be even...
the building set up correctly as well for it.
Yeah. High level player, French players tend to do it, and this is one of the beautiful things about AOV4. I think this is like base building with different civilizations. And now all these walls, all this wall investment against 26 horsemen is just gonna go down like very rapidly.
quickly.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. That
Walls might
gate.
as well not have been there. Like, they only alert you at this point in time. They don't really stop. They don't really buy you time. They buy you like 6, 7 seconds, something along those lines. It's just, it's more like a an omen that you see in front of your base, omen of certain defeat at this point in time. The Appalachia, I don't think I've seen Gambersons come in yet.
He
We're
did.
up to
He did
30
get
on
them.
it. He did. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Then it's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the
spot
Onabigesha also got
too.
revealed. Yeah.
Like I don't think like if you're Caddy, you're just like not worried about it, right? Like you're just going
Not
to.
at all.
Like I don't think he's going to be like changing, like making a man at armor a knight, like you know.
Ooh,
'cause
he's one Onamusha short of one-shotting the villagers.
feels bad.
That's so sad.
But they will get just cleaned up there. Like I felt like after everything that just happened in the early game, like Starflark had a good timing. Maybe he needed to play with like Bugashas and
Horseman
Knights
could have
straight
helped
away.
him.
Maybe Horsemen and Spears.
Yeah,
I'm not
Horseman with
sure.
the Bannerman could have helped a lot as well. Because Cat didn't go for the he didn't go for the other landmark, so he doesn't get royal bloodlines.
Well, he does
So the
have
horsemen are weaker.
7. Yeah. He does have 7 shinobis. Could they make things happen? Like teleport behind the enemy? No.
Stab him from the
I'm
back,
sure.
whisper
Yeah.
in the ear, nothing personal,
Yeah.
kid.
Nothing personal, kid. Yeah. Well, we're about to find out if they will be able to do anything against 44 arbaletier. This is like 99 military from Cat. Well, that's including the boats, but that's a lot of military.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is just a matchup where no matter what you do, it doesn't feel optimal. Just
Yeah.
because like you're incentivized into going for like a mass melee army ball, and the French Arbaletria are like, oh, you're going for a mass melee army ball? Well, I got an anti-mass melee army ball unit right there with the Arbaletria.
Yep. It's a bit counterintuitive when you have a bunch of horsemen. He does go for them regardless. Well, after all, they're going to do bonus damage, but
Oh, Cat is baiting him
but
into
there
the
is a
keep as
keep.
well.
there is a keep. There's another keep from French.
Starflux just
As-
closing his eyes. There's no timing. I'm not sure why he wants to commit to the fight. There's no real timing here behind this. I think it's just that he knows that he's in a very, very bad position anyways. And he wants to go for like a timing of some sort. Look at how little damage the Arbaletria are taking.
Yeah,
they're
like
taking
horsemen died
forever to go
faster
down.
than horsemen died faster than the Arabs. It felt like now, like he made some progress initially on when there was like horsemen in front, but now
trying.
there are the Arabs, and with the keep, just
Had
like,
us the
not
melee
happening.
upgrades in as well.
Like this was, this was one of the fights that he didn't want to take. Like he wouldn't want to take as Japan.
going
and
Yumi
maybe
now.
run around. Yeah,
He's getting veterancy on the Yumi Archers now and a Yumi Bannerman.
and a Unimi Bannerman. Well, he does have.
Wait,
good
he cancelled it. He's
income.
going on a Musha now.
He does have a good income though, right? But like he just
He does.
doesn't
It's not
have the-
bad.
yeah, he doesn't have the units. Like now, Cat just seen it. That's like, all right, I'm just gonna make some men at arms and knights with my Arabs, and he's about to get Imperial Age. Where does it go? Red
Yeah,
Palace
there it
just
is.
slaps it down right there.
And
go
suddenly,
too
no
greedy.
more raids allowed.
Yeah, no more Brigatio or Horseman action will happen against the French from now on. Like, what he just did could maybe, like, work better if he went for it straight away in Castle Age. Like,
If he had
would get a bigger
archers with
mass.
Yeah. I feel
yeah.
like legitimately, if you had like 20 Yumi Archers there, that could have actually gone in his favor.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Because, like, having that third... Like, having a third part of your composition actually helps you a lot as you're, like, able to snipe the units that are, like, far away. Like, that's your... So that you don't overkill with your army. Like, you connect on different units than the Brigadiers are connecting. So...
Getting Imperial
Yeah.
Age now as well from Starflog.
Tanegashima Gunsmith with a bunch of farms around this initial town center. Well, the economy count looks about even for them, but Cat has the map control now. and they're just sharing the big gold mines and sharing the sacred sites, 1 for each, and 3 relics to 2. Actually, Starflag managed to get 2 relics. I didn't actually realize that. And
Yeah, it was unexpected. He even tried to sneak in a third one, but Keep spotted it.
Keep spotted it. But the thing is, French, at this point in the game, they just have something really good for them. Like, the economy might look close, but that's actually better for French, because they're just making their units from archer ranges and stables just cheaper, and they just, like, feels like they just have better units in the late game.
We do have the Shogunate Castle in. More Starflag, so all the farms that he adds around the TC, not that he has too much space there, but all the farms that he adds around it are gonna be boosted quite heavily. At the moment, still most of the food is coming from water, but eventually you are getting to that situation where if you overfish, you will have to transition off of water. We're also getting Samurai in. Wait, is that? No, that's the Elite Onibigeisha upgrade. For a second, I thought it was the Samurai one. Elite Onibigeisha, and we are getting Elite. Is that Onimusha? That must be Elite Onimusha. Yeah, it is Elite Onimusha. 83 to 53 military.
Ooh. We're about to get the upgrade for the Arbaletier. Crossbow stirrups. They're gonna fire even faster speed. Now, like 54. Like, more than half of his military is Arbaletier, and all of them are about to attack 25% faster now. Just 30 seconds more, and they're about to fire faster. And with +3 attack, and I think also fire arrows are in the plans here.
He's finding the gold villagers. Gonna have to evacuate past the wall.
Oh, there is a mining camp. There's a forge with the Yorishiro in. That's also gonna go down.
Yeah, that hurts.
Oh, okay. He didn't actually wanna. He's looking for the villagers.
He didn't see.
But they're just there.
Yeah, now he's looking.
He's gonna take down the forge now, and Cat just slowly grabbing the rest of the map, taking the other sacred site and dropping a keep next to it.
What can Starflag do here now? We're up to 13 on Amusha.
Oh,
and these swordsmen aren't elite.
Yeah, and they're getting like. Just
oh, never mind. They are elite. They're just elite. Still getting murdered. Yeah, but they're just still not good enough. They're not elite enough.
They're not elite enough. There's a choke. Some hand cannoneers there in the mix from Starflag.
From the gunsmith.
He's just getting kited to death. Like, every time the Arbs just stop and shoot, like, they're taking down a lot of units, and none of the Arbs are going down. Look at it. Like, even when you want to disengage, like, you just can't. And Mushas, you have to like kite and micro with them, whereas the Arbs are just like mowing down everything on the retreat.
They're just so cheap. If this was 40 Onamushas, it would be a similar story, but you just can't mass Onamushas like that. They're so expensive.
Oh yeah, they're very, very expensive. Like, the Bogeishas and the Mushas composition, I actually like to play that, and it's like quite fun and quite strong composition, but just not against Arbs now. The Fire Robe is in, Royal Bloodline is coming in, as well as the Elite Knight upgrade. But I think with those 2 cannons on the way, we won't even need the Elite Knights, but Cat is just gonna get them anyway.
There as well.
Like, 4 Ozutsu is like, sure, you need them against
Ozutsu yeah, but Ozutsu are also getting countered by the Arbaletier. They're heavy. They got the heavy armor tag.
Yeah, they're heavy. Unfortunately, that stable is gonna go down. Maybe it does some
free up Yorishiro.
Help. Yeah, free Yorishiro. 45 gold more. That's 45 now, right? I think they nerfed it down to 45 gold. Or 55.
Isn't it 60? I think it's 60. I think it was 75 and they nerfed it down to 60.
He has a Yorishiro in a barracks as well. Maybe he needs to... Yeah, maybe he needs to free that up, because barracks are now very, very cheap for Japanese. You don't really want to.
Yeah, you don't want to put Yorishiros inside there.
He's probably just forgotten about it. He will probably just realize and fix it. As now he spots another keep on the sacred site, and cannons from French just coming in, and Cat is just taking his sweet time with this, right?
I mean, he just queued 20 knights.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, any unit I lose now is gonna get the royal treatment when it comes back.
Yeah, yeah. If Starflug's army is still surviving after the fight, they're going to be sorry for it, because there will be a lot of elite royal knights on the field. Now the cannon is attacking the bombard. The repairs coming in from the villager. Repairs on both
Who
sides.
can repair faster?
Tap faster,
The
guys. come
epic
on. Whoa.
repair
Oh.
off.
Well, Starflark is increasing his hand can actually not. It's 200 population. I was about to say he's
Yeah.
increasing his hand cannoneer mass. Can we check the university upgrades for Starflark here? I think the university upgrades are going to make the difference. I don't think we have any university upgrades for Starflark there. Yep. I didn't see any. Oh, there is the university. Okay, we didn't get any upgrade yet, as like at this point in the game he does have Mushas, Horsemen, and Geishas, right? Like, which one do you prioritize first? Like, you have to upgrade 3 different classes of units, whereas Cat already has his upgrades and he knows timing is right, and that is a big choke point for those ARBs. That is just like eating his front line. The bombards are trying to do some work on that keep, but now every unit that dies comes back as a royal knight, and they're charging onto those bombards. The ARBs, they're just like shooting down everything really rapidly. Starflag has 40 military left, and Cat is just gonna push in with the cannons backed up with 19 ARBs, 10 knights, 4 cannons in queue, and Cat is gonna take this game quite in convincing fashion, I would say, against Starflark, and we're going to game number 5, I would say, and Cat is just going to park in front of Starflark's base, pull up the cannons, and just gonna siege down everything at this point.
I mean, Starflag has a good amount of resources. Maybe if he gets like 40 to 50 hand cannoneers together with the Yumi Bannerman, which does boost the damage of hand cannoneers as well, by the way. You can make them really, really strong together. Then he could have like a really competitive backline. The issue is just like that's not a sustainable business model, so to say. Mass hand cannoneers. They also kind of like die to a big Arbaletria mass, as we do have out on the field right now. 70 Arbaletria. They kind of just deal with everything except siege. And we are getting the first Mangonel now in queue.
Well, everything except siege and buildings and funny enough, the Japanese don't even have the keeps like in Castle Age. So, like, what do you do as Japanese against mass Arbaletria on a tight map like this one, right? Like the 4 Lakes is a really good map for Japanese in general, but then there comes the French with their ARBs and with their knights, just making life a lot harder for Japanese there. And Sacred Victory also approaching, 4 minutes left. And Starflark is trying to buy himself a bit more time, as he's looking to use the last bit of his power to mass hand cannoneers. To get rid of.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Get rid of the hand cannoneers there. Oh, sorry, get rid of the mass of knights and yeah, and the knights are charging in now on those hand cannoneers. Starflark is very low on the supply there. The Mangonel gets targeted down. Also the bombard. 4 cannons now, 5 cannons on the field, and Starflark
it's just too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 cannons there at the end. It's just too much. Like the Arbaletria, they're just kind of like the game changer, right? Like in this matchup, Arbaletria, they reign supreme when it comes down to it.
Yep, they do indeed. And now we
got a game number 5.
Yeah, we have a game number 5, and guess what? Cat still has HRE, Ottomans, and English, and he goes for HRE against Delhi on Gorge. Starflark, I think Delhi is one of his like best civs, I would say. Like very often I feel like if I'm going to play against Starflag, it's gonna be like Delhi, Mongol, or like French or JD.
Ayubit.
Like I think Ayubit. Oh, Ayubit too. Yeah.
I see him a lot with Ayubit, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But like I think he knows his way around with Delhi, and I'm sure he has played this matchup quite a lot on ladder. This was, well, to be fair, both these heroes are quite OP, I would say, and quite frequent on ladder. Like if you want to, grind some points, you would get this matchup as we're going into the game number 5 between Cat and Starflark. Best of 5, game number 5.
Big
Here
decider
we
game
go.
here in the quarterfinals. Starflark playing as the Delhi Sultanate in the color blue up against 3D Cat, playing in the color green as the Holy Roman Empire on Gorge. Very, very aggressive map, I want to say, most of the time, but does have the opportunity to drag out from time to time. It's a very good map for Delhi. You got the 3 sacred sites in the middle with the potential of just walling across that middle side, but I do believe that we're on EGC Gorge, which is a little bit more open. I think there's a good bit more space between the cliffs in the middle. So walling becomes a little bit harder, a good bit harder actually. Yeah, there's a lot more space in between.
Yeah, there's a lot more space, and there's a lot less trees on the wood line at your back, right? Like that's, at least that's what I feel all the time when I play this map. And yeah, like this is one of the I would say a classic matchups. Like I think Delhi against HRE, and it has changed quite a bit. Like in the last year or so, right? Like the Dome of the Fate changes, just changed it back. Like HRE used to just like destroy Delhi, like it wasn't even close, right? On the high level I'm talking about. And then suddenly it just like went around when Dome of the Fate was buffed, and then suddenly just massing melee units against Delhi, suddenly it didn't work. And I think still, to be honest with you, I think still, like with the Pro Scout meta, the Delhi was like back on the menu, like 3 Pro Scouts, let's go. And now HRE, like with the little Pro Scout nerf there, I think this matchup is like quite even now. Although we saw HRE getting banned every time, right? Like everywhere. But this is like game number 5, and it's gonna be on Gorge. Like you ban HRE because it's also like very good pick on hybrid, right? Not as much as like Delhi isn't that good. So I would say that Delhi is probably maybe even slightly favored on this map against HRE.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. I think Delhi overall, so many matchups have changed with Delhi's in the current meta, with the pro scouting and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, it used to be the same thing with China and Zhuji as well, where China and Zhuji, they both like used to do quite well against Delhi. Now it's kind of like even, if not Delhi favored most of the time.
Starflark is just pushing away Cat's deer. No.
He's doing the opposite of deer luring. He's deer.
It's like he's
deer
anti
pushing
deer
them away.
pushing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Reverse deer pushing there from Starflark. How much he can push these away.
Imagine pushing them all the way to your base.
Well, we've seen that happen in the last.
We've
tournament,
seen
didn't
that.
we? Like, yeah, we've seen that happening. Yeah, I think you were casting that game, right?
I'm quite sure. Yeah, I cast a game like that.
Casting that game. Yeah,
there was a cliffside game where I think somebody like lured deer from his opponent all the way to his own base.
Yeah, just nope, my deer now. Professional deer pushing instead of pro scouting.
That's where we're at right now.
Starflark believes.
Oh, he removed the icon of the minimap.
Icon from the minimap.
Yeah.
It's 5 at play there from Starflark. Like he started murdering them after the icon disappeared. Cat.
Where the deer
has. Yep, he wants to
How's
go pro
he supposed to know? He needs to recall of memory where the deer are. But yeah, this is he is getting pro scouts in fairly quickly.
He's looking
Where'd
for
they go?
Oh, I don't. I just don't remember where was my first deer pack. Like, he's just looking for it. No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he remembers where his deer was.
Yeah.
Obviously, and he's going for pro scouts really fast though, and Starflark is getting like. I feel like even going for pro scouts this fast, like with HRE or Sushi's Legacy, like the difference between
You need a
Sushi's Legacy
barracks
and HRE.
follow-up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
there it
as
is.
he's doing that, but the thing is, with Sushi's Legacy, like you can supervise it and you can get like you can justify delaying yourself. That's what I feel like. But with HRE, just like you have really good economy, that's like fair, like there's best economy in the game, not even funny. But you just don't have the production going on, and I think Delhi can make some things happen there, like grabbing the sacred sites like as early as possible. Could be on the cards there. Like he pushed the like he's buying himself a bit more time, right? Like with every move he's doing, pushing the deer away, getting the sanctity as fast as possible. He's also getting his pro scouts just a bit slower because it's free, as it should be. And now first Ghazi on the field before the first spearman, and that scout has to drop the deer and run to safety back to his base.
Yeah. Not able to bring those deer back. First spearman now coming out though. Yeah, Starflark, he's got the timing here. He's also added in his own archery range. And this is what the play always goes to. Like, you just want to get to that point with Delhi where you just start tapping on all three sacred sites at the same time, force the opponent to stretch their military. They're already very limited military at this point in the game, quite thin between all those sacred sites. Meanwhile, Delhi, being an absolute champ at military production with efficient production, just chewing through their resources pretty much. Pumping out units.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. Now, Cat, as we see, like, HRE economy crazy. Already has like 400, almost 500 food in the bank with like some horsemen and like still some scouts in queue. Right, but he just needs that like a lot of production buildings fast. Like his food income is double of what Starflark has, but he just don't have the numbers yet. And Delhi is just, look at the resource count. He's barely keeping 100 resources in the bank, just eating through all those resources and trying to keep the map controlled in his hands, as the Ghazis are just without any fear, just pushing all the spears back. But now Cat has some
Scholars
horsemen
are
in
moving
queue.
out now.
Yep.
Something
A
else to
beautiful
keep in mind,
split.
I don't think Starflark hasn't really been making use of efficient production. Last time I saw his base, he didn't have any scholars inside the production buildings.
I feel like he's kind of quite late to grab the sacred sites, like 30 seconds or so.
It is.
I don't actually
Yeah.
know the exact timing, but
It's
it feels like
650.
yeah.
650
like-
is when the upgrade comes
Okay.
through.
Okay. He's a bit delayed on that, but obviously I don't blame him. But now, like, this is the game 5 after very tiring, very long.
It has been a
games.
long series, yeah.
It has been a long series, and this is game number 5. And Cat is trying to stop the sacred site grab from happening, as this horseman is looking to stop that sacred site. And Starflark is a fan of triple composition, isn't he? Like, he's adding spears as well. Spears, Ghazis, and archers.
That's quite
Cat
good for him.
just on point. Yeah, like, the spears are going to help him to capture these sacred sites. I think this is fine as long as he's not overproducing. Oh, that archer, and maybe the other one will follow suit. Oh, no, the cat
Oh,
just...
he's only
just
sending
left
one
the
horseman. Yeah.
Oh, keeps the scholar alive. That's very, very important for Starflark at this stage of the game. Loses one archer only. Trying to grab the sacred site on the right side of the map now. Now Cat is just pumping units non-stop. Now men-at-arms are on the
Oh, the
venue
scholar moved off.
after- Oh,
The
did it?
scholar, just
Oh,
because of healing. Yeah, it
Oh,
was
yeah.
healing. It moved off the sacred side. And now his
Oh.
units move off, and yeah, now Cat is moving over in that direction, maybe. Now Cat is going into mass men-at-arms.
Yeah, now, like he...
Starflark's gonna need like 20 more archers in order to deal with this many men-at-arms.
Yeah, like the military count is quite even. That scholar is about to go down. He's trying to prevent like sacred size as best as he can with this melee blobber just running around. Like Starflag has almost 9 scholars now, like almost 1/3 of his military is going to be scholars, as well as scouts. And Cat has like 5 units that are not actually like military, like 4 scouts and 1 scholar. So like
To be
military
fair,
count, yeah.
yeah, I mean, to be fair, one thing to keep in...
What?
You got pro scouts!
What are they
You have
doing? Did he
4
misclick them?
He
Oh, I
misclicked
just
them.
realized.
Oh my
no.
god!
Look at the
It's
photo.
HRE, it's fine. It's HRE, it's fine.
No, it's not fine.
You can
Look
make
at the
mistakes with HRE. It's not fine, but it's HRE, so it's still fine.
Oh,
At this point, honestly, just stay out there. At this point, just stay out there. He's rallying more.
no. Like at this point,
He's
just
bringing
grab
the
all
deer
the deer.
back.
No, everything's going wrong for him.
Everything's going wrong. Return
no.
to nature, dear. Return. You're free.
No, this hurts to see. Oh,
What I wanted to originally mention, is that men-at-arms don't do any bonus damage,
yeah.
and that makes it so that scholars are actually the perfect meat shield against them. 130 health,
Exactly.
don't take any bonus damage, and they
Yeah.
heal everything.
Yeah, and they
This is like
heal
one of the main
everything.
reasons why men-at-arms, like just HRE only men-at-arms doesn't work anymore.
Yeah. Also, like you have good. The men-at-arms have good DPS, right? But like you just don't have to fight them all the time. Like you can just run away if you don't want to fight them because they're like slow.
They get out-healed
like-
relatively easy. Why is
Well,
he
Starflag really hates
sacrificing?
that.
He hates his
Prelate?
own Ghazi Raider. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. He hates
yeah.
that. Prelate and his Ghazi Raiders. Actually, that one survived surprisingly for me. He needs the sacred sites back though, because Cat has rebooted his economy. But Starflag is dangerously close to Castle Age, and with 11 scholars on the map,
That's a lot of upgrades.
like that's a lot of upgrades. A lot of
And they're
upgrades really,
free.
really fast, and 5 relics can just like disappear from the map. Like it's you out heal the men-at-arms, spearmen, and horsemen, right? Like Cat also trying to go Castle Age. Now, just one step behind Starflark is already there. He's gonna slap down his landmark House of Learning with 10 villagers. I think he can justify having more right now. Like, if you're Cat, you must be aware. Okay, he's not grabbing Sacred Sites right now. He's trying to age up. Now that's what he's doing. He wants to catch him there. He wants to grab his own Sacred Sites. He has 2 prelates that can grab the relics really fast. That's a really nice raid for Cat there. Looks like Starflag already has textiles on his villagers. Those were like some tanky villagers there.
Age up
And
from
Regnus
both players.
Cathedral. Yeah, both players aging up. Their horsemen are back on the berries, and Cat is moving on the west side of the map where there are 3 relics. Majority of the relics are there, and he's actually looking for some eco damage on those berries on that side, but Starflark is bringing in deer himself. And what else counters
There we go.
full melee units? Scholars, the relic grab, relic heist is about to happen. Castle Age coming in. First relic got picked up. I think the other 2 will be spotted by Cat's army. He's at the right time. He's at the right place at the
Yeah, he
right time
notices.
right now. Yeah, he just noticed it. What about the other relics on the east side? Now he will be rushing to east side, I believe, both players. The thing is, against full melee, often this is, I believe this is often overlooked. If you just have relics, you could just justify carrying it around. Because your opponent is just like full melee. Like you can just wallow anytime.
He could,
Because there are
but
no
he's
ranged
not.
units that can like snipe. Like, it's not happening often, right? But like, especially as ABIDs, I feel like. And if your opponent is going like horsemen or spearmen and stuff, just carry it around, heal your units. Oh. He's actually just kind of gave up on those relics there, and now he's Cat preventing the relics from getting grabbed. Archer upgrade is in. Veteran archers from Starflark and an elephant in queue. Cat is doing
quite quick.
a big farm transition there, and now Cat has his army separated. And no
No
plus
level
2
2 Pierce armor yet.
Yeah, and these archers
They're
are
moving
doing some
in.
damage.
Archers on the prelude. Are they gonna snipe him in time? There's a lot
Oh.
of men-at-arms on him.
Relic grab. Oh, Bololo, as I was just
Whoa,
mentioning
that's
about
a
it.
dangerous
Cat,
one.
Cat, wake up! Wake up, Cat! Oh, that was
Oh, that was
dangerously
so close.
Oh, just grab the sacred side and said, oh, stealth forest, sacred side. Sorry, the relic, Bololo there, next to the sacred side. And the archers have to kite back against the men-at-arms. Cat is going for men-at-arms and crossbows. I think he's expecting the elephant there. I don't know where the elephant is, but it is coming. It is on the way.
It is coming,
12
slowly
scholars.
but surely.
Look at all those upgrades from Starflart. They're just coming in very fast. +2 before Cat is able to click it up, like click +2 armor up. Like he has a really good timing with all these archers now. Just look at the damage as the +2 comes in. He's sniping the crossbows, making way for his elephant. More way for his elephant there. Like he is getting the map control back in. Starflart is doing it. It looks like he's pushing Cat back as Cat was doing some farm transition and he needs a lot of crossbows now to kill the elephant. That's a lot of scholars. If he pulls scholars right now and goes for a push, like you just cannot kill that elephant with those number of crossbows, Crackedy.
Only 9 crossbows at this point in time, especially like with the archers being there as well. Like they're just able to snipe out all the dangerous units, all the units that can be dangerous to the elephant. There we go, elephant here. Crossbows are getting focused down. Yeah, the elephant's HP bar barely moving.
Yeah,
Sacred Sight's getting picked up behind this as well.
And yeah, the fighting against Delhi with the Dome of the Faith as being like a really, really good landmark. The problem is like you fight against them, you take away a lot of HP from that elephant, and then they just heal back in a minute and they're in front of you again. Like this is just, if you fight them, you have to kill them. It feels like. And Cat has good bit of farms. Now he's out of gold though. Oh, he's getting the 3rd relic. I don't know where, but he's on the way. He's coming back. And he wants to upgrade that outpost with the Springald emplacement there.
It's wild that Cat actually got a 3rd relic. Like got a 3rd relic.
Yeah, it's
again.
wild. It's wild. I didn't expect
That was the one in the
but
stealth
now-
forest.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well, Starflark is doing heavy pressure. Like if you win the game, you don't care about the relics anymore. So now Cat is on a lot of farms, but out of gold. And Starflark is grabbing sacred sites again. It's going to bring him
More
a lot
elephants.
More, yeah, more elephants.
More
He's doing
elephants.
rams. More fronts.
He's just fanting around at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. Just sniped some villagers there and just running back. He's adding his own crossbows. Also, like crossbows, archers, scholars with elephants, and he's adding Ghazi raiders as well with the last bit of food that is available for him. I like this play. Like he can.
Minute.
Yeah, at some point it's gotta stop, right? But he's just going for it. He knows
Does it?
that Cat is on farms. Like Cat is
Yeah,
on
that's a
farms.
lot of farms.
Yeah, he kind of needs to do something, right? Like he needs to do some damage to Cat. Like everything is looking good for
Does he
him.
though? I feel like he can just chill. He's on 3
And go
sacred sites. He's
Imperial.
got 2 relics. Yeah, just go Imperial Age and like he literally needs a minute until Imperial. Just 1 minute of not doing anything and he's in for free with 16
Well,
scholars.
he can't justify not doing anything for a minute because like Cat is not going anywhere without you noticing him. With all these men-at-arms and crossbows, even though HRE men-at-arms and crossbows, they're like running faster. But like when you have a ram, elephants, and archers just in front of him, like where is he gonna go? Like actually,
Yeah.
Starflag, is he considering it? Like he has an elephant in
feel like-
queue, but I think he's like flirting with the idea there. He's just testing the waters.
Crossbows are
That's
stuck
fine.
on the barracks.
Ooh, the Springald emplacement trying to help. He's diving though.
We got a lot of
He's going
scholars forward
deep.
as well to heal.
He's going deep. A lot of villagers are idled down, fighting on the farms there. The elephants are at the back. They're not really fighting right now. Cat,
I don't
most of
think the
his
meat shield
economy
they
is
need to
just
be.
idle. Like, this is great for Starflark.
Yeah,
The ram
no
is just
economy at the
eating all the
moment.
production, and
And the elephants, they're just killing.
the elephants
They're
are
just
just killing the
killing everything.
man-at-arms. They're tanking, and they're not dying. There are scholars just healing them. This is so hard to fight against, as Cat is only down to 11 crossbows, and all his farms are idle. Elephants are just stomping down. Okay, first elephant is going down, but at what cost? Cat is losing his economy, losing his farms, losing his army and everything. By the time he's able to kill an elephant, 3 sacrifices, more elephants are on the way, Ghazi are on the way, Starflark is doing it. The villagers against the elephants, they're angry because of their farms. Oh,
And
Starflark
GG
is doing
gets
this.
called. Yeah, Starflark
Yeah.
gonna be able to advance to the semifinals. I believe he is going to face off against Wham in those. Was it Wham? I'm quite sure it was Wham.
Yeah.
Let me quickly recheck.
Wait, is it? I think it's Wham. I think it's
Yes.
Wham. Yeah. Yeah, we got the confirmation there. It is Wham. Well, yeah.
Right.
Starflark did it.
Yeah. And the winner of that one is gonna face off up against CSO in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, see, so
And these were
still-
some insane sets.
Yeah, these were some insane
Okay.
sets. These were some good games. Yeah, there we see the bracket. Wham against Starflark, and the loser of that series is going to face against Anatan in the lower bracket. And keep in mind, we still have CSO, Anatan, Wham, and Starflark are the top 4 right now for the second qualifier, and 2 of these players is going to make it through to the main event in Denmark. Yeah, some interesting games and more to come tomorrow here at Age of RTS. The same starting time. We will have Wham against Starflark, I believe, tomorrow. Casted first here, and we will see CSO against the winner of the set and Anatan against the loser of the set. Tomorrow is going to be even better, even more insane, and full of Age of Empires 4. A lot of games are about to happen. High stake
Yeah,
games.
players they're definitely gonna have to bring their A game, because I mean there are very, very limited spots here in the qualifier for $25,000 tournament. LAN. I mean, LAN is always something special, right? Like when you qualify, when you make it through, when you get on the big stage live in front of everybody, pretty much like you're hanging out with the players, with all the other players that you're playing against online all the time. It's truly something special. Like the vibe is always special, and yeah, nerves are always there as well. It's definitely very exciting. It's a big one again. It's been a while since we had like a bigger LAN price per wise, and yeah, I mean $25,000. It's nothing to sneeze at in Denmark. It's going to be a great venue as well. So definitely looking forward to that one. And yeah, as mentioned, tomorrow we're gonna be seeing 2 players that are gonna qualify for the Master of Steel tournament in Denmark. That's going to be it for us for today, though. So definitely make sure you're going to tune in once again tomorrow here on Age of RTS. And with that said, thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope we'll see all of you once again tomorrow.